All right. I think we're live. Said it shows. Yeah, it shows live. All right. Yep. It says we're live. Okay. So since you guys want to, I know why you guys want to after stream because you guys want to rant. So um, I was going to do a pre-recorded on the article. I think everybody's read it already. Um, but it's just a follow through of what he said, 12 years ago. Nothing really has changed, and that's that part of that intellectual feminist class that believes that the way to end racism is for black women to marry white men. That is the ultimately that's what they believe. Um, Even though sexual access to white men has always been there, it's been there for about 500-600 years. Um, Even though, like I said, I've actually shown that 15% of black babies are actually sired by non-black men. There's more black women. They have more black babies than black fathers. But the thing is, they always use us as a scapegoat. And what they're trying to do is actually convince black women to actually have the courage to actually go and seek and run after white men. In other words, they're trying to get black women to change so they can attract more white men. And so the only way they can do that is making black men look at it as such a poor option that they have no other choice except to do what? Seek out white men. So even though black men don't care, even though black men could care, have always um, uh, uh, dealt with black women dating and sleeping with white men, even though the black women that have mulatto babies carry the mulatto's babies back to the black community, and black men become stepfathers of these children. They still blame the plight of black women and their lack of marriageability on black men, even though black women are the most divorced and the least married, and black women actually uh, probably nowadays make the worst wives. The reason that black women really have to stay with black men is because black men are the only ones that can actually tolerate their culture. That's the only reason, and that's the reason that they can't marry white men is because of that. Okay, black women come from a culture that's upside down compared to theirs. Because white men are actually socialized to be served, not to serve. Okay. Black women are socialized to be served and not to serve. So there's a mismatch when they come together. That's how come even though they can have sex and outside of the bedroom, there's issues. So it takes a certain kind of white man to actually deal with a black woman, and that's not very many of them. And then if you look at the stats, white men marry out the least of all groups of men. Will they date out? Sure. Will they have sex outside of marriage or outside of the group? All the time. But as far as marriage is concerned, I think like white men marry out. The marry out rate for white men is what, 1.5%. The only reason that it looks like it's such a large number is because there's more of them. In fact, they marry out less than they have babies outside of marriage with non-white women. So so Richard Banks is cherry picking stats, and he's just cherry picking stats to the point where it makes black men look so unfavorable, like it makes black men look unmarriageable. Even though black men are actually married, even though black men basically have 2 million less people in the group, they actually have what, 600,000 or 700,000 more marriages. Black men are actually married at a higher percentage rate and by number. But black women are actually more marriageable. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Anyhow, Dr. Johnson's in the house. That's why you see pairing between white men and black women in two major forms. Yeah, effeminate men with masculine black women, Yeah. Well, yeah. If you can find it really effeminate black women, okay, that's not that you know that effeminate black women is not that common. And normally, effeminate black women get married to very, yeah, very wealthy black white men. So it's yeah. Normally, it's a really it's really a conundrum. Even though they have socialized a lot of white men to actually be what of service or to of supportive. So there should now theoretically there should be more white men available for black women because the feminists have actually trained more white men to be supportive of a dominant female. But yet and still, guess what? Black women still don't get chose. They try to change Rosati. If they could really change Rosati in those greater numbers, they would more of them will actually be married. Even Crystal Karazin, guess who ran her relationship? It wasn't him. It was her. Yeah, yeah. That is for white men that are willing to be supportive, or they call beta white men. That's what the white men call themselves, beta white men. Okay, those are the kind of men that normally marry black women. In fact, I don't see well any famous parent. I've never seen a famous pairing where outside of George Lucas and what is it, Robert De Niro? Those are the only two. And even then, those two women were not what they call submissive. Anyway, I know you guys want to talk. I know the after stream is so you guys can get your thoughts off because you had three PhDs and basically they're gonna suck up all the oxygen in that in that stream. So I know this is why you guys want to have this stream here. So I'm gonna drop the link early, and if you guys want to go up and get up and talk and get your thoughts out, we can do that now. It is undeniable, but the thing is how you socialize. Black women are not socialized to be, um, I wouldn't say feminine because they express their femininity in a different way. Okay, just because you're feminine doesn't mean that you're not don't have a dominant personality. And black women are actually trained to have a dominant personality. They're actually socialized to have a dominant personality. Even when they don't have that personality, they still want to exercise it. And we talking about yeah, Vector. We're talking about what African American people. We're not talking about African women. Okay, African women are not socialized the same way as African Americans. You should know that. It has nothing to do with color. It has nothing to do with color. If you were raised here, you know the difference between African American women and African women. You can, as soon as you land the plane, it's obvious. But you guys wanted me to do a stream after stream so you can get your thoughts out. So there's the link. Go ahead, Mr. Z.
Lord,
You there?
that was a fire. That was a fire stream. That was a fire stream. Like, oh man. First, like Dr. Neil and Gigi kept on stressing, it is a, and thank you for having me up, by the way, BGS, but
Mm-hmm.
it was a it's a neoliberal assessment of black men. It's a handful of super loud, educated black women,
Yeah.
um, pissed off at the world because, and let's be very clear what they're saying. Black men are not on my level, and these racist white dudes ain't checking.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Well,
That's really what it is.
really, there are black men on her level,
Hmm.
and unmarried black men on her level.
Hmm.
Okay. The thing is that they don't have the status that they need.
Yep. So that goes back to, and some, I think somebody, it might have been another stream, but I spoke to let's say one of the founders of the Black Manosphere, and he informed me that his wife is a sociologist,
Okay.
which makes me now question who's really writing this article, who's really writing the book.
Well, the thing is,
Black woman.
well, basically, he believes it. So now there are guys out there that believe this stuff. I met him.
No, and that's true. And it's also, and I'll say it's also the Jodie Turner Smithing of black women, right? Which you were saying earlier, which is like you get pregnant by him, you walk up to him, you get pregnant by him, you propose on a bended knee, because
Hmm.
white men ain't budging. They're not budging. So and Shay Sade said this. It was so true. If Why are you targeting black women with this, not white men, right?
Oh,
Why?
because it's black women that have to change
Yeah.
if they want to fit in. If they want to fit into white society, if they want to be with a white man, they got to change. So they're the ones that have to change. So targeting white men is not going to do any good because you can't convince them because they're going to ask you, okay, well, I can't marry this kind of woman.
Mm. Oh man. So what does it? Well, I already know the answer, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. What
Hmm.
does it mean for a black woman to change in this society? What does that change look like? What does
In
she
other words,
sound like?
what she's okay, she's going to have to do what she's never really done. She's going to have to be submissive. That means she's going to have to serve her man, right? Okay. I was just listening to a repeat of what Donovan Sharp was saying about just about sex, right? He was saying that for because he only dates white women, right? He says uh, a white woman, as far as in the bedroom, her ultimate goal is to give pleasure to her man, right? If she doesn't get an orgasm, it's not that important, right? If she gets an orgasm like 1 out of 10 times, that's all she needs. If he gets off, that's all she's worried about, right? Is that true in the black community?
Of course not. We're socialized to please her.
We're socialized to
Acrobatics.
please her. Whatever it is, we have to blow out her back and make her get multiple orgasms. Otherwise, we ain't shit, right? Okay, just that alone. That's just one, right? How about supporting him? Carrying the emotional labor, right? Okay. I was listening to the thing about even about a white guy talking about what Jada Pinkett would have done if she was a white woman, right? Basically, the white guy was saying that if it was a white woman, she'd gave that little curtsy grin, and then she might have cried in the car, right? Just so her man doesn't go up there and act a fool. She'd been the first one says, she to grab the dude and say, "What are you doing? You can't go up in there and embarrass us, embarrass yourself."
We've seen it too many times. We've
Uh huh.
seen it too many times. The little petite
You
white
got you,
girlfriend.
you
No,
want
don't do it. Don't do it.
you got your camera on, Vector. You want your camera on? If you want your camera on, are you good with it? Nod your head if you're good with it. Okay, there you go. Yeah, the thing is, we're like we're saying, Ados black men are the only man on the planet that's socialized to serve like that. No other man is socialized to serve like that. Doesn't exist any place else in the world.
It's just I don't know. This article, hey, the psychological crack is on. What Raj called it psycho crack or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah. Yeah, basically, they have to feel good about themselves. Basically, you need to take the onus and the blame off of black women. They're saying the reason that you can't marry out, the reason that you can't be happy in marriage is because you tie yourself loyally to black men, and that's not true. In other words, there's nothing else wrong with you.
Well, so they're gonna have to find out the hard. Like, what this is now is okay. Let's see what's really playing a factor. Is it your loyalty or is it their lack of interest?
Well, it's actually a white man's lack of interest
I
is
know that.
because
Do they know
yeah,
that?
they know that, but thing is, somebody's got to tell them something. Somebody has to give them hope, and this is the way giving them hope because they interact with white men, especially on that level. They interact with white men all the time. How come white men aren't picking them? So I never heard of a black woman, especially in that class, getting 4 or 5 proposals from white men and turning them all down. If they showed me that in great numbers, then I would believe them. Then it's just a matter of choice.
What did they say about hope? BGS. Hope is the opiate of the what?
Hope is the opiate of the masses.
This is not looking good. This is not
Well,
looking good.
the thing is that I don't care one way or the other. It's a matter of them actually, uh, I hate of them actually rebranding the same thing every 10 years, right? The same shit, man. This has been going on since the '80s. The same. If you go back and look at Oprah and Sally Jesse Raphael and all those kind of daytime talk shows, they're saying the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Nothing's really changing.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Ed?
Oh
Y'all can
yeah,
jump in any
I
time.
I
and
think the
Big
only
Ed,
thing
Big
hi
Ed.
hi
Oh yeah,
everyone.
man.
I think
Hey,
the only
go ahead, AJ.
thing that's gonna fix things really is time because a Generation X,
you're right.
BGS, you actually talk a lot about Generation X,
Hmm.
millennials,
Yeah,
etc. And I like that you're so consistent about your message. There's Generation X is getting older, and you have all these huge amounts of single women that are just they're just done for. And
yeah,
then you have the young boys. I have a nephew. He's 16, and
yeah,
he doesn't even date black girls. He said,
yeah,
Uncle Al, I don't even date black girls. I like the Hispanic. And he's 16. You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? So like the only thing they've always had this men have to do. Well, now men don't have to do anything. We're just
Well,
voting with our feet and walking away and just time. There's an article in
Go ahead.
USA Today
Hmm.
that talked about how black women are the most evicted now, are being
Yeah.
affected by evictions
Who
the
told you
most.
that? Who told you that was coming?
Yeah, so like it's writing itself because us men,
Hmm.
black men, aren't having it anymore. We aren't.
well,
Oh
You
yeah.
cannot shame us anymore.
well. It's here. Here's the thing. The issue
Mm.
has always been with black men. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but black men tolerate this bullshit. The reality of
True.
the situation
Facts.
is,
That's true.
and so if that let's be very, and I understand, and the socialization is a motherfucker. We've been spent 8 fucking years dealing with it, so I
Hmm.
am very, I get it.
Well,
we,
the thing is how do you get the socialization and worldview out of men? Got to keep repeating the same
No,
shit.
no, absolutely, and I agree with that. And shout out to David Carroll. Consistency is a mother of skill. That's why he didn't
Mm.
want to go back through the rabbit hole with these dumbass niggas, but he said he was going to do it because it was important. And literally,
Hmm.
that was the last thing he did. And
Yeah.
that's how important.
Time ran out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that just goes to show you how important it is. But my point is, here's the reality too.
Hmm.
The reason we all know why black is not loyalty. Black women understand if black women make a break for white men in really big numbers, they understand that is probably the one thing that will crack that socialization or open that Pandora's box. You do that, and that gets seen at a critical mass, even from a media level. Then you no longer have this moral argument
Hmm.
that black men are betraying black women because they'll get to a certain extent where you cannot lie. And once you get like, let's say, once you start seeing people in politics like Kamala Harris, this justice, you see a certain amount of females, you're not going to be able to play that argument because then you're going to have to start checking these women. That's when they always talk about this hidden pressure. It's this kind of Chinese finger trap where
Hmm.
they understand if they really try to go for white men like that, like in big numbers, then a lot of black men are gonna be like, "Hey, what the fuck am I doing here for? The fuck am I sitting here
You
dealing?"
mean plausible deniability is done?
Yeah.
No more
Now,
I
plausible
think it's happening
deniability.
now
Yeah.
though. It's
well, what you're
happening
talking,
now
Yo, here. One at a time. Go ahead, AJ.
yeah,
Go ahead.
because a lot of these young girls. I'm in the DMV, and a
Hmm.
lot of these young girls who are in college or whatever, they actually try and holler at these white boys and these Asians and
Hmm.
stuff, and they're not having it. Like
Hmm.
the exposure is. You had said how can we train men, especially as exposure. I'm from Seattle. I grew up there, but I was one of the only black men, black kids, my whole
Hmm.
school and everything. My
Hmm.
my homeboy who's from DMV, he just moved to Seattle. And he's
Hmm.
dating he's black. He's dated nothing but DMV hood chicks, and now
Hmm.
he's dating these Beckies in Seattle. His whole mindset changed.
well,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
social
you get a
exposure. You know what I'm saying?
well,
hell, you get a better deal. You get a better
Yeah,
well,
deal.
but
Anybody?
these
Yeah.
black women are
Anybody?
gonna think that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, y'all, the other two, y'all can jump at any time. Y'all don't have to lay back.
Well, the response to you, AJ, is the younger dudes is a different situation because it's different generations. So the younger dude, like the millennials, grew up with the girl next door image of black women for the most part. The zillennials grew up with the thought bitch. So all of the
Hmm.
negative, there is no counter thing with that. So the younger folks are doing it for different reasons. Now, as far as the women, black women have always gotten fucked by white men. That's not the issue.
That's
The
true.
issue is their relationship value, which is virtually non-existent. So, and so here's the thing: other races of women, other not races, other generations of women understood most of y'all ain't getting kept by no white dude. And if you do get kept by a white dude and then you have a baby by a white dude, that's the one thing black men are on code with. They even when they were doing the stepdaddy thing for the I know there's a little bit, but for the most part, they're not doing that unless you like a Melanie King fine or something like that. They're not doing that. They're not because they're gonna get clowned by the black men. So the new generation, the younger females, they don't understand that. So what they're doing is they're getting fucked and ran through by these white boys. They think they're keeping it a secret. And that's where
Hmm.
what you said, AJ, comes in. They think they black women are the only women that think they can do shit in open view and nobody else, black men or otherwise,
Oh,
sees that
oh,
shit.
yeah. What's the old saying? If this actually came from Zora Neale Hurston in the
Yeah.
1930s,
So
I
so
said,
so
who are the freest people in America? White men
black
and
women
black
and white
women,
men.
because they do what they want, right?
That's
Yeah,
true.
and
That's true.
so
And open.
And
Yeah,
yep, that's true.
And so
yeah.
the Z's didn't grow up with a lot of those socializations, and also they were socialized in a way of, BGS says like that
Those,
they're on the
those,
tail end of that admixture
yeah, yeah,
situation.
yep.
So and black women, they've been running the same script forever. They don't know how to adjust the plays. They don't call audibles. They just blitz, 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 blitz. So now they're dealing with dudes that the pro black credit card doesn't work and they don't understand why it doesn't work, and so they're coming up here thinking, oh, let's just call it colorism, let's just call it featureism. None of that shit works on these niggas at all. Colorism, featureism, hell, some of these young boys will jump these chicks like real fucking talk. That's another thing too. A lot of these young dudes are more likely to slap these black
Yeah,
chicks,
yep,
which is
that's
something
true.
else they not used to. Even
Right.
millennials won't doing that shit. These motherfuckers will slap the shit out there. I'm talking about black dudes.
They've been taught that that women are equals, right?
Yep,
Look at
yeah,
all
that
your
we're
Thank you.
look at
interchangeable.
all
That
the
we are.
comic
That
books,
we
the
are.
superheroes.
Yep.
You see 121
Oh my god,
pound
it's true.
white women kick ass on 300-pound men, so they feel that they're
And
equal.
and
Yeah,
there's a
yeah.
so
Just
there's a
It's like they're
consequence
yesterday,
to
B.
this.
One time, who has?
in the
Go ahead,
Just
face.
go
yesterday,
ahead,
B.
go ahead.
I just had a woman just kick my ass. It was 5 feet tall and 114 pounds, man.
Did you delete the footage?
Well, it's gonna give you memories of back when you were looking at the porn channel when it wasn't clear.
I figured that's what he was
Okay,
talking
I was
about.
gonna say, go ahead, AJ, jump
No,
in,
no, but
and then anybody else can jump in. We're
you
trying to
know,
get everybody.
the
Go ahead,
interesting
go ahead,
thing
AJ.
about this whole thing is, like I said, I'm from liberal Washington State. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I grew up in the
Still
land
racist.
of feminist, woke culture, and
Mm-hmm.
that's when I realized that all of this woke stuff that black men we're the embodiment of masculinity, the masculine stereotype in the United States. So all this negative misandrous language falls on us first, and then who encourages this the most is black women, and now and they're just shocked that yeah, they're on the field trying to play the game, and men aren't showing up to play, so
Well,
they're standing on the field just looking like fools.
yeah,
These
black
young
women are
men,
sold the most trick bags.
yeah. And another thing
Mhm.
is that you have a lot of these black women who want to. Uh, I feel at the best time like it was blank, and they want black men to just stand with them in their BS as they're just driving their lives into a ditch, and then they want men to just help them out of it, and it's not happening.
And
It's not.
I'm gonna
So,
say this real quick because I know other people want to get in, but and this is gonna sound like to certain people this will sound retarded. But and technically, Matt Bus Driver doesn't agree with this because he doesn't like SYS being used this way because he believes dudes should just completely walk away from the community, and I understand that. But I would tell a pro black the only way you're gonna save these chicks is by dudes mass walking away because that's the only thing that's gonna
That's
fix it.
facts.
They
Yeah,
like I'm
because
and the,
they're going to do it. They're already mass walking away.
yeah
That's
yeah
at the younger ages.
no
It's too late
absolutely.
for the guys at Generation X and older. It's too late for us
No,
anymore.
no, absolutely. No, I
Mm.
understand that absolutely. And here's the thing, just to add on to what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
A controlled walk away
Mm-hmm.
is much preferable to you letting the natural order of things do it because that is not going to be reversed. And so a lot of these dudes, this is the thing I try to communicate to your I am Courtney's and a lot of these dudes. If I'm having this conversation, I'm like, you all have a clock. You all believe you can run the clock out on us and just talk, and we have this conversation where it feels good because black people are coming together. You don't understand. You have a clock, and that clock is real. The
Mm-hmm.
zillennials are 25, 24, 23, depending on who you ask. Within 5 to 7 years, they will be 30. That means the peak market of what a woman is, they will occupy that. You can see how they're acting. After that, it's game over because all you millennials are going to be in that 35, 36 range, and y'all going and we know what the price of sexual access is. And because once black men are 6% of the population, once black men starts opening it up, the options don't look the same for us because it doesn't take a lot of non-black women for black men to be able to benefit from that. That's the thing. And these sisters, I don't know what they believe because these white folks are not helping them. I don't know why black women believe that at the end of the day, these feminists,
Yeah,
white,
yeah,
Latin, they are going to take all of the best men economically and physically from you. I'm talking black men, and they will look at you and smile at you. Why the fuck
Mm-hmm.
they doing it?
Yeah, yeah, because we
Okay,
deserve the best. Yeah. Anybody else
Because
yeah,
want to jump
but
in?
that's
yeah,
by design too.
yeah. That's facts. That's
Yeah,
absolute
partially,
fact.
it's partially by design. Yeah.
It's
It,
by design. I mean, the way that I look at it is, this push is not so much a attack on black men, and we know that white black women have access to white men, but I think it's the fact that black men are who embody the idea of traditional blackness.
No,
So
that's not it.
when
That's not it. But
well,
go
no, I
ahead.
mean, what you're saying is, I mean, what you said earlier, you were saying that white men don't want the black women to be tied to black men. But the thing is, once white men can
No,
convince black women that they are a part of living under,
no, no.
the white system, they can
Actually,
actually separate us.
actually, it's white feminists and it's actually black feminists that don't want black women to be tied to black men.
yep,
You go
Right.
back and
So,
look
yep.
at it. So it
but
has, white men don't care.
okay, so we agree on that. But what I'm saying is, to me, it seems more like an attack on blackness, period. Whereas they
No,
can say, okay,
No,
yeah,
no,
in a
if
in
no.
a sense.
They've
can
redefined
I
blackness
finish?
where
Can I
Oh,
where
finish?
oh,
Please. What
oh,
I'm saying,
oh,
you're
oh,
right,
oh,
Edward.
oh,
That's where I'm going. They're redefining blackness,
vector.
meaning
Okay,
yes,
listen to me, right? Okay, this is a discussion. So, um, as long as you're going to get plenty of time to finish what you're saying, right? You're not
yes.
going to get like 2 minutes. It's not a call-in show. If people disagree and want you to clarify, they can ask you to clarify. Okay,
Okay.
so you're going to get time to finish.
Okay.
Edward got time to finish. Edward had more time than anybody, so you can get as much time as Edward if need be. Okay, so don't
Right.
don't get clocked out by somebody cutting you off. Right. So
Okay.
ease on that. But go ahead and finish what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is what he just alluded to was the redefinition of blackness. If you can pull black women away from the traditional definition of blackness,
Mm-hmm.
which they have to do by pulling them away from black men who are thinking in a pro-black mindset, then they succeed. And even if black men go SYSBM, that's still letting us walk away from trying to make America more black.
I mean
So
that's a
either
genetic
way,
argument.
Oh, well, let me
either
finish. Let me
way,
finish.
so either way, if we want to call it white supremacy or if we want to call it fitting into um, the white infrastructure, either if we leave or if black women go into with white men, either
Mm-hmm.
way that gets rid of traditional blackness.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question. Okay.
Hmm.
Who first defined traditional blackness?
Black men.
No.
No,
No.
Wrong.
Who defined traditional blackness? Who actually made up the Negro class? Who
Oh,
actually
I mean, the white slave masters.
whites the
Mm.
white slave master? That's who actually defined traditional blackness.
Right,
Slavery and Jim Crow defined traditional blackness.
right.
Admixture is normal. Who put up the miscegenation laws? Was it black men?
No,
No,
Who
white
was it?
men.
White
white
men.
men.
White
Yes.
men traditional. Yes.
Yeah.
White men define traditional blackness. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
and this is the genetic look. The black people got to get out of this genetic argument. Like the truth is, if black people want to keep it black, you got a whole diaspora you can pull from. You ain't even got to go
Yep,
to Africa. You can
that's
go to
true.
Caribbean. You can go to Latin
Brazil.
America and find
Yep,
blacker
Cuba.
people that are black asses. No, I hear what you're saying, Vector. But my thing
Right.
is, one of the things that's annoying, and this has nothing to do with what you said, but it's kind of does is when and shout out to Charles Tyler too, rest in peace. But when I
Hmm.
really tried to popularize intercultural dating, when you got niggas talking about I can't I need to keep it ADOS, that already kills the genetic argument because it shows that that's not really because we don't need if we want to keep it black, we don't need African American women to do that. Not really. We don't.
Well,
And that's
Edward.
the
So,
idea. It's really this idea of wanting to preserve the ADOS
there you
like
go.
it's the
I
culture.
agreed.
And then
Agreed.
when I ask niggas, what is that? Like really define it. Not to say that there is no such thing. I'm saying just to see gauge where they're at. These motherfuckers don't know. They want to talk to me about spades and shit like that. So they
Yeah.
honestly don't know. So really it comes back to you just want to preserve that black female. And I told you again, if they ever the reality is white men are diametrically not sexually
Yeah.
attracted to African American women. The type of
And
women
Not to
they like
marry.
is that
Not to
yeah,
marry. Not
not
to
to
marry.
yeah.
marry.
They
No,
Vector wants to follow up. Go ahead,
oh
Vector.
okay.
Oh no, I was just following up to what Edward was saying. So Edward, you're agreeing with what I'm saying is that it's the ADOS black um not stereotype, but that
It is a
structure is what
stereotype.
they're trying to
Yeah.
eliminate. Because even when we go, like I'm married to a Kenyan woman,
Mm-hmm.
and I have like when I'm talking about what happened to black people historically in the United States, my wife she tells me all day like they don't teach us none of this shit in Africa.
They don't. Yeah. Why would they?
They have
Why would they?
no concept of being ADOS. So that's what I mean by it's an attack on not blackness, but I misspoke. It's an
No,
attack on ADOSness.
Okay. What I'm saying is, take any culture, right? Chinese, Indian, any kind of African, right? Okay. What is the first thing any society will try to do? Become what? Homogenous
Yep.
and mix. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Where has mixing for the most part been prevented?
In the United States.
In the United States. Okay, so basically this is them reversing what they did over 200 years. Okay,
Yep.
and
Yep.
and sometimes by force, which is not easy. Okay,
Yep.
that's like when
Yes.
they have you going into the school. So basically it is attacked on blackness, the blackness that they created.
Right. And
Yeah.
I
They
think
created
and
separation.
real quick, Edward, I think that also ties into the greater discussion when we start talking about schools not wanting to teach critical race theory and this type of stuff. And you guys were talking about younger black women not seeing value in black men. This is why they're trying to get rid of ADOSness by
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
scrubbing the
Yeah.
history.
Well,
Yeah.
yes. Well, basically, they don't want to answer for their crimes,
Yeah,
which
that's a
is
different issue.
really the
Yeah.
Yeah,
critical
it's
race.
it's deeper than that.
Yeah, critical race theory has
Yep.
nothing to do with the 1619 project. Okay, that's not
Yeah,
critical race theory. That's just history.
and another thing too, if they really
Mm.
wanted to, like, there's much more quicker way. If they wanted to take the people of color and make that its own class, you could
That's what they're going to
accelerate
do.
this. Yeah, you can. So the thing about at the end of the day, and
Shout out to Brazil.
I'm not saying this because
In South
I
Africa.
hope this happens. It just is what it is. At the end of that musical chairs, because men have a utility to
Hmm.
men that women don't have that same X factor. The reality is black women are quote unquote loyal to black men for their best interest because they
Hmm.
understand that if you open up the floodgates, ultimately I'll say this and then I'm done. The bar is so fucking low. A non-black women can do literally a third of what the fuck they do for their men and get a grateful dude, a dude that they actually physically like how they look. And I'm not just talking about
Facts.
6 foot dude. I'm talking about like a lot of different black folks because some folks they're not going full black. They prefer to go more lighter skinned because that the family will accept that more. There's variables to that, right? But my point is they can literally do a fucking third of what they do and still get a grateful person. That's how far that bar is low. Black women don't have the reverse of that. Other men have to adjust to them, and they're gonna be like, "Why the fuck? What am I getting for that?"
Which is why they're the most divorced and least married.
And
Anybody?
let's
Go ahead. Go
this is
ahead.
another
Go ahead. What I'm saying. Anybody? Y'all can just jump in if you want
There's
to.
a-
Don't wait on me.
there's a-
okay.
Go ahead,
Because I just want to
go ahead,
add
Z.
this also. Not adding to what Ed just said, and not only that, this is the part that nobody ever mentioned too. And they the most same-sex loving women, right?
That
They
is
eat fur burgers
absolute
all
facts.
over the place.
Yep.
The city that I work
They
out,
got kids too.
and this is
That's a different story. But go ahead.
yeah, no, but I mean it ties in. Let's be honest. I say it all the time because I love this joke, and it's so true. You price your pussy at the game, okay? Your price. That's what ends up happening. If you think you're better than black men and non-black men ain't checking, you boxed yourself out.
Well,
It's that simple.
So to piggyback,
Go ahead, I'm done.
My older sister she's 4 years older than me. She's 45. She's Generation X, single mom, and she's done for. I mean, her dating prospects are just done. Her friends are just all of them. There's like 8 or 9 of them, and they're that group of girls sitting at the restaurant on Friday nights crying into their glasses of wine, right?
Yeah.
And the issue is that
They can't compete.
that men we control marriage relationship access, so they can say that we don't have any power or anything, but we have our last names, and that's what they want when they get older, and they cannot handle even a black woman who let's just say she's a CEO or a lawyer or whatever. She cannot force a man to marry her. So out of all this big up girl power mess, they still can't ultimately get what they want in that ring because we control power over that ultimately.
Is
And
anybody talking about Lisa Ray? Sorry.
Lisa Ray was at least married a couple
True.
of times.
Vivica A. Fox? Oops.
For them,
She was married too.
Yeah, for them, they see they can at least say that I lived and I loved and blah 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 blah. See, we talk about female. No, seriously, we're talking. That's how low.
No,
it
you're
is.
right. You're right.
We're
You're
talking about
right. You're
females
right.
that ain't never. Remember, only 1 in 4 will be married.
Hey, my sister. Look, I'm anonymous, so okay.
Yeah,
For business, but she's a single mom. She's never been in a serious relationship her whole adult life, and she's
So she's never been
45
proposed
years
to.
Well, who she had a
old.
baby by if she wasn't serious?
She was with my nephew's dad for 3 months,
Damn, nigga, you just
and
putting them out.
she
But,
As long as she could keep him. Good.
I want to remind us of Nameless's Hive model.
So
Listen to what the brother just said. 3 months.
Mr.
Yep.
Mr.
Yeah.
Z, stop
Go
the
ahead.
bullshit. She basically went to Pookie's RS and got her.
Yep.
Yeah, to the sperm bank.
Straight
huh?
up, man.
Patent.
It ain't shit, bro.
Even when you guys are talking about
Hold on,
Lisa
hold
Ray,
on,
Lisa
folks.
Ray is
We
married
got to
to
do
an
the
interstate.
commercial. We got to do the commercial.
What's the commercial for?
1-800-dollar bill. When you can't get a baby from a real relationship, call 1-800-dollar bill.
I'm a Toys R Us
Dollar
kid.
dick.
No, I'm a Pookie R Us kid. I'm a Pookie R Us woman.
No, a dollar dick bitch.
Hold on, Charles. And then you gotta have the catchphrase: "Real niggas guaranteed."
See.
USDA 100%.
Yeah,
I would
that
have said
shit.
I would have said more like this.
Uh-huh.
You bust them, we crush them.
Yeah, I can't take y'all nowhere, man.
Sign up for the premium plan, and you get them
And-
right out of jail.
And then, brother, and I would like to ask you a question to that too.
Yeah.
Is your sister educated, or is she,
Yes.
Yep,
masters,
there you go.
six
There,
figures,
that was
has
a
her own
rhtorical
house,
question.
has her own
That was a
cars.
rhetorical. I knew it.
Wait a minute. I gotta ask you a question.
Keep going. Keep going.
Give him the whole profile.
I
Masters.
gotta
What?
ask you a
Yeah,
question.
masters, figures, has her
Uh-huh.
own nice car, travels. She has a home
No,
girl that's
no. We gotta ask the real questions. How
What's the
much?
real
How
question?
much does she weigh?
she's 6', 5'11", at 160 pounds.
That's
The
Okay,
reason
she's
Oh
why
wow.
she's a-
Oh okay.
So,
She's a man.
basically,
That's model.
so she's a career woman, right? So
Yeah.
so when does she have her
she's a
baby?
power forward. That's
Hold on
what
a
she
second.
is.
She's a career woman. So in other words, when did she have her baby? About 32, 33?
No. That's the thing. She was 28.
She's 28. Okay,
Yeah,
so she's trying.
but
But what?
hold
Uh huh.
on.
Okay,
Out of
there's
her little
more.
friends, she has 5 friends that are in their mid to late 40s trying to have babies now, doing
Oh,
IVF.
Oh,
oh,
that's
IVF.
retarded.
Okay,
Larry,
okay,
do
Yeah.
me a
okay.
favor. Give me all their names. I won't give them a baby, but I'll give them good dick and bubble gum.
Yeah,
Once you're all out of gum,
Not,
huh?
and
matter of
that's
fact, I might give them
He
good
said,
cake
"I
dick
do
and
the
bubble
public
gum.
service."
yeah. To be fair to your sister though, that's 6 foot shit. Like when you 6 foot and you want that black woman bullshit.
She got to settle.
That's that Amazonian shit, man. Because
Yep.
see,
Yep.
That's
Yep.
you
six.
gotta,
Wait
cause
a
you gotta,
minute. Wait a
cause,
minute.
hold
Wait a
on,
minute.
Charles, real quick.
One
'Cause
time,
when
one time, one time.
I'll be very quick. When you're 6 foot, you gotta remember
You know
the
that's a
5'2",
goddamn
the 5'2", 5'3", 5'4" bitches. We already know how them 6 foot niggas love them. So you already competing on that front. Then you
Yep.
competing. You 6 foot, so they gotta be like 6'5", 11, 6'4".
So
They
wait a
start
minute.
out anyway.
So
Yep.
wait a minute. She's 6 foot and how much she weigh?
Like a buck
160.
That's pretty good.
65.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
she
I
big.
good.
That's
mean,
beautiful. That's nice. That's
what's the
model.
problem? Does she come
But
with
here's the
does she come with a
thing, yo.
golden
One
lasso and
time.
silver bracelets
Here's the
too?
thing, though. My sister always, that mean black women look that.
Yeah. Oh.
RBF,
RBF,
resting
rest
bitch
the
face.
bitch face, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, she looks like
RBF.
the
Yep.
Incredible Hulk having a constipation.
My girl and I, we're so my girl's Korean, and she's like, "Your sister, she doesn't like me." I said, "No, that's how she looks all the time."
I'm sorry.
That's
Oh,
how she look
that's
all the time.
hilarious. Y'all hilarious.
This nigga talking
Well,
about an
two things
episode.
can be
Hold on.
true at the same time. She
This
probably
nigga.
don't like her either.
This nigga.
So
Hold
wait,
on,
say BGS.
hold on. This
Hold
nigga
on,
is
wait.
talking about an episode of the nigga version of Modern Family. Go ahead.
Straight up,
Yeah.
man. And I
Say
feel bad
BGS.
That would be a good show.
because, like I said, Generation X, I live it. I see my sister's friends and homegirls,
Uh-huh.
and they're done.
They're done. Yeah.
They're
That's what I
finished.
said.
Hey, yo, by the way, how tall is your girlfriend?
5'1".
Oh shit! So you already
That's
know
why
she
she did
looking down on her like this. Come on, man. That shit. I would, man.
Damn,
Did
they're a
you ever
foot
get in a
taller.
fight with your sister? She said you like to throw trash cans.
So basically, for everybody with pictures, that's basically Will Smith looking at Jada Pinkett. That's pretty much what that
Yeah,
image
pretty much.
is.
Yeah.
So of
Like-
course, yeah, shit. Shout out
And
to Six the Goddess. She might help her out.
Okay.
Like, I gotta-
Who's trying to get
Hey,
in?
it's
Okay.
me, BGS. I gotta
Uh-huh.
say this.
Go
When I
ahead.
look at the average black woman, you'll get the reference. It's like, remember the old live action Incredible Hulk series with Bill
Mhm,
Bixby and Lou
mhm.
Ferrigno,
Mhm.
and they had the side by side shot at
Yeah.
the opening.
Yeah.
That's how black women look to me. Like, God damn, you look like something that got gamma rays, bitch. God damn.
Yeah. That's the gynocracy, man. That's the gynocracy
Even
right
she
there.
will not be named. She says that she's proud of her resting bitch face. And I said, I'm glad you're proud that you go back to you back to batting for the other team too, because no
Man.
one will deal
Uh-oh.
with you.
Your girl, like AJ's girlfriend ain't dumb, man. AJ got his sister is in the fucking Dora Milaje, man.
With a degree. With a degree.
And
She like,
I mean, like,
she like, they won't ask again.
but look at what he's describing.
One time, y'all.
Look at what he's describing. Oh, his sister is single, pretty much been single her whole life, her whole adult life, and hysterical. And then his sister's friends are single as a loose leaf piece of paper with no children. I
Yeah.
mean, and those are extras. So what the hell?
That's the gynecoprotestal network,
Did your
man.
sister hold on? Did your sister have a son?
Yes, she has a son.
Of course, she got a fucking son.
Oh well,
You
hey,
must
hold
rescue
on.
that
One
man.
time.
Hold on, 6 foot. So is he playing sports? Because she can live vicariously through that. Yeah. So
Yeah, there we go.
She's trying to get that
5.
motherfucker the professional. Is he?
Yeah, that's probably she probably had got inseminated by a basketball player.
Yeah, and here's my question to Ed then too.
He might
Then
have been 6 foot.
okay, so if we see that with Xers and
shit.
no, but Ed said when he talked to Courtney, he tells her the door pretty much it's over. When you tell her it's over, what do you mean? Like for Gen Z and millennials, like what?
I haven't been that mean yet. I tell her the clock is running out, and I basically told her you're in 2 minutes in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So and y'all talking like it's the second quarter, first couple of minutes. I mean, and so But she the thing like shout out to Courtney, but the thing about it is she don't want to go there because that's when that's
Mm.
gonna fuck with her spirit. So they they just black that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and
You
I
know
don't
Yeah.
push,
what?
I try not to push the issue
You
too
know
much.
what?
It is
I'll say this. I look down upon black men now because some of you motherfuckers in the chat right now think Stefco is cute. You bunch of bastards.
oh well I already told you.
Hey, hey, damn you, BGS, because I was like, she ain't that bad. She ain't. And
She
BGS
isn't.
went and found the no makeup picture. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, what we need is a video with me, Charles, and Archer, and we just need to roast the living shit out of you niggas, man.
Oh my bro. And then
I
you know
gotta
what make it
tell
worse? So like I
Well,
went
you,
and
you know
when I
what?
posted her, when I made the new video, I found the picture of her from TikTok with no makeup on. And I was like, yeah, this is the one. This is the one that's gonna get the views. But
You know
I
what?
found the no makeup picture. Go ahead, go ahead.
You know what? If I was gonna roast her, I would be
hmm
like, she looks like the stunt double to Angie Mama. Like,
That's fucked
Aunt
up.
Jemima.
yep.
Okay, all
He
right.
said Angie's mom.
And
No,
it's fucking
Nah,
Baltimore. You
he's
see this shit?
Baltimore. He's from
Little
Baltimore.
fucking
He's from Baltimore,
non-pronouncing
gentlemen.
ass.
No,
Nah,
no,
I ain't trying to eat
that sound
chicken.
like some ghetto
Actually, I was
shampoo.
eating chicken, motherfucker.
Looking fucking. Which one of us is really the Haitian over here? You non-pronouncing ass.
Well, it's
Who's who?
probably
but we
you
gotta
because you
be
got like
be
13
cold
different
though.
jobs.
Go ahead, AJ.
Well, we gotta start being cold though, because my sister
Shout out to
and her
Stethoscope.
friends will have me on a Zoom call to talk about like what men think, and I
hmm
told them, I was like, y'all are in your 40s talking like you're 25. I said, you guys, it's over.
Yeah,
AJ
it is
sound
It's
over.
like
done.
AJ sound like he don't want to do that. The next time they fucking do that, make sure your girlfriend is sitting right there just to drive it home.
Yeah.
This is the future.
Yeah, when I say Generation X and up is over, the prime dating age is basically 15 to 45,
And,
right?
and, and,
Most Gen Xers are either close to there or already there. So basically, the argument that we're having as far as loyalty and that kind of stuff is Generation X and up, and
yeah,
they're pretty much out of the prime dating market
yeah,
for the most part.
and the thing about it is, like, you gotta think about it. Like Korean is not gonna be the majority because generally, if black, even with Asians, and that's a good get, man. Japanese, Chinese, Korean. I'd probably say Japanese, Korean is a good get,
hmm
but a lot of black men are gonna get with like the
Japanese, Chinese,
Filipinos,
Vietnamese,
Vietnamese,
Vietnamese.
all of that
Yeah.
stuff. So my point is, that's on the Asian side where black men ain't even getting like that. And like I said, because
hmm
we're lower numbers, and then
Mm-hmm.
you start segmenting for niggas in tech and all of that. Like shout
hmm
out to Christian Hutchinson and
Mm.
stuff like that. When the Latins are the ones,
And the Latinas,
it's
Yeah.
amazing.
goddamn.
It's
Yeah.
amazing
That's true.
how you right. Here's the thing that kills me, and this is how I will argue this nigga and crush this nigga if I got in front of this. I said, dude, you know what? Let's go with the fact black men ain't shit. They ain't never gonna be shit. We need to save these sisters from these chicks. So I let me give you all of that. Now, what the fuck in your article like is actually helping black women? Because the truth be told is when you look at Latin men, other European men from Europe, like there is nothing there that actually fuck telling black women they gotta change. Nigga, you're not even telling them where the motherfuckers are. What you're saying is somehow we're making this article and these white men are gonna see it, and it's like they're gonna be like, "Oh wow, I didn't know black women were available like that." As if these white boys ain't fucking these bitches anyway. Like
Yeah,
I'm
that's
talking
true.
about the weirdo white boys, like Veganator. So like, we're not even talking about the Captain
Vegan.
Americas
Ooh.
and stuff like that.
He went there.
And
Hey,
or like the guys like Bill Burr.
yeah.
BGS, you're going to hell for
You ain't
that.
shit, Bill. You ain't Hill.
But
You
Oh
ain't
my
man,
shit,
god.
BGS.
and this is on my fucking.
You ain't
I'm
shit.
looking at this on my big screen
He
TV,
looked
man.
like he went
But
to the
anyway,
God,
alley
but
fight
but
and
any,
landed
that
on
was
glass.
rough.
but anyway, my point is,
Damn, she is a fool.
they know who black women are. They know where they are. Like ghetto gaggers exist for a reason. Like this is not some bullshit. White men know they have access to black. Well,
Oh,
shit.
okay.
Always have.
Shout out to Jason Pope. He went through 600
Yep.
of
Cheddar
them. You don't
Bob,
do you
Cheddar
Yeah.
Bob has no
nigga,
skin no more.
there is no statistical level of game a nigga has shown to get 600 bitches. Jason
Yep.
Pope just had to show up and he had AIDS. And some of
Yep.
them probably knew he had AIDS and said,
Yep.
fuck it. I'm
Yep.
just
But
yeah,
I
that
but
mean, like,
also
it.
too is the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
is the kids thing too.
Mhm.
Having like white men, Asian men. If these girls need to understand,
You got a baby?
That's
No, nothing a
witchcraft. That's
24-year-old
witchcraft
can
right
do.
there.
Her face is still fat.
You know, I'm gonna keep it real with you, straight up. Stefco, and I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be funny.
Ed,
I'm
I
trying
will,
to
Say
I
be.
it,
will, I
Ed.
will buy tickets to
She
North
needs.
Carolina. You can
No.
come
She
on.
needs to. She needs to do a makeup channel. She could probably. She could
She
probably
needs
get.
to do a witchcraft.
She could probably be a millionaire. I'm dead ass.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, she could identify. A lot of these women will probably identify with her a lot more from a, I see myself in her kind of thing. So like
Yep.
she should
Well, that's why her channel is
That's
so
why she's
big.
popular.
shout
Yeah.
out to Rihanna
Hmm.
for getting the Forbes list. The
Yo,
feminist
yeah, with
spread
Fenty,
that
yeah,
shit
yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, but
I can only hate on Rihanna. I mean, even though Rihanna has stopped doing these ADOS attacks, but straight up, shout out there getting ASAP Rocky. She got somebody local, and I think his dad is from Barbados. So
yeah, he's
I
Caribbean
think
on that. But
you
the thing with Ostefco, and go ahead, I'll go after. Go.
and ASAP Rocky stepped up, said Will Smith took away Chris Rock's masculinity. He got bitches were coming at him, so they go. Hi,
But,
oh yeah, by the way, ASAP's a colorist, guys.
Who
According to
cares?
the
oh,
host.
yeah, well,
Who
Even though
cares?
but
even though he's with Rihanna, but
Money,
right,
money, money,
but
money. Yeah. Well, she got green eyes, so
the thing. Okay, so and just and this is why I focused on what I focused on my video with Ostefco. That middle school shit, right? Now I said it to you the other night when we were talking BGS when you were on Herbert's channel, and the sister said, oh, when I was 15, and get ready to say some shit, Ed, because this is gonna be funny. The fact that they keep on going back to middle school or like pre 17, 18-year-old shit, it's always frightening to me to talk to a woman. And I actually was dating a woman when I was 33 that really bought up when she was 15, 16 years old. And I thought, I was like, okay, this is a one-off. Then Ostefco, then the sister that BGS was speaking to. Why the fuck these women be in their fucking 30s still talking about middle school and high school shit?
I'm about to say something that's gonna piss a lot of people, piss a lot of females off. If I really wanted to really jab the knife, I know light skinned chicks, and for those of y'all that know, you got these light skinned chicks that they have that mustache thing where it's not really a mustache, but because their face is so light on there, it shows up like a what
He
they call
went
it,
there.
the shadow. I know bitches like that, a couple of them, that them chicks had dudes lining up. And I'm talking about niggas that were on the basketball team and started. They were trying to fuck with them. Even with that, do you know how the niggas damn near threw a party when that chick finally got rid of it? Because they was like, nobody wanted to say nothing. And I was really good friends with the chick. Nobody wanted to say nothing. But I swear, when she finally got rid of that shit, dudes were like, it was almost like if Kim K was in her prime and got a divorce. That's the one thing. The other thing is, I know white chicks, Italian chicks, where they literally had makeup. They could literally be a proactive, testimonial. And they were getting niggas. They were getting not even niggas, even white dudes with that. So a lot of these chicks be acting like they be getting mad. A lot of y'all just are born to lose. Because I know women that are
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the most. They
Well,
have
she
room
already
for
said it though,
improvement.
Ed. Her issue is she said it when she went out a few times with friends, and she remember the video BGS. You know what I'm talking about when she said she walked into the bar. I think it was her birthday. She walked in before her friend. Ain't nobody turned their head. Then her homegirl walk in, and all them niggas broke their neck, and she felt crushed.
But
That should be killing them
that's
hoes.
just so like that's just so it's this status bullshit. The reality of the situation is Steph could get a nigga that's like doing construction and shit, and people say, oh well, I'm better than that. But see, these Latin chicks don't have that problem.
Exactly.
They'll get with a dude
Exactly.
doing construction, and if he's driven, he gets in a real estate or some shit like
Mhm.
that, and then they create a family and they good. And I bet you Steph Cole has probably gotten dudes that are probably like 5'10" or 6 foot or something. It's just this is where she's dumb. You actually want somebody with status, and then you're applying that status on white folks' standards. And I noticed because she said what she's in California or some shit.
Yeah,
Like
either
you're
Texas or
insane.
California. I
You
think
are
she go back and forth.
insane. Derek Jackson's wife. Say what you want. Derek Jackson was
Hmm.
not Derek Jackson you see today. Now I get
True.
he was probably a cat, but the thing is, she got in on the Derek Jackson business early and didn't know he would turn into any of that. She saw this this is the physical shit that I want, and I'm good because she got her own money and she got her own career and stuff. If that's all I get, I'm good. And then Derek Jackson decided to do the shit he did, and and they benefited. But my point is, a lot of women could learn from Derek Jackson. Why wouldn't she meet Derek Jackson?
And you're asking them
In
to risk
college.
shit. And
In
you're
But
asking them
college.
you
to
know,
risk. They're not risking shit.
yeah,
The problem is you're dealing with it. I'm gonna jump out the way in 1 second. You're dealing with a bunch of risk adverse women. They don't want to. They already told you I ain't doing struggle up. In other words, and what we think they saying is not what they saying. What they really saying is, nigga, you gotta come in the door with the money and the status.
Please, black
That's what
women
they're
do.
really
Hold
saying.
on, fuck that bullshit. Black
Go
women
ahead,
do
go ahead.
struggle love all the time.
We know
They,
that.
like the thing is, it
Buy
just
buy
depends on how you look. What are you?
buy a cat and die alone. Anybody else
well,
want to jump in?
Say that.
the
Yeah,
most
we.
Yeah, I'll
interesting thing
jump
is,
in.
is
Go
that
ahead,
Meow.
AJ.
is that
All right, I'm
dudes
hopping
Oh,
on.
go ahead, Cuda
look,
first. Go ahead, Cuda.
look,
What's going on, BGS? How y'all
Hey,
doing? What's going
what's
on? Shout
happening?
outs to the panel.
We in the
You know
middle of the
how?
era of the diesel, man.
Yeah, I know, right? We ready? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's crazy.
y'all were
You know
early.
what?
Y'all were early.
I was
We,
about to
we,
break down both of those shows too, because I was about to say I was about to give you your flowers. I was about to say it came earlier than we thought, but it's funny because like people are so quick to call people in the manosphere weird. Oh, you're the weirdo guys that took to the internet, and it's funny like the Cynthia G's and the women that are like trying to push this whole divestment thing, because we know what it is. Basically get with the white man basically. Would y'all consider them the weirdos of women, right? If you think
Women
about
do.
it, because the majority of
who?
women that's out there
Women do.
winning, not
If
really on in these online spaces, they don't act like that.
But if you go to some of like if you go to like Lipstick Alley and places like that, like you
Yeah,
got women on there calling Ostefco a femcell and
Hmm.
yeah,
Cynthia
that's
G.
the
Like
crazy
Oh
they,
yeah,
part
you
too,
know,
because
they be
majority of
yeah,
talking
women
Yeah,
don't
shit.
agree with that.
Yeah, they be
Because
talking shit on Lipstick Alley, even with other females.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
because these women every other year they fight to be the concubine class, and it's like it's funny as hell. But then even like the most pro black women, like you'll see women that's talking that whole pro black shit with aunts and shit tattooed on their body, and they get
Hmm.
with white men too. So it's like
Oh yeah, yep.
yeah,
Well,
and they want black men
and,
to
and you
crash
always
out.
I've seen it too many
Well,
times.
what it
and you always
is black women, black, white, some white dudes, and especially if you, and I'm not trying to hate on them because I actually think this dude is all right, but Bill Burr's, a lot of these dudes, if they don't get the type of traction with white women they get, it's something that does to your ego when you got women that are throwing themselves at you because that's the best they can do. I mean, it
Mm-hmm.
really is.
What's
And
going on,
you
no
got
guarantee?
know this, and so the thing about it is you got women, think about it, you got black women out here talking about a galentine. Y'all know what a galentine is?
Yeah,
yeah,
Like the
sure.
What's
that
that?
shit, a galentine is basically women going out on a date with other women on Valentine's Day.
yeah.
I'm
Oh
like,
yeah,
That is
yeah,
that
yeah.
is some
bitch,
pathetic
you have a
bullshit.
One
have
time,
a
one time, one time,
you
one
have
time,
a
one time.
pussy, and you mean to tell it's like you can't even open your legs and give it away for free. Like that is,
Oh,
but you
yeah,
know
but
women,
they can't get a date. They can't get a lunch. They
yeah,
can
Right.
give it
Well,
away for
and
free, but
women.
they can't get
right.
it paid for.
It's validation, because how I look at it, it's like if a guy gives a woman a compliment, that's $10. But if a woman gives another woman a compliment, that's $5 to them.
Hmm.
So it's
Yeah.
like they gotta overdo it with the women to make up for for what a dude would do.
You're going back to the Steph is cold thing where we were saying that she noticed she stepped in a room and then no one
Hmm.
looked and then her
Hmm.
homegirl walked in the room. The funniest thing is that women they're so they don't understand how men think and what
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah,
attracted
they
to. No,
do.
but hold
Yes, they
on.
do.
Is
Oh,
that
oh no,
is
no,
that
no, no. Yes, they do. She did. She knows exactly how it was.
what I'm
She
saying
does.
is
Yeah.
like I know
Hmm.
girls who will say, "Oh, well, this girl got more attention because she's lighter skinned or because she was wearing these shoes." It's like, no, she's prettier than you. Have you ever
They
heard a
But,
girl
but
admit that a girl's prettier?
they know. But thing is, what do we always say? You can't go by what a woman says. You got to go by what she
What they do.
does.
Yeah.
yeah, they call it baddie privilege. Like all these chicks think they should have the
Oh yeah.
privilege of a fucking 10.
Somebody's speaking. Somebody's really low.
Somebody's low.
It's
Like
you. It would be
they
you.
all these chicks think that, like you got
You can't
women that
bogart with a low mic, sir.
you got women say it with your chest.
Yeah, say it with your chest, Negro.
Nigga, you got
Go drink some plum wine and come back, man.
you got women that have been
Turn the
convinced.
gain up.
That nigga got a doily underneath. That nigga got a 40,
Now,
like a Colt 45 with a doily.
Yeah, he's on a headset, so yeah.
You got women that have been convinced
Go
that
out, go out
they're
and come back in, Mr. G.
No, no, it's not that. It's I was trying to use the head. I was trying to use the wireless headphones, and that shit ain't work. Shut your
you
ass up, Charles. Go
you
ahead.
got
Shut
you got
your
women
ass
that have
up
been
with the
convinced.
fucking rim costs more than a car.
What's
You
your
got
point?
women. You got
I don't see that as
women.
an insult.
You
How you
got
gonna
Go,
how you
go,
gonna
go
have
ahead.
a
One at a time.
fucking
One at a time. One at a
you
time.
how
One
got
you
at a
gonna
time.
have a
Yeah.
women.
Pinto with $10,000
All
on
right.
it?
All right. All right. All
You
right. All
got
right.
women
All
that
right.
have
All right.
convinced that they're all tans if they believe it, and that's what feminism
Yep.
is.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. Until they go outside. You know what? You know what? You know what? You
The
know what?
internet made it worse.
The few times
Mhm.
I really got checked, right, is
Mhm.
by telling women exactly what they how where they fit, right. The first time we
Mm.
asked you, I said, when was the first time you ever went outside with some tight clothes on? Well, 12, okay. So how old are
Mhm.
you? Well, I'm 25. So you know where you fit. Stop playing. I
Yeah.
always get checked because
J-
they know women know where they fit. They when as soon as they walk into any building, they scan the room. They know exactly where they are on the pecking
Jason
order.
Black will
And I
ask
wanted.
him, when's the last time you been on a date with somebody that makes six figures? And these motherfuckers, they be trying to
Mm.
And
do business
and,
with you,
Yeah,
and
they
man.
here,
never have.
here's the
Yeah,
thing that's important.
And
The
they be
bro,
living
the
in California.
wait,
yeah.
because the brother said something about Ostefko particularly. She know
Hmm.
where she fit, and she say it like she
She
doesn't make
does.
the colors argument. Ostef, she called it out straight up. She said it's not really colorism, which pissed off a lot of dark skinned sisters. She
Hmm.
called it out. It's not. She said pretty privilege, and she said it verbatim. Women like that are semi self aware. I think she's still a little off.
Hmm.
They understand and they can clearly articulate it. That's why they're so mad. They're mad that they didn't win the genetic lottery when it
Yeah,
comes to
they know
looks
where they
to a
fit.
certain extent. Because she's like, I'm educated, I have this, I do this, I'm good. I just don't have the look, and it
Yeah,
enrages her.
what they're calling for. You got a problem with your mic there, Charles. What they're calling for is sexual affirmative action. I want to be treated. I can be big. I can be ugly. I can be a
Right.
three.
Yep,
I want to
yep,
be treated just
yep,
Equality
like an 8, 9,
outcomes.
or
Yeah.
10. They want affirmative
yeah.
action. They want
Well,
equity, quality of outcome. Yeah.
And it will
Go
the
ahead.
never
funny
happen.
part
The
about
best that
Some
you go
go
ahead,
ahead,
I got you.
Vector. Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Vector.
I got you.
no, I'm saying the funny part about that though is it's not even real. Like if you talk to a
It's
lot
the
of women,
internet.
like if you talk to some strippers,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
all of them will tell you that there's a stripper that comes in there and she gets all the guys that want to tip her.
Yep,
But
kill the
the
game.
smart stripper knows that it only takes one customer a night to make your money.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a
Hmm.
lot of girls, they'll sit there all night long and get turned down and get turned down. And then that one guy that likes them will come in and give
Hmm.
them 500.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
that's the funny part about old Stefco and people like her is that it's
Hmm.
really not about pretty privilege. It's about that they want the guys that they want, but there's
Mm-hmm.
plenty of
Hmm.
guys
Exactly.
out there that'll give them what they need,
Mm-hmm.
but they
What?
just not willing to accept it.
Well, they don't not willing to do what?
They,
Settle. But with strippers and hookers and people, sex workers are what called or a black pill. Okay, it's
Hmm.
about making money and
right,
not about validation.
right. Well, the money
Yeah.
is the validation, but either yeah,
No, no, it's about making money. Validation is
Hmm.
is 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 is, uh, is emotional, right? And most
Yeah.
people on the other side, money is not validation for them.
hmm.
Yep.
Right.
Well,
So
well,
then
you
that
saw that
begs the
with the
One time, one
that
time,
begs
one
the
time, one
question is
time.
like,
A
what do
lot of
these
people
women
don't
really
even
want?
realize what you
They,
call it.
they what they really want is what they weren't born with. They want to
Right.
walk in the room and have all the
yep,
heads turned. That's what they
yep.
want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And to
that's the
go
thing.
to
They're
BGS's
not trying
point,
to they're not trying to
Go ahead.
put in work. Like I said, it's the
I'll go for him. I'll
internet
go
that
for him.
gave them this false sense of this false sense of worth, because back in the day and sometimes to today,
Hmm.
sixes hang out with fives to look like sevens. You know what I'm saying? So a lot
All
of
right.
a lot of
No,
yeah,
six is yeah, they do,
bump
and
their numbers.
Yeah.
or they also hang
Well,
out with sevens to get the overflow.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, to get the residual
But
data
Really,
points. Yeah,
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 get the
The
leftovers.
backwash.
going
yeah.
to what BGS was saying, I won't say his name just to not get flagged, but the consummate gentleman, remember he was the son of a millionaire producer,
Oh
and he
yeah,
was mad because I I don't want to pay. He could have easily paid, like easily, but
yeah.
he didn't want to spend no money. He wanted to get it off the strength of his personality and his looks, and his
We
personality stunk.
basically we can't use him, right? Because
Hmm.
guess what? He had an emotional psychological problem.
Yeah.
Okay, can't use him because he couldn't attach to anybody because
Yeah.
Mm.
they tried to set him up with girls. There were girls in his neighborhood that liked him, but he couldn't emotionally attach to them. That
And
dude
then
had a
off.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
his
Well,
parents
I
had a
mean,
problem. He was on medication. He was supposed to be on medication.
Oh, and he jumped off of
And he
it.
jumped off
Okay,
the
yeah,
medication because it wasn't
yeah.
feeling well. As soon as he jumped off his medication, his parents were actually on the freeway trying to go get him as he was doing it. They were on the
Oh,
freeway in
I I
traffic trying to go get
I
him
I
because they knew what
feel
was
like
going to happen.
I'm saying I feel on purpose. I feel like I heard that before.
Yeah,
I feel like
yeah,
I heard that before. Yeah, 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 yeah,
yeah. In fact, you
yeah.
can go to my Black Gnostics Speaks
Mhm,
channel, right, for my
mhm.
MGTOW channel. And that's like my fifth video.
Yeah, yeah. Because when that that's a whole different topic. I don't even want to
Yeah,
touch on that right here. But
yeah.
yeah, but yeah. So and we're saying it really what her issue is. And the reason why I like I said on previous things is
Mhm.
she's the genuine, right? Like I don't want to
Yeah,
say honest because it's not honest. It's genuine. There's a difference, right? And and she's just blurting out all the shit
yeah,
that we all think that they think and feel, and
yeah.
she's just saying it. And I'm
Yeah,
like, oh well, I'm here. I'm here
yeah,
to hear
yeah,
it.
yeah. She's a mess, and she admits that
Yeah,
she's a mess, and she was willing
yeah.
to say it out loud. Go ahead, DJ.
Oh, I was jumping in, but
Oh, okay.
I
Hmm.
no, but I will say this though, because I don't know her, I don't know her content, but I know women like her, and like
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
women like that, they use pretty privilege as a scapegoat answer to be able to say
Mm-hmm.
whatever
They
the
do.
hell they want to say, because
Hmm.
like you said, y'all know, she knows, everybody, they know, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like
Hmm.
she'll use that pretty privilege as a scapegoat answer, and to be able to talk, spew her rhetoric. So I mean, that's a niche, and
Yeah,
they
yeah,
they,
yeah.
they use it.
I think that there's
Go
this
ahead.
concept of fairness, quote
It's a
unquote,
fake
that
concept of
that
fairness.
Thank
yeah,
you.
but
Yes.
it's more of a woman thing as in a man thing, because
Hmm.
all of us growing
Yeah.
up had that nigga who was, parents had money, or he
Hmm.
was just buff, or he was like
Hmm.
6'8", and he was getting all the chicks. Says, you know what? Hey man, he's taller than me.
Hmm.
Hey, he got a nicer car. So guys, we don't really try and get. We just take the L and get what we can get. But a lot of that's a very like female thing, is to want a different outcome despite the fact that you're not gonna get it. I think it was
What
Tom
what it-
Likas back in the day said that
yeah.
feminism is ugly chicks attempts to get the same outcomes as hot chicks or something, and all it
Well,
is just them not being able to accept that.
well,
Look, this
You
is
AJ,
the
you
work.
you came from Washington State to the DMV area.
Yeah.
You in the city. You in my city, right?
Mm-hmm.
hmm
Yep.
DMV, right? It's culture shock. You see all of
He
the women
from
out here, they look pretty, right? And then they open their mouth and they sound like niggas, right?
he from
Well,
D
all
he
right.
from
Not as
DC.
bad as New
All right.
York.
Right?
All right.
They
Well,
pretty.
Not as bad as New
Here
York.
we
It's to
go.
it's to
Yes,
the point
Wow.
nowadays.
Lord.
It's to the
Let's
point nowadays. A woman's beauty, if you get enough of them, it's to the point nowadays. A woman's beauty is for decoration.
yeah.
the
A lot
other
of that shit
day
is for decoration.
I was looking at my boy sent me in the group chat. He sent me a about 10 pictures collage. Calm down, DC and BGS of Eddie Murphy's ex, right, Nicole Murphy, and her younger
Uh-huh.
pictures, right? Her
Woo.
young, and
Yes.
I was like, that's what they want. They want to be so pretty that
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy just pops up out of nowhere. Bitch, it's you. I'm marrying
Yeah.
you. I'm not taking
Yep.
no for
That's
an
what it.
answer,
Yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
gonna sweep you off your feet and pave your way
Everybody.
through life
Everybody
forever.
wants. Yeah. Every chick
And
wants that. Yeah.
because when I was looking at her, I'm like, because when somebody doesn't do it for you, but you can acknowledge that they're fine as hell, but it just don't do it for you. And I was looking, I was like, oh, I see. That's what when you look at the Stefkos in the world, that's what it is. They want to be Nicole Murphy, and they're mad at the world, and they really mad at men, black men in particular, that we don't see her that way.
But a
Yeah.
Because
lot
for
of
her, that's
times,
the
Can I
only thing
can I
holding her back.
be
Go ahead.
if
can
they
I
would just
be
do
heard?
the extra work, they
Can
Yeah.
would
I
be pretty.
be
Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead. Go
heard?
ahead. Go ahead. DC.
Please, please.
Mm.
Kuda, what's going on, brother?
What's going on?
AJ, you from DC?
So I'm from Seattle originally. I live in
Okay.
DC now.
Where do you stay in
That's
DC?
culture
I'm
shock right there.
curious.
Was that well? I'm in Silver Spring. I'm
Okay,
north.
that's not DC. So that's
Well, I
Montgomery.
mean, but hey, man,
That's
I ain't
Moco.
from here. The DMV. Hey, it is what it
Oh,
is.
now
Look,
we
Yeah,
now
man.
we getting specific.
yeah.
Okay.
Look,
Look, no, because it tells me his introduction to the city. See, most likely he doesn't come south side. He doesn't go across the bridge. He
Right.
doesn't be around
Right.
us proper.
Well,
Right.
that
So
ain't true.
but
But
no, I'm
I'm
saying
just saying.
I can tell. Do you go to south? You go to southeast? You hang out there?
I hang
I
out
used
like
to.
in
No, I'm
DC,
asking.
but Huh?
I'm asking. This he understands what I'm
So
saying.
no, when you go
When
to
I ask
DC,
him that.
where you hang out?
Basically, the
Where you hang?
demographic is different. You got up
Yeah,
top, you got
yeah.
down bottom, you got it everywhere.
He's uptown. He's northwest. He's
Yeah.
up around
Usually.
50 Way, New York Avenue. I
Yeah.
know. So you know how I know this is because I'm from here. So I'm just listen to what I'm telling you. This is the thing, bro. When you talk about women, especially out of the DMV area, you gotta understand,
Location.
man. The way you could look at a sister and you could think, oh man, she got to be like educated. She got to be this. She got to be that. Yeah, she could be Nicole Murphy, straight up. And right out of her mouth,
Good goddamn.
she'll be like, "Run it, young." She'll just be like, some gutter rat.
Yeah.
Dude, I went to
She
school
gonna
with a
call
girl.
you Mo about 10
I went to
times.
school
Or
with a
say,
girl that
bruh,
looked
like
that
50
looked just.
times.
Listen to what I'm saying. I went to school with a girl that looked just like her.
Mm-hmm.
Fine,
Mm-hmm.
bad joint,
Mm-hmm.
but hood, dangerous.
Yeah.
Sniper, just the worst kind of female that you can be around. That's just how she was. You see what I'm saying? She was around with the D boys. That's what she did. That's how she got down. But
Yeah.
everybody knew her because she was from around our way. Now,
Mhm.
when she got around dudes, jackers, dudes that was like green, niggas that didn't know her, around Moco or Largo way, or Kuda know what I'm talking about. Landover. She gets
And
around those
Arundel.
dudes, those random dudes, or dudes thought they were hood, close to the
Mhm.
PG County borderline. She could run game on them, and that's what used to happen. She used to get dudes robbed, all that kind of stuff. I know
They
girls
set you
look
up.
like
Yeah.
Nicole. I know girls like Nicole Murphy.
Mhm.
But here's the thing, like, and what's the other sister? We were talking about her, like, on MOT's channel, the new sister that got y'all kind of open now. That's in the space.
Melanie,
From
that
PG.
Melanie King chick.
Yeah, she look like
Oh,
she from
Melanie King. Melanie King.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
look
know
like
she from Maryland. I think she from
probably
Pasadena.
from
She
Largo.
from
She
Maryland.
probably from Largo or
No,
something.
she
You know
from a
what I'm
weird
saying?
area in Maryland. I forgot the name of
Oh,
it.
okay.
She
So
out.
she's
She
from the
out in the
woods.
sticks.
Okay,
She out in
she's
the
from the
sticks
woods.
though.
Okay,
She up in
okay,
Howard
cool.
County.
Yeah. No, I think it's called. I think
Maybe
it's.
Northern Maryland that counts.
Let me see if I can find it. I'll
He from
let me
Upper
see if I can
Marlboro or
find
some shit.
Upper Marlboro,
Nah,
from
she out there. Like
Prince
she's
George's
trying to
County,
not like Loving area, but somewhere.
Yeah, but
some
what I'm trying to
Laurel, Maryland
One
shit.
time. One time.
but what I'm
Go
trying
ahead.
to
Go
say
ahead, DC.
is is that it just amazes me because, like, when I hear guys talk, I'm like, man, like how are we off? And that's why I'm like asking dudes. I'm like, where are you
What do you
from?
mean
Like,
when you no when you're saying how are we off? What do you mean?
I'm saying, like, when dudes say they from DC, I'm like, well, what part of DC you from? Like,
Oh
like,
well,
this is
that's
nothing to
like
us. No,
that's like saying you from LA. Okay, we could say the
I
same thing.
I know, but what I'm saying is
Mm-hmm.
most of the people that's talking ain't
Mm-hmm.
me or not like me or like Kuda, like, you know what I'm saying, like, where they
Yeah,
literally from the city, like, you know what I mean, like, I'm from the city. I'm not from the county.
when he said he's from the DMV area. That's what he
No,
said. He
No,
never said he was from
I
DC.
said
he just
I live in the
he ain't from here.
He from
He,
I'm
Washington.
from the
no,
West Coast.
he actually said where he was from. He gave his whole
Yeah,
credentials
Washington
where
State.
he was. He
No,
said
no,
from Seattle. He
but
moved there to
what I'm
DMV
saying,
area.
listen, what I'm saying though,
Okay.
it's not about him per se.
Okay.
It's
All
the
right.
representation. So what ends up happening is,
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like, and it happens a lot. I mean, it happens a lot around here. I mean, it's just if
Okay.
somebody is saying something about a particular area,
Mm-hmm.
they deem it being like a representation of the actual area. I hardly talk about, my exploits on here. I've done it a couple of times, but I mean, dude, it's a completely different thing. Like, I have a different idea about how women operate. I don't deal with it the same way that a lot of guys here in this space do. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying? But it's just a unique situation because I see it differently. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
But if
when I
you're a
hear,
person that's from a different area and you're doing like a compare and contrast, right?
That's
So
what he's
for
trying to do.
instance,
Yeah.
yeah. So for instance, like
It was weird.
Go ahead,
for
AJ.
instance,
I think
I
she from
moved.
Pasadena.
Hold on, yeah.
I'm from Seattle, right?
No,
A
yeah,
Seattle
from Seattle.
10, a Seattle 10 is a DMV 6.
Mm-hmm.
A Seattle 10 is a LA 5.
Yeah.
A Seattle 10 is a Miami 5. So it was culture shock in that girl.
Thank
I
you,
thought
sir.
Yeah, I said it was gonna be culture shock. Yep.
that I
Yeah,
knew
that's what he's saying. Yeah.
what fine was. There were some dimes in college and everything, but then there's spots in like Miami or Vegas or LA where they're everywhere. So
Mm-hmm.
what I do is I compare my experience with women where I'm from, like for instance, mostly white girls, to moving to the DMV where it's a lot more diverse. Or I used to live down in Texas where it was diverse. It was Hispanics and whites. Ain't no blacks where I went to grad school at. So that was completely different, which is when I started dating Hispanic girls. You know what I'm saying? So it's just about comparing to everywhere that you've lived, you know? So, and as a person who's from DC, I'm sure that if you went to Atlanta, and you'd be like, man, these chicks are way different down there. It's just about comparing your experience, you know?
I mean, not really. I mean, I guess to a degree. I mean, urban is urban, and then like real is not real.
I don't know.
Southern, I could tell you, man. My folks from the South, Southern urban ain't West Coast urban. There's a
Yeah.
difference.
Well,
There's a difference.
As a person from Miami, but obviously that I traverse the entire Tri-County area. South Florida urban is not, even though we have a bunch of northeastern transplants, it's not the same, because when
It's
I
not the
take my
same.
ass to New York, boy, that's a whole
Yeah.
different type of
No,
system
New
in
York,
New
Way
York.
different
Yeah.
than
New
Fort
York, New
Lauderdale.
York is
Yeah.
unique. New York is totally different. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, if you're talking about Atlanta and DC, it's the attractiveness is a lot different. The way
How
that
so?
the way the sisters operate are like very similar to me in
Yeah,
a
yeah,
degree.
yeah.
As far as if you deal, especially if you're dealing with a dude that's from Atlanta proper, that's from there, they're gonna have a different idea what it is. It's a transient city.
Yes.
It's half of the city is not from there. Same
It
thing
is
with
now. Yeah.
DC.
Yes.
So it's very
It's a lot
similar.
of
It's a
transplant.
college town. You
Same
know,
with
they got
and same
it's
with
very
DC.
it's
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say. You know, counties dominate the outside of the permeate the city. So very similar in that
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
Atlanta's changed a lot over the
So
last 30 years.
yeah,
Yeah,
so the
it's not the
women,
same.
so the
It's not the
women.
same.
Oh, it's been like that for years, man. I mean, I got family that went to Clark University
And
and
what I'm saying,
Morehouse.
when Newt Gingrich actually started taking Southern California defense contractors and put them in Marietta, Georgia, and bringing the people and the other folks with them, that changed Atlanta into the southern town that it was into a metropolitan city. It's almost like a West Coast city
Yeah.
because they transplanted so many people.
Atlanta has been, well, Atlanta's been always kind of like it's
They turned
always
it
been
into like
it's always been an actual forward city for the South.
Well,
I
and
mean,
it's starting to
just
reflect
the
it now
history of
too.
it. But I
When-
mean,
when-
it's been
Especially
that way
with
for a while.
Hollywood moving in it.
With
And
cost,
then
it's
all these
starting to
shows
Well,
reflect
are
It's been
moving.
like that for a while.
with Hollywood, what I'm saying is what I'm saying is I know what I'm talking about because I sent a whole bunch of people there and I have folks that were from Atlanta, right? Atlanta changed drastically from 1989 to now.
Yeah.
It's probably not even recognizable now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I mean,
so DC is funny you
I'm
said-
not here. I'm not here to disagree with you. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
Atlanta has always been on the cusp of having educated class, a boule class, an educated black separated class away from their particular what you call
Yeah.
the rough out there, like the ghetto part. And it's the same in DC. It's always been like this kind of undergird of educated black people that are very small and minority that's always ran. That's where the compromise, where the so-called compromise, the Atlanta compromise has come from. There's always been educated black people in Atlanta. I mean, that's just that's part of the history there. Going all the way back to the first black mayor that they had. I mean, like I said, it's not it's not a big leap. It's not a big leap like some other like Nashville or like a Memphis where they have sped up 20 years from where they used to be in the 80s.
It's still a big leap though, bro. Because I went to Howard and I live in Atlanta now. And from the time I moved to Atlanta, it's still taking a big leap. I mean, I moved from DC. I was working at Fort Belvoir as a military contractor. I came down here to Fort McPherson. Now they closed Fort McPherson, and now it's Tyler Perry Studios. And it's still a big leap, man. This Atlanta I've been in Atlanta since 2006, and just in the last 15 years, it's made a huge leap.
Transition.
Because gentrification is taking place there, right?
No. You got a lot of
go ahead.
a lot of my college roommates at Howard were from Atlanta, and they came back home. So it's it's still native Atlanta people who left and came back of that what you would call the boule class. But then of course there's a lot of transplants like from Detroit. Myself, there's a lot of Detroiters down here. There's a lot of New Yorkers down here now. Like Atlanta has become has shifted from Florida. The Florida
Miami
New
Junior.
Yorkers have become, yeah, it's Miami Junior now. Like even right now, if any of
Mm.
you guys pay attention to the housing market, man, Atlanta
Yeah,
housing right now is insane.
yeah,
It's
Insane. Yeah.
I
fucking
saw it.
Yeah, it's
insane right
crazy.
now.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's 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 still changing, man.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
still
Well,
As
they
a,
changing.
they
as a
kind of
native
doing the
my
same thing in
One
the
at a time. One at a
DMV
time. One at a
area
time. One at a
though.
time. One at a time.
They're turning the DMV area
Well,
now into
it's
like
it's
a
it's a,
metropolis and stuff
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
You
There's
know.
a very.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
wish I could find. I wish I could find that. That documentary where they're actually shifting people in and out. It's New Orleans is going through the same thing. Uh,
Yeah, all the
which
major cities are
all your
turning into
major
a
cities.
metropolis.
Yeah,
yeah.
Austin is actually on fire.
Yeah.
Austin, Texas.
Ooh.
A
Yeah.
complete changeover, man, in the last
Yeah.
20 years, man.
As
It's
as
yeah,
a
almost
because
native
unrecognizable.
Miamian, I
because
don't want to
people
hear
are
nobody
moving.
complain about real estate because nigga, and
Yeah, I
y'all
was
ain't
thinking
seeing
about moving
shit
to
until y'all see
Florida
our
and hunting life
prices.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, I mean like Atlanta. Even now, actually, we talked about this. Was it yesterday
Atlanta's
or day
crazy,
before yesterday,
man.
BJS? When I was
Mm,
telling you about Microsoft. Like
yeah.
I just took down a job offer from Microsoft for a job at CDC. But Microsoft,
Hmm.
Porsche,
Uh huh.
there's a lot of big companies just coming to Atlanta, and they're
Yeah.
making it. It's like the new DC. Like the only thing they
Yeah.
don't have here is a lot of federal and government work. But when it comes to
That's in,
private industry,
See, here,
that's probably in Marietta.
but here's
Is
what I'm
where all
trying
the
yeah,
to
I
federal
mean
say
work is.
is,
Dobbins Air
Yeah.
Force Base is there,
Yeah,
and the
and
CDC. But other than that,
basically what Newt Gingrich did is basically took basically literally half the technological industry from Southern California and shipped it all over to Atlanta. Okay, you're going to make an impact when you do that.
right,
Because
and but actually,
I remember what is it? Boeing. I remember
yep, there are Dobbins.
Hughes. Well, it used to be Hughes. All the aerospace
I mean,
contractors who were there. Just have them just they took half the jobs and shipped them over and took the people with them. You're
how
gonna
we
make an
how did
impact.
we
You do that.
how did we not mention Hartsfield? Isn't like that the most
Yeah,
busiest
that's the
airport in the
thing. Yeah,
country?
it
it
is the
is,
busiest
Yeah, they
airport.
did.
it
They
is,
did. Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
yeah,
it
yeah.
is.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
but
So
most
they
of the
made a
military
huge.
stuff is in Augusta now. It's
Yeah,
in
Hmm.
Augusta.
They made a huge
yeah,
infrastructure shift in Atlanta, man, in the past
yeah. The whole
Yeah,
from 1988 to well, hell, it's still going on, but till now.
it's still going on.
well,
Yeah,
BGS,
Yeah.
the whole South period has went through a whole rejuvenation of being kind of like what Kuda was basically talking about, making
Hmm.
everything a actual large metropolis. I mean,
Yeah. Yep.
if you look at, I mean, I think what Texas has like what 5 of the top 10 cities in,
Yep.
in the state.
Yep.
You know, I know the DFW area is like what number 5, number 4.
Yep.
You know, right under us. I think we're like number 4 if you add
Yep.
Baltimore, the whole DMV area.
Hmm.
But like
yeah.
you know,
Even if
the South pretty much is becoming the hotbed for where everybody else is basically
yeah,
coming from. So
Well,
a lot
on
of
top
people
of
that
that too,
stayed, a lot of people that stayed up north
Uh huh.
are moving back to like the
yeah,
major cities
That's what the
in the
jobs are.
even
South.
if you look at Alabama, like
So that's what
Huntsville
that's
and
what helps,
Birmingham,
One time. One
spurs the
time.
growth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
Hmm.
all.
you
Well,
have a lot of Texas
if you
people.
shift the tech and shift the jobs, people will move with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, because of COVID, you have a lot of companies, in Silicon Valley,
Hmm.
Seattle, where Google is, where they're offering 100% telework, and all these
Hmm.
people who are in these blue states saying, "Oh yeah, let's help the homeless" or whatever. They're tired of
Mm.
San Francisco and all this stuff, so they move to Texas.
Yeah.
Well,
I
there's no
mean,
Eh,
taxes,
eh,
and they
It's
kick
not
the
just
homeless
that
out of the
they're
city.
running from labor rights
you,
laws too.
yeah.
Yep,
The thing is that as you take an average, the average wage, average, right, not median, but average wage in Los Angeles is $136,000 a year.
mm.
You
Average.
see what I'm
That's how.
saying?
So in other words,
Hmm.
it's skewed way over to the people, the tech workers and white collar workers, right? As far as earnings is potential, right? Whereas the median is still less than 50. So there's a lot of people not making enough money to actually be here. So they got to move someplace. So basically, they
Hmm.
take telework. I can't afford to live in L.A. or San Francisco or New York or D.C.
So
Let me
when
go
when
to.
and that,
when do y'all have this housing bubble bursting?
You know what? The housing bubble will burst when the homeless decide they've had enough. because the reason the housing bubble is going to take a while is because Wall Street bought up one out of every seven
Yep,
houses.
yep. Shout
So
out
it's,
to
it's,
BlackRock.
Yeah, I
so it's
was.
going to be
Yeah,
an
I
art.
was.
It's going to be an
Yeah.
artificial floor underneath housing right now. So it's going to take
Yep.
about a year.
Yeah, I
Can we
talked about
elaborate
that
on
because
that?
there's a lot of
One time.
people that would have otherwise purchased like malls and stores and stuff like that. Now they're getting into real estate also.
Yep.
Okay.
Buying up
Kinda-
Well,
homes.
I mean,
the thing is that the thing is they're not saying is, and that they won't say is, there's so much paper that banks hold on homes, right? They
Right,
use it as collateral, okay,
right,
as assets, okay. If the value of those assets go down too far, then they're going to go into the red. So they're actually buying up homes to keep the prices of those assets that are still on the books high.
right,
So it's
right.
going to take a while.
and then keep the this is the messed up part, and this is where we get into the I'm not even gonna mention what I'm on right now with that shit, but they want to keep those houses on the renters market. That's why a lot of people are getting pissed
Yep.
because they
Right.
don't
Yeah.
actually plan on putting those houses back on the market to be bought.
Yep.
It's
Right.
this we're going to keep it on the renters market, and all of you, this is where when the conspiracy theorists, the tinfoil hat niggas, this is the one thing they write about when they say you will own nothing. Like they really mean that shit when it comes to housing, at least. Like
Yeah.
you won't own
Yep.
this shit, you'll rent it forever
Yeah, rent for the
and
rest of your
forever.
life. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But and
Yeah.
you know, it's two things about what you just said. One, at least here in
That's
Atlanta,
millennial politics, though.
at least here in Atlanta,
No,
they're
this
propping
this
it up
good old
with this.
fashioned. This is good old fashioned.
That's capitalism, bro.
It's
There's a lot-
capitalism, brother.
Well, I mean, but there's a lot of
'Cause
like,
millennials don't believe in
universal
ownership.
basic income stuff going on here in
No,
Atlanta.
they've been taught that. Millennials
Right.
believe in owning. They'll try
Right.
to
I'm
believe they
sorry.
don't
I'm
own.
sorry. I got to do this. I'm sorry. I got to do this. I don't think it's that we don't believe in ownership. We believe in ownership. That's them lying to everyone, including themselves.
Exactly.
The millennials
Yep.
don't believe in ownership. No, bitch. You bought us out and priced us out. There's a
Yeah, they
difference.
price us out. Yeah, but millennials complain
Yeah.
about
Yep.
being priced out.
Yeah.
But there's
One
another
thing.
thing.
There
with
was a
foreign-
thing today.
There's a lot of
Hey,
foreigners-
one at a time. Who's first? Who's first?
There's a lot of foreigners
Deutsche
that are buying
Bank.
a lot of property.
Hey, one at a time. Who's first? Who's first?
I'll go.
Because you guys talk over each other. Go ahead. Go first.
No, I was,
And who said-
mine
go
is
ahead.
real
Go
quick.
ahead,
I
Vector.
was just saying, there's a lot of foreign investors that are coming in buying up real estate, and they don't
Facts.
believe in selling. They're they're like, we're gonna own it and we're gonna rent it and we're gonna keep it.
Yeah, they don't want the price of their assets to go down. Who's next?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just go quick. So we have this problem in Washington State where Chinese nationals, they were buying property
Facts.
because the currency in China changes, so they would buy homes and
Yep.
leave them empty so that their money is safe.
Yeah.
So this is happening where I'm from, up in Canada too. So we
Oh,
have to pass laws.
Southern Cal. Yeah.
Yep.
They doing
And
it in
then
Britain too.
Deutsche Bank came out today and they're predicting a recession in the United States in 2023. That
Yeah,
was
probably
in,
will be. It's
that was
about a
in the
year.
news
Yeah.
today.
That's about a year. Who's next? Somebody else want to get in?
Yeah, what they do is they buy the stuff and then just Airbnb it, or just straight up just rent it out.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Mad face emoji.
So it's basically what it's going to be is when enough homeless get tired of it and start doing stuff, that's when they'll, the government actually step in because 1 out of 7 homes are being bought up by Wall Street. All of a sudden now there's a 5 million house deficit.
You see
Okay.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Tell you that it's created.
And I have a video coming out in the morning, actually in a couple hours, and it covers this lie that they've been fucking pushing with this, and like the brother said it, and I know you didn't mean anything negative by it, but like that idea, millennials don't want to own, that's what they got to tell themselves.
The idea more than a fact. Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand because there are millennials that the transient kind of cosmopolitan millennial that got that type of degree where they could be working from home anywhere in the world. I get that exists, but that's only like 15% of people. Exactly, that's a small ass percent of people.
Right,
most people want to still own something, own a home. The problem is they got priced out, college degree or not. And so these people are buying up the houses and keeping it on the renters market and then lying to everybody. It's like, oh, millennials don't want to own anything. Bullshit.
Right.
Right.
Well, a lot of that stuff too is made to make people feel like they're owning something when they really are.
Yep. Well, they interviewed a Canadian investor about that shit, and that's exactly what he said.
Yeah.
He said you can. The interviewer said, so you're talking about renting the American dream, and he was like, yeah, you can rent the American dream, and blood almost leaked out my ears. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Like,
just to piggyback, kind of, I don't mean to change subject a little bit. But they have another thing where it's talking about how people don't want to get married anymore. And I read an article. It was from 2017, and they interviewed a whole bunch of college students, and 80% of the men and the women that were polled said at some point they would like to be married. So they're saying that because marriage rates are going down, or have been going down the last 7 years, that your millennials are still in their 20s or late 20s. That doesn't mean that by the time that they're in their 30s and early 40s or whatever, that they're not going to want to be married. What I think that's doing is just actually trying to, especially on the woman's side, is
Brother,
have this thing
it's
go,
deeper than that. It's the same thing as the housing market. They priced. I'll give you the marriage numbers. 26% of poor Americans are married, 39% of middle class, and 56% of upper middle class and above. That's according to the American Enterprise Institute. That literally is money shit, right? Me and BGS had this conversation before because BGS often says, like, shit, my generation and older married poor. What I tell him, and this is where I think he tends to agree with me, is but millennials and Gen Z were sold marriage is at the finish line, right? So you get all your ducks in a row, you damn near become perfect first, and then you get married as a reward for air quotes adulting, right?
Not on the way, right?
Exactly. So the difference is for older Xers, for baby boomers and silent and greatest and going on forever, they walked into adulthood with their wife or their husband and their kids. For us, you don't do that shit until you got everything in a row. The problem is millennials, even college educated millennials, for the most part, ain't never getting there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, true. Though, and it's cool that you said it that way. So at the finish line, most people don't even see the finish line. You know, that's
my point.
That's like trying to explain the stairwell to people that can only see the next step. You know, and like, or can barely see the next step. So, yeah, I mean,
but I think that the language is put this way because, like I said, men have all the time in the world. You know, I'm 41. I'm engaged. I'm getting married soon. My sister's 45. She's done though. She ain't. What is it? That women have a better chance of getting killed in a terrorist attack than getting married over the age of 40.
Because their women's fertility rate between the ages of 13 and 35. So by the time you get past 35, you're giving up like 80% of your fertility.
Yeah, it drops.
It drops. Oh yeah, it's gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they got to figure something out because the system screwed the system that we currently live under is not conducive to family building. It's not conducive to women having children because I kind of give women a little bit of a buffer when it comes to school and shit. And they say, you know what, we got to go to school. Okay. All right. But then how is this family formation supposed to happen if you're coming out of law school, you're coming out of grad school at 30? So we got 5 years to hurry up, find your husband, get married, have children. That you see what I'm saying? And that's if you did everything like to the T, perfect timing. If you laxed and you took 2-3 years off after undergrad, and then you went to go get your master's, and then you went to law school, we looking at 33, 34, 35. So you knocking on the door anyway. You see what I'm saying?
But like that's for the small percentage of women that actually majored in a degree that's worth a damn.
Good point.
You know what I mean? But they're all told the same thing because they all respond to the same message.
Right.
That's the problem.
Can I get in for a second?
College for them is more as participation than.
Boy.
With Officer Charles.
I'm like this. If you're stupid enough to like see your homegirl go get a degree and she's lonely, and you stupid enough and you see her struggle, you deserve the same fate. Like, I mean, really. Your degree has gotten you what? Most of your degrees are early childhood education, psychology. You ever notice how many of these bitches got psychology degrees and
criminal justice
shit, yo?
Communications.
Yeah, 80%.
Like
criminal justice, communications, psychology.
Like, put it to you this way: you put a criminal justice major against me in a debate. What the fuck could he tell me? He or she tell me nothing.
How to weave baskets underwater.
How to pronounce you the right way.
Well, that's coming from a Haitian, so you'll never get that.
Shut your ass up, nigga. I still pronounce it better than you, Baltimore.
No, actually, let's not even talk about Miami. We still trying to figure out. Y'all made some extra vowels over there. But anyway,
Look, just because my city was built off of drug money don't mean shit.
I mean, shit, it is still is. What the fuck you made it what? Got more drugs running through that shit than CBS.
As long as they got
Facts.
swamps.
And
We got Cubans, alligators, and cocaine,
where they all
Yeah.
selling it.
and they sell each other.
And boa
And iguanas.
constrictors.
No,
Oh,
I
and
think it
plastic
was.
surgery. How did I forget?
Oh yeah, Doctor
I think it
Miami.
was BGS had an article. I mean, BGS. I was watching one of your videos a while ago, and you had a thing. It was on these women that are with student loans. They're what was it? Financially unattractive because of all the student loan
Yeah.
debt that they're in. And then
Yeah.
in the DMV, it is bad. It's bad.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there are girls who you will meet who will be perfectly all right. You know, of all races, but you know, black women who you'll meet and they're whatever. And oh yeah, I got $200,000 of student loan debt for a social work degree.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do with that?
They think that's your problem. Yeah.
You know how I know you're not lying? One of my white homeboys, double mastered, was $220,000 in student loan debt, 2 masters. So I know you ain't lying, and he's solidly middle class, right? He makes 6 figures. So I could have just imagined the sisters in the DMV area and what they dealing with.
Yeah,
Well,
but
what you're
most
supposed
of
to
them
do
didn't.
with that
Most
is
of them,
vote.
most of them
Go
here
ahead.
didn't even finish school. So that's another side to it. Most of them didn't.
Well,
Here
that
you know.
that's the issue that comes from Bill Clinton. Okay,
Yeah.
because in '96 he was trying to get the lower class and some lower middle class women off of welfare. So he gave them all this incentives
Put
just to
them
go
in
to school.
school.
So what you have is
Yeah.
women that were never meant to ever go to college with degrees. Okay,
Educated
so they get the
dummies.
easiest degree they can.
Yeah. So it looks
Educated
good.
dummies,
It looks
basically.
good on paper. Yeah.
Well, and you got an education, go get a job. You don't get any more welfare.
Right.
Yeah, the bad part about that is though the welfare came through government backed student loans, and we ended up eating it
Yeah,
anyway.
well, you're going to eat it. But the thing is to keep them off of lifetime welfare. That was the whole point. But the thing is, it came at the expense of men because
Yeah,
the boys and men that should have got those programs and got those jobs couldn't because they were actually holding those positions open for women, for
Yeah. They
single
gave it to
mothers.
women. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at that time he promised Bill Clinton ran on the proposal of solving the welfare problem,
Mm-hmm.
and he became sort of kind of like the impetus of solving the crime wave
Mm-hmm.
of the 80s that kind of
Mm-hmm.
became rampant under Reagan, which was a
He's a clean.
Republican president.
He's a cleanup man, huh?
And he basically that's how you got the whole what they call like the neoliberal kind of
Yep,
term,
yep.
where
The
they
third
was
wave type shit.
real tough on crime, real tough
Mm-hmm.
on welfare and things of that nature, trying to do subsidies and things of that nature, kickbacks, and
Mm-hmm.
you basically do these renovations in these certain type of neighborhoods. We'll give you kickbacks for these certain
Mm-hmm.
neighborhoods and communities and things of that nature, because
Mm-hmm.
we started going to the gentrification real early. In fact, like when I was in high school,
Mm-hmm.
they was going down, fussing at Marion Barry, telling him that he was selling out to the big wigs and stuff like that because,
I remember that.
the money that they were demanding. I mean, they did a whole documentary about it and everything. They was fighting for it for a very long time. And, the words like intimate domain became very popular at that time. It was really nothing that we could do. I mean, you're talking about all the way from like, East Capitol, 53rd, Trimble, all that area, Denny's, all that area. The junior high over there, all that school has been renovated and torn down and changed. They got like condos and stuff like that and all that up now.
Did they knock down Berry Farms or like a building or two still up?
Half of it is down, half of it is still up as landmark. But yeah. Now they didn't push everybody past Staten Road, if you know what I mean, at the top.
Yeah, Staten Road. Yeah, hell yeah.
So they're up on Staten Road, but I mean it's still hood. Don't get it twisted, but it's
hell
more,
yeah.
it's more like
It's cleaned
like
up.
certain well, it's not cleaned up. They just pushing the
They're
trash.
just moving people around.
Yeah,
That's
they
all.
just
Yeah.
the people are still here. You know what I mean? So you still got the folks here.
Yeah.
So they'll push them through Marlboro Pike. So you got like people like in District Heights, which is just an extension of Southeast, really proper.
Yeah,
So
out
you got
Largo, like
yeah,
all, yeah.
but not Largo. Nah,
No,
nah,
like,
nah.
well, I was
That's
saying
money
like,
out
like
there. But yeah,
Nail-
I know what you mean. But like, you know, you got to get to the
Mhm.
edges. So it's like right there on the actual borders of the county where they push people. And
No, but they do that.
renovated
Like they
some
send
of the
people to like
inside soundtrack.
Naylor Road and stuff like that. But they put
Yeah,
some people
Naylor
out
Road.
Waldorf now, which is
Yeah,
funny.
yeah. Like some people have
That's
moved out
motherfucker.
way out to Wardolph. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
man, that's way out, man. That's the woods, man. You
Yeah,
know,
they pushing them past like Naylor,
I used to
Naylor
be
Road.
scared.
and
I used to be scared to drive out there at night because there's no
Yeah.
street lights, man. I mean, you get up on.
Oh yeah, you get past. Yeah, you get past
Oh
St.
my
Barney.
God,
Yeah,
man! Yeah,
it's-
it's the
it's
people
cool,
to
yeah.
misunderstand. You know, you be thinking that it's all city here, and it's not. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's
Like,
that's the thing about the DMV
you know, a lot
area
of people
that a
be
lot of people
thinking
don't
that it's
understand. Some
all
of it's
just like
country too,
nah.
Yeah.
You get out to certain places, man.
straight up country.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
you go out
be
Charles
there.
County somewhere out there.
Oh man, Charles County.
Yeah. Shit, and there's
Yeah.
places in Moco that's straight up country.
Man, Moco is a
You know?
no-go.
Yeah.
Moco. We used to never go out to Montgomery County, man.
Yeah.
Never.
What happened to
Randolph
your
Road,
boy?
none of that,
What happened to your boy Fenty? Where Adrian Fenty at these days?
man, Adrian Fenty, man. I can't even call him, man. He a corporate wig, man. He's an establishment brother, man.
Oh, so he got out and just leveled up.
He ain't out. Fenty's still around, but you know, it's Browse's turn. You know, she's running the city. You know, so
Yeah.
and they both went, you know, they went to school together, so they're like part of that same kind of track, you know, northeast, you know, up on Brockton, the Brockton neighborhood. That's where they from, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
just a little inside inside politics here.
We in the DMV politics.
That's DC politics there.
Oh, DC in particular. Okay.
Yeah, DMV is something totally different, you know. DMV is everybody, you know what I mean? But
It's
DC
all
is a whole
inclusive.
another thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know there's DMV, but there's certain cities that don't include it. So
That's true.
Well, you got a lot of
Most of the time, cats from the
getting,
city, they'd be like, "Nigga, I'm from the DMV. I'm from DC."
you got a lot of
I'm from
DC
Baltimore.
brothers
We don't
turning
know how
into turning
That's
into
what people be saying, man. But I get it though. It's all.
You know, you
good.
got a lot of DC brothers turning into Meezies now, though. So they're not too happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they pushed everybody out, man. So
Yeah.
it's real expensive to stay in the city now. So I mean, it is.
Yeah,
what it is.
well, back to the housing market.
I'm about to push.
back-
I'm about to push myself out. I'm about to just travel and live abroad. I mean, I don't understand people sit around and suffer.
Bro, when I tell you
Well,
one of my
most people, like 90% of people can't do that though.
Right.
Yeah, in 5 years, man, I plan to live in the motherland, man. Straight up, man.
I don't blame you. I mean, like I look at my best friend is a police officer. His wife worked for American Express. They make good money, over 6 figures between them, and they bought a house an hour and a half out of the city, out of Dade County, which, you know, like Dade County, we're not like LA. Like LA's like really strict on like saying, nigga, no, this is LA City. That's LA County. Don't claim the city, right?
Right.
In
No,
Dade
it's like
County,
that,
we don't really do that so much. We like if you say you're from Miami, like and you're from the county, nobody's gonna be like hitting you upside the head. But either way, he's about an hour and a half out for him to afford a nicer home, because the money he would spend to get something in the county, you know. And that, I don't want to do that shit, bro.
I mean, that's just like DC.
Welcome to LA in the 90s.
That's just like DC, man. I got partners that work at Walter Reed and the Pentagon that's living out in Waldorf because they can't.
Damn, that's a long ass
drive.
Ooh, that's a long. That's
insane.
I got my partner.
drive,
He's at the Pentagon. He makes like 140, but he lives in Waldorf because he can't.
I could understand a 45-minute drive. I could definitely a 30-minute drive. But once you start getting over an hour drive, not even an hour, once you start getting over 45 minutes, really 30, that shit's crazy to me. Like that, who's trying to do that?
Well, that's why I left.
Right?
That's
Like,
why I left.
I mean,
That's
it
why I
ain't.
left DMV and came to
Mr.
Atlanta.
Z,
Everybody
Mr.
was
Most
like,
Z.
people
"Oh,
take
you
them an
going to
hour to
Atlanta?"
get to work.
I
They're
work
like,
with
"You
a
going to
brother.
Atlanta?
I
That
work with
traffic?"
a
I'm like,
brother.
ain't nothing like DMV traffic.
I work
Nothing.
with a brother that's from York, Pennsylvania, man.
Mhm.
He drives because he makes so much money working with us. He drives all the way from York, Pennsylvania to go to work.
How far is
Here.
that from? Like, just give me a.
That's out 83. That's way. That's past B-more. That's like I about like an hour from you, right, Charles? Like York.
Let me
About an
put
hour. About an hour from Baltimore.
a reserve station in York, Pennsylvania. York is about 55 to an hour away from
Yeah.
Baltimore.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
get
So
to DC from Baltimore, you're going 45
catches
to
the
an
train
hour.
out of Laurel. He catches the train. He drives all the way to Laurel, catches the train, and then come into the city that
How
way.
the fuck you go to work? How the fuck you drive to work and catch the bus?
Catch the train.
I'm saying though.
Yeah,
You see what I'm
they leave it
saying?
at the
Oh,
station.
that's typical. That's typical in Los Angeles.
That's typical
not
in
unusual.
DC.
Yeah, they leave their cars at the
I think
station.
people do it in
One time,
Connecticut too, Charles. I think people do it in Connecticut. They live in Connecticut, but they work in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
they'll drive to the station, and then because
Mhm.
that he said that's the fastest that he can get to work, because he said that if he goes any other way, then he's just stuck in gridlock.
Yeah.
So he'll park his car in Laurel. It's because it's slow around there, and then he'll ride the train on in.
It probably
So
take them a half an
this
hour
is
from Laurel to.
that's kind of how the
Dixie.
Europeans do it, right? Like the European. So
It's a direct
America
shot.
did it backwards, right? So Europe pushed all the immigrants and like the untouchables, I'll call them, out in the burbs when those people started coming in after World War II and shit, and they kept the cities as pretty, for the most part, outside of certain examples, as like where the nicer, richer people live. America did it the other way when they were the white escape, right? The white flight. They went to the burbs. Now they're coming back in the cities and then pushing us out.
There you go.
Essentially, yeah.
It's the rejuvenation
yeah.
of all the cities.
America is usually
Yeah.
backwards.
Yeah. Bullshit.
That ain't on for us.
Right. Go back to the burbs with your nicer homes and leave the cities. Just give us the money.
Another interesting thing is that people really don't think about Atlanta, is that Atlanta is still the capital of Georgia. So that's where the governor stays. You heard me, right?
Well, it's not the capital, but it's where the state capitol building is. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying that is the capital. Capital of Georgia is
I thought it was Savannah.
I think Savannah is the capital, but Atlanta is more.
Atlanta is the capital of Georgia, bro. It's the capital city. Look it up.
Okay.
It's not Savannah.
Hey,
So it's
yes.
Who's got the forklift?
For the first time, it's not me.
Ben's working.
Which means that the seat of power in Georgia has always been in Atlanta, which means that they always had a white population that was very elite. That's always been there, even during the black transition.
Facts.
One of the things that's unique about DC, also when it comes to that, driving to the train and then parking, is the parking. A lot of times it's just more cost efficient to catch the public transportation than to try to find parking in DC.
Right.
If you can even find it.
Oh yeah.
If your job is not paying for you to park in the city, then you don't need to do that.
Yeah, you tripping.
You need to. It's no way. I would tell anybody. I'm like, yo, man, if your job don't help you pay for, if you're working for, most of them going to do that. If you're willing to drive in, it's still hell getting out of there though. I drive in sometimes, but it's just, I just hate catching the train now, man.
And don't park on the street, because you're going to get the parking tickets in DC. Shit was like, that's like the, well, back when I was living there, that was the number one revenue for the city, was parking tickets.
Yeah, I hate them parking tickets ain't no joke.
Yeah, they kill you.
I smell it. I smell a tourist parked in the wrong place.
It ain't just tourists. It ain't just tourists, man.
Shit, there ain't no right place.
They got me on a federal holiday. They got me on a federal holiday for street cleaning, and then told me that it wasn't a DC holiday, it's a federal holiday, and I'm still responsible for the ticket.
So they got you on a technicality.
Damn.
Also,
they'll get you where you used to. But they'll tell you,
one of those most awkward fucking places down.
You got to read the fine print on them tickets too.
Exactly. You're gonna notice if you're able to get parking at certain times of the day, You be like, hold on, what's up? What's going on
Something, yeah,
around here?
something
Like,
wrong.
you need to look for a
Yeah,
sign.
something
You
wrong.
need to look for something because
Yep.
it ain't right. Yeah, you
Yeah.
best believe you ain't just lucky that day, bro. Like,
Yep.
nah, man, that ain't it. Ain't your lucky day. If you don't
Look.
see no cars on the street and you thinking like you think that meter's gonna get you good, no sir.
Right.
There's some kind of event going on that they're just gonna tow your car and send that junk way out somewhere. You're gonna got to go to
Southeast,
Rockville.
back to
You got to go to Rockville or something. Like you got to
Right.
go way out. Like
Yeah.
they ain't gonna see you the South. That's too close. They're gonna be like, yo, Rockville.
Send your
that's
ass to
where
Bethesda.
No, further out, like
Right.
Rock off 70, Hagerstown or some
Bruh.
shit.
He
Yeah, your
said
ass driving
Hagerstown.
out there. Yo, you be like,
He
yo,
said
for real?
Hagerstown.
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 Oh, shit.
Nah, they told my joint to Rockville, man. I'm like, yo, why would
How
y'all
they
tell
tow
my
it
joint
all the way
white?
to Rockville?
Man,
Yeah.
that was the towing company that picked up my whip, man. I was so hot, man.
I know you were heated with that one, yeah.
Yeah, man. I was just like, damn, they got me though. Well, nothing I could do.
No, the
But
worst
nothing I
one
could
is
do,
where
man.
they send your shit to what you call it, Upper Marlboro.
Yeah.
Upper Marlboro, nothing. I mean, shit, Rockville, god damn.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You got to get out 270 up off. Oh
No,
man,
Rockville's so fucking
Montrose
far.
Road and all that. I'm like, man,
Rockville's so,
way out here. Like,
Rockville's so far, you got to take
I
teleportation.
hate Montgomery County, bro. I ain't gonna even lie to you, man. I ain't gonna even hold you. I ain't
Montgomery
gonna hold you on
County,
that, Slim. I do not like Moco at all. Just bad
Montgomery County just
experiences, man.
This was Ritchie County.
Bad experiences for me,
And
bro.
don't date a girl from PG County because they all swear it's Pretty Girl County. At one
They rough as fuck out here, yeah. Right.
at one time it was.
It used to be PG County. Yeah, it ain't like that no more, Charles. It really isn't, man. It's different.
I tell you, I hate driving downtown DC. I had to pick my passport up and I had to express it. Oh my god, y'all got these little tiny fucking streets with these awkward ass like how the fuck do you put a fucking traffic sign around the fucking corner of the street? Shit.
I'll be creeping still. I'll be still creeping out in Bmore sometimes, man, on a little creep up around Dundalk way. I'll be around over there by the water. You know what I'm saying? Over there by the cruise and them over there by where the trucks
Yeah, I be
be.
by
You
the
know what I
boat
mean?
sometimes, yeah.
By Dundalk, you know what I'm saying? I'll be like, yo, you need
DC just told us he be messing with just hilarious girls.
Nah, just hilarious from over west.
Nah, she ain't from
Dundalk
over
is
east, man.
County.
Dundalk is like, yeah, that's the
Baltimore County.
yeah,
Let me
that's
ask you a question.
woods.
Speaking of Baltimore, I'm gonna parlay this to Jada. Is it true that she threw Will under the bus? She said that he did
Yep.
it. Oh man.
Yeah.
Facts. She did. She said it.
Oh man.
Yeah. Everybody backsliding, man. Everybody doing the moonwalk.
Mhm.
Oh man.
Mhm. Because the only people that's really supporting this shit is a handful of brothers and a bunch of sisters. Nobody else is supporting this shit.
And I like to say this shit real quick, okay? All these niggas who were talking about, oh, she prefers the pookie. Tupac is not a goddamn pookie. Get the fuck out of here.
No, he wasn't.
We can't understand.
Oh no.
He wasn't no Pookie, no.
First of all, I'm going to explain something to you very plainly.
He had Pookie tendencies though, Charles. He did, but no, he didn't.
Every brother has Pookie tendencies.
Not everybody, but yeah, he definitely did.
Oh yeah, every brother, even Game Changer has Pookie tendencies.
Here's the bullshit about
Who's
that.
to say
First of
who's to
all,
say the Game Changer ain't no Pookie to begin
Yeah, he
with?
tried to
I
get
know,
both
but
of
I
these
ain't say he
down.
was a Pookie. I said he has Pookie tendencies.
I said that he wasn't a Pookie to begin with, is what I'm saying, though.
number one, first of all, Jada and Tupac went to the School of the Arts.
Yes, they did.
So if you go down that area of the School of the Arts, you have a strong LGBT community down there.
Very strong.
Yeah, Dr. T.
Same
Hasan
thing with
Johnson
Ellison.
said he shared something where she was like she was mentored by Bell Hooks and shit.
Yep.
Other stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
So
You got to think about it. Even though Bell Hooks
Jada trying to become Ellen DeGeneres.
She
was Bell
swimming
Hooks a
in the
lesbian?
spot.
no,
Not
she
quite.
classified herself as queer past gay. Queer past gay, but it's called queer past gay in French, which means
there's what's that? What does it mean in
no.
French?
So queer past gay. So French and pa mean no. So she's queer, not gay. In other words, she's politically gay. She on some lesbian, on some political lesbianism shit. Number one,
I'm not
number,
gonna
Gay
say,
for pay.
I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say
but
anything.
number one, number two, she said something like she hadn't, well, before she passed, she hadn't had sex in 17 years. So she said. So she said.
That's
Was
crazy.
it talking about Bell Hooks?
Yes, yes,
Oh
sir.
no, now Bell Hooks
Oh,
was straight. Now Bell Hooks was straight.
oh,
Yeah, but
okay.
she called it, like I said, she called herself queer pa gay, which
Mm,
means queer, not gay, and yeah,
mm.
political lesbianism,
Yeah,
which means she's not gay, but yeah.
Bell Hooks
Queer,
was thirsty, from
queer
what
in
I'm hearing.
ideology is what you're saying. Queer in ideology, but not in sexuality.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again. I'm hearing some echo. I think it's you, Charles.
Queer,
But say that again,
queer,
DC.
queer in ideology, but not queer in
Yeah,
sexuality.
gay for
Exactly,
pay
exactly,
politically.
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yep.
that's how you explain it, because like you'll hear like a lot of different terms. Yes, I am. I go by the pronouns of them, they, and thee, and
Mm-hmm.
he or she, and all that type of shit. And then they'll
Yeah.
be like, they'll explain what the sexuality is, and they'll be like, non-conforming, this, da 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 da, da,
Non-conforming,
But
pansexual,
see,
non-binary.
and all that,
yeah, but see,
non-binary, and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
that's what women have done for the longest
yeah.
time. And going back to the conversation we had earlier, because even when because every probably like 10 years, feminist gets a bad name, and then women are like, oh, well, we're womanists, which is basically the same shit, right? Um, the internet has created, going back to they don't know, if they're pretty or not, and everybody thinks they're a dime,
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
women have created a new language since like 2015, 2017.
Oh, it's
Now,
before. Oh no, before that. That goes back to even before Obama. The new
no, but
language.
no, but what I'm saying is that you notice now to justify anything they slap ism on it, like
Mm-hmm.
colorism,
Oh yeah.
height
Yeah.
ism,
Oh yeah. They've been doing that. Yeah, that's
yeah,
been doing that.
or
Yeah.
shaming. They use the word shaming. Oh,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
fat
they've been
shaming.
doing that too. The thing is
Yeah,
that the internet has made it more popular, but they've been doing
right,
that, man. Yeah,
right.
that's what the whole go back and look at the dear colleague letter that the Obama administration put out.
Hmm.
They put legal teeth behind it, but it had been going on, man, since the
Right.
'90s. Yeah.
Yeah, the internet. Yeah, the internet has made it more trendy.
Yes. Yeah, I
Yeah,
would say that.
yeah.
Hey, BGS, I'm gonna say this, and I'm a dip.
Okay.
Your favorite channel, We Need to Talk, the one you had that one girl discussing about religion on there with that dude.
Yeah, I just
My
discovered that channel not
my
too long ago.
my favorite channel.
I'm just messing around. I know it's not your favorite channel.
Oh,
Anyway, he had this.
Yeah, who you talking about?
who you talking about?
It's
We
a
Need to
channel
Talk.
called We Need to Talk, and like
Okay,
panel
okay.
discussions.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, the channel discussions.
all
Okay.
you guys
When you
involved.
got some time, I hope you and Mrs. Z, I
Uh-huh.
hope you got your reaction on it. It's this girl
What
called.
was
Cuda,
it? What's it
what's the
called?
channel? What's the channel?
It's
Cuda?
called hashtag Black Women. It's this divester.
Oh
She had a
yeah, man.
conversation
Yeah,
with
I
her.
know who she is. Yeah, yeah.
in other words, the thing is the one with is it the one is it the one with the dude talking to women or what?
No,
Or
no,
you
no.
talking
Yeah,
about?
it's that one. That channel. Yes, that channel. Yes,
Okay, and
that's the
that's the
channel.
one where it said that Kevin Samuel started the conversation, that
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
like
stuff.
orange
Yes,
and black.
yes.
Yeah, I know what
That's
you're
the
talking
one.
about. Yeah, yeah.
That
Yeah,
channel.
he had
Yeah, I
that
just
girl on
started breaking
call.
their
So what's
shit
what's
down
so
too.
so
Hold on,
what's
are
the
you
name of the video?
It's hashtag Black Women.
Okay,
hashtag Black
You
women?
need to
all
check
right,
it out.
I'll
It's
look it
good.
up.
I'm gonna let BGS get that because I don't got shit for it.
I thought
Oh, you
hashtag
saw
Black
it, Mrs.
women
Z. You
was
saw it,
was a
Mrs. Z.
content creator. Isn't that a content creator?
No, but I
Yeah,
think he's talking about
one's a content creator now.
Yeah,
yeah,
it was
but
Mrs. Z,
a
you saw
few.
that episode?
Mhm.
the one talking about
No.
the video he did with the divester.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. No.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was saying,
because Ed did a breakdown of that one. I
you
do
know,
believe.
Ed did a masterful breakdown, and
Yeah.
I'll let if BGS will cover that because
Okay, I'll do it.
I've spoken after her when she was on Shay Sade show. She already
Uh-huh.
showed her
The
ass when
more
she was
interesting
on
part
there.
is the
Yeah,
guy
yeah,
is
and
non-ADOS,
yeah.
and you have to explain to her
I
the
mean, like
plight
it.
of
Huh.
ADOS people.
Was she not? Was she non-ADOS?
No. No,
Oh, talking about. Go ahead.
she had to be backed in because the interviewer is non-ADOS, the dude.
Oh, okay.
And so when he pretty much closed all her fucking exits, she threw it
Okay.
in his face. Oh, you're not ADOS,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So yeah, the
But I
divester
mean, if you're
chick,
talking
the
about
divester chick.
divestment, you're not ADOS neither, right?
No,
Nope.
no. You can still be ADOS to be a divester. That means
Yep.
when black women have been divesting since
Mhm.
1750. That's not new.
Mhm.
Well, he tried to cheat. In other words, what she was trying to say is you don't know our culture. That's what she was
Right,
Yeah,
trying
right.
to
That's
say.
what she's
but
trying
that
to
was
say.
Yeah,
Well,
after he backed her in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
he
sad.
still he still has to date them. He still has to date these
Because what
chicks, so he knows what he's
divestors are
talking about.
doing is
Exactly.
basically, or what
The sad
divestors
part
are
is
doing, why
Hold on,
their
one at a time, one at a
behavior,
time.
why their behavior seems so out of order. Like a lot of black men don't understand that they're pledging to white men. They're like, hey, look, see, like if you look at what's that woman's name? Divested Zealot. She has a
Uh huh.
Yep,
whole
yep,
page
yep.
of
Yeah,
Uh huh.
black
man.
and you know what?
Yeah, we've talking about it.
YouTube spends the whole day over here fucking with us, and
Yeah.
you can go to a black woman's page and see a black man, strange fruit. You can see a black man hanging from a tree and a
Yeah.
black
Already
woman on
talked
the
And what
about
other,
it.
what
other
what
Already
side
is
of
talked
it.
what
about it,
what
And
is
it
brother.
what
looks
does it
like they're using,
what does it tell you about the people that actually moderate YouTube? They're
right,
There you
feminists,
go.
right? And some
There
of
you
them,
right,
well, a
go.
lot of them are actually divestors. Okay,
right, right.
those are
And
the
well,
and
people that
the
actually
crazy
moderate
thing
your
about that
channel.
picture is
Mm.
that her body. It's like if you look at the picture, her body is basically using that black. Her the swing in the rope.
Yeah,
Her
they're
body's
attached.
basically using she's basically swinging on from the swing, and his
Yeah.
body is like a counterweight.
And in other words, they're using their dead black
Dead
men to
black man.
elevate
Yeah, exactly.
to elevate
Shout out to
themselves. That's what she's
BLM.
trying to say.
There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I
the
mean,
sad
Yeah.
part is
once again, I
What
mean, we speak about this all the time. It's
yeah.
This is the thing, and you said it, and I want to be very clear about what we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
This is not just simply trying to get white men. They understand, and in their sick mind, they
Hmm.
understand the society we live in, the anti-black society. So they're telling white
Mm-hmm.
men, "I will one up you
We're
on
open.
anti-blackness," and
Right.
I'm open, and I will one up you on anti-blackness. So I don't even care that you're racist. I'm down with it, right? I'll adopt
It's
an
an act of war.
anti-misandrist way. Yeah, yeah, no,
It's an act
definitely.
of war,
That's what I'm
really.
saying.
I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
It doesn't
yeah,
even matter because guess what men of all races, guess what they actually prize out of their women? Loyalty.
yeah.
Okay?
Well,
If you
Yeah.
can't be loyal to your own men, they don't trust you. That's how come they don't
Absolutely
trust
not.
you.
Right.
Yeah, that's facts.
well, the sad part
Yeah,
is
And they're
there's
not even
facts out
looking at
there.
them like white men. They on Asia right now.
No, the thing is, white men look at the investors like they're nuts.
Yeah,
We
Yeah,
don't want you.
yeah,
smash,
yeah.
right.
they'll smash and dash, man.
Hmm.
They'll smash
Yeah,
them though. No doubt
because
about it. If
because
they're attracted to 'em.
if you turn on the men that you birth, you'll turn on us too. That's
Right.
where they look at it.
Right.
Right. Right.
And
that's
at the end of the day, this is what I say, in this current iteration of divestment, because we understand this shit goes back literal
Hmm.
centuries, but with this current iteration, this is going to be
Hmm.
the one with no plausible deniability. And I'm giving
Hmm.
it 20, 30 years for them to get all those numbers up on that swirling and divesting shit. We understand it's not going to happen. And in 20 and 30 years, we can have a conversation about why it didn't happen, because we all know it's not going to happen. But hey, let's see.
The thing
this
is,
is
But they know it too. That's the
go
funny
ahead.
part.
Go ahead.
well, the sad part is he had a better understanding and more respect for the Adolf Black history than she did. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
Because she's lying. Okay, she knows it. She knows you can't be born black in the United States and not know the history of racism. It's impossible. Okay, it's
Who we talking
impossible.
about now? I just hate
We-
that I don't know what y'all talking about.
It's
See if
a
I
it's
can.
a it's a young
I'll
it's
find.
a young lady, and I'm saying young in air quotes. She's probably around my age, a little bit older.
Uh-huh.
She has a channel called hashtag Black Women,
No, I know
and
who that is. I know who that
yeah.
girl is.
So that's the
Okay.
sister.
Where's she
That's the sister
from?
we're talking about.
What city?
That's the sister we're talking about. And
Okay.
she
Okay.
did a recent interview with a brother. I think he's African descent and maybe Nigerian descent. And
He's Nigerian.
yeah, and he schooled her.
Oh,
He
okay.
he he backed her in a matter of, well, the interview was about 2 hours long, give or take. And
Hmm.
at pretty much at the end, she tried to throw in his face that he's not ADOS
What
because
ADOS got to do with
Where's she
facts?
from again?
What ADOS
she's
got to do
American.
with facts?
No,
She's supposedly ADOS.
city.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but what did ADOS got to do
She
with
got
facts,
bodied
though?
by Jessica recently
I mean,
too.
like,
Point.
I
What
mean,
city
I've
is
She from, do you know?
All
I've
right,
had it
all right.
happen to me too, DC, where they throw, well, like, I'm not ADOS, and I've had sisters throw in my face I'm not ADOS when I start to back them down on these type of conversations. So that's one of the tactics they use.
what the person is saying? Is it true or is it not true? That's the
Hey,
man.
emotional arguments.
Okay,
Yeah,
so where
that's
y'all
it.
want to start, man? Where you guys want to start?
She ugly as hell, man.
She is, but yeah, the wig and all that kind of.
Well,
That's
you know why she sound like that, then.
what,
She's like
where
Rick
what
James.
what minute mark y'all want to start at? We
Start
can't do the
start
whole
at
thing.
155.50.
I never seen her. I never seen her face.
Yeah, she like Rick
Yeah,
James.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
feel
Rick James is, Rick James. Don't
yeah, I feel bad for her, man.
Yeah,
don't
let me
down
not.
Rick James like that.
Yeah, let me
Let
not
me
put
talk
him
about
down
this
like
from
that.
a
Yeah.
societal standpoint. So
She
going
looks
back
like
to
Mary
because the
Jane.
whole penthouse scenario I gave you, that was a metaphor. So that building could be corporate America. That building could be certain events, certain opportunities. You would be allowed access before me because I'm seen as a threat. Do you think that's consistent in the reasons why black
He
men
been
tend to
listening
be
to Dr.
homeless,
Tia
black
San.
men tend to be
Yeah, he's in the
unemployed?
space.
Not no, not at all.
Okay.
No. Because I would say that the same way I think that black men have the male advantage as to when they are working,
Hmm.
they still
Uh-huh.
earn higher than women.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay. But
These
black
are old
women
ass
also
talking
just
points.
have the advantage of being a woman, so that maybe someone might underestimate me or assume that I'm not threatening,
Hmm.
because I'm a woman. But that doesn't mean that I don't have the racial aspect. Somebody could assume that I'm not threatening, and I'm also like less intelligent,
Hmm.
or that I'm also.
This is what happens when you go to school. They put a lot of facts in your head or talking points in your head, and you have to come out and remix them.
Yeah, you
She
Yeah.
know what
rewrite,
the fuck
regurgitate.
she
Yeah.
remixing the stuff out of order. She know what she's talking
Mm.
about. But
You know what they were mixing the most nowadays though? The
what?
black women getting killed every 5 minutes.
For every five
Actually,
hours,
Yo,
five
yeah,
hours.
yeah. They just
Do,
like they
Yeah.
being
do I need
insane.
to tell you?
did
Yeah,
Do I
you
let's
need
take
to
it
tell
out.
you?
Let's
One
take it
time,
out.
one time.
did you go
Go ahead,
to
Charles, and I'll start it again. Go ahead, Charles. What do you want to say?
Do I tell people how awful it is? Because
You're borging pretty bad.
Yeah, and
Everybody's
the
echoing. There's an
audio's
echo.
low, BG. Yes, if you could turn
Yeah,
the
well, yeah,
audio.
Charles. Charles got a headset, but the thing is, we're trying to, you know,
Yeah, man, get out that tunnel, man. Get out that 895 tunnel, bro.
BGS?
come
Go
on,
to
come on, officer, come on,
22035.
officer, headset. Go ahead, Charles. You got it.
Hello, hello, hello,
nah,
hello.
somebody else is making my somebody is making my foot.
Okay, just somebody's got your feed. Well, go ahead. Let me start it again. When you get it clear, where?
Whoa!
Can you see
Hey,
me? Can you see
BGS,
me?
go to
Yeah.
22235. That's related to
Huh?
tonight.
So what?
Good
22235.
damn, feel like DC violence up in this joint.
Got that Bama phone. That Bama, 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 Bama,
You got I feel like you
I
talking to
said
me
this
through some
again.
slouch socks.
All right.
Bama. I love slouch socks,
Black
man. Keeps my
women
ankles
treat
warm,
him
bruh.
as a man. He is
Make you look like you
regarded
go to
by
war in
elders.
the 80s.
Even if he wasn't, we're talking about Supreme Court here. Okay, so everyone in this,
But
realm
I'm
is biased.
comparing
But
I'm comparing similar like one some of the people who've like found me on LinkedIn, for instance, for this channel, they are directors for Fortune 500 companies, black men. So I'm talking about that caliber of black man
mhm,
and that caliber of white man
okay,
not getting the same type of femininity from our black women. Why is that?
because that's not. I don't think that's true. There are not
But
enough
these are
black
Oh,
these
Yeah,
are
men.
yeah, she
their
tried
but
not
these are
answer. You see
and
that?
there you
again,
go.
I want to boil it down. These are their experiences.
No, no,
So these
I don't,
men,
I don't believe that. I do not believe
Backpedaling
that
faster than
because
Dion.
there's not enough
You
black
hit a
men
vein.
of that caliber to even honestly have that conversation. There's not.
you're not understanding what I'm saying. I agree with you.
She does
There's
understand
not
what you're saying.
enough.
Yeah, she just
If
spinning it.
I have any say, there will be more. With that being said, even the ones who are that caliber, where they are just as, if not better, than the white guy, they still do not have the same experiences. Why is that? Can we
I
explain that piece?
I
Because I
do.
talk to the white dudes too, and they say the same thing. So why is that?
I don't think that that's true. I think that a lot of
I understand you might not think it's true, but this is what my research is telling me. I've talked to white dudes and they're like, "Yeah, she talked to me different, even though I make less money than this black dude." And I've talked to black dudes and like, "Yeah, she talked to me different, even though I make more money than this
so
white dude."
so a white guy and a
Anytime you
black
guys want to
guy
pause, just let me
both
know.
dated the same black woman, and they both told you this.
Not necessarily the same black woman, but in different experiences, yes, their experiences tend to be different. Now, I can understand where
How would
it
the
comes
white
from.
guy? How would the
I
white?
can understand where it comes from because I consider history, but most people don't understand where it comes from. But
I don't think I don't think
the
history is.
reality is, as a successful black man, you
Oh my
do
God.
not get the same
No, that's
disposition.
not true.
Can you
That's
pause it
not
real quick?
Okay,
okay.
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 First of all.
Because
Okay.
usually they want to argue and put the brothers down. That like
If you got noise in the background, please mute.
yeah, usually they want to argue and put the it's an echo.
Nah, somebody. No, there's somebody's outside. They got noise.
That's the
Okay.
power walk and big bitches.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Usually they want to argue and put black men down. There ain't nothing that he can say that's right when they get to a certain point, and especially if you are smarter or you get them in a corner. I'm looking for this shirt. There was a brother in the space. He created this shirt, and it said, "I want the same black woman the white man gets."
Okay. Yeah, there could be. It could be a number of people. It could be even Tommy Sotomayor. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
But they know that they behave different around white men. That's like the elephant in the room. And it's funny because I just packed this book in my my suitcase. Before the divestments got big online, there used to be a woman. I don't know if you remember BGS back in the day, named Nikki McElroy.
Mm-hmm.
And she went on this show called Everyway Woman, and it was like a panel of white women, and she was like the only dark-skinned sister there talking about divestment and stuff. And I thought her book was out of print, but I actually recently found it online on Barnes and Noble, and I ordered it. And she has this chapter in the book because she's kind of one of those suburb black girls, like not too many of the the Keishas will hang around her type shit, right? But she's still black. But she has this chapter in the book talking to black women and she says, sisters, I got to be real with you. In order for you to get the type of white man that you want, you're gonna have to drop the attitude. Basically outlining that they save the attitude and all that rah-rah behavior for black men and try to pretend like nobody else sees it. But they do.
Okay.
Like,
Anybody else
white
want
people
to
watch
comment
World
before we
Star.
start it again? Anybody else want to comment before I start it again?
Yeah, what's unique about her is that she is basically obfuscating all the points that he actually makes.
Yeah, she shut down.
You can see her kind of like walking through her mind that the logic is solid.
Right.
So she's basically stuck in an ideological trap.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what most of the black feminists do, especially now, where they kind of like try to run this same playbook, and it works on a lot of brothers. But this brother here is solid. I can tell. He has his information together. He's very calm. He's not jumping off the porch. He ain't screaming at her. He ain't getting triggered. And that's where she's not able to kind of like bring him out to the forefront, because she's probably thinking that she can say a couple of things that kind of trigger him, but it's not working.
It's not working, right?
So that's why the whole, I can see he's kind of ended up being, well, you're not Adolf.
But I don't understand this. Women study psychology and stuff like that. And that goes hand in hand with human behavior. Like you don't think you wear your emotions on your sleeve? Like you can read them.
Most students do what? They don't go deep. They regurgitate to get a grade.
Right.
Yeah, that's all they do. She's not a PhD level psychologist, so she hasn't learned how to. She doesn't know how to do her own mental work. Okay.
Well, not only that, she doesn't know how to defend her points.
Yeah.
So she's not even defending her points. She just keeps saying, "I don't think that's right," which means that she's basically trying. She's been in our space, so she's going to say "think" to kind of make it sound like it's solid, but she's really talking about her feelings.
Yeah, and you can tell he's a student of the space.
Yeah,
especially the PhDs.
Yeah, I've been sub to him for a while, but I forgot where I've heard about him from.
Yeah,
he's solid.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else before I continue?
Yeah, let her rip.
All right.
I just, as a black woman, I'm telling you, and I noticed you say we a lot, and like you kind of put yourself with African Americans.
Yeah.
And I get you've been here for a long time, so I guess that's why you do that. But it's
because I'm not different.
Well,
I'm not different. I pay homage to Marcus Garvey, to Frederick Douglass, to every. I'm not different. I'm the only difference is I'm an African who actually understands Black history and how Black history influenced.
Boom.
Pause right there. All
right.
You got it.
And so this is
one at a time. Go to Z and then DC.
Okay. This is my argument right here. Right. I'm getting the echo.
I don't know where you're getting the echo from because I can't hear it.
Wait a minute.
No, we all have the echo.
Maybe
We all
now
have the echo. It started when BGS fired up the thing. Actually,
There's an echo. There's a real bad echo.
Is
Okay, let's see. Nope, no echo right now. No, I hear it. I still hear it. I
I
still
still
hear
hear the
it.
echo.
Yeah, I still.
Let me take it down and try to share it again.
It's the video.
It's the
Yeah, it
video.
has to
Yeah.
be. Shut.
Yeah, well, it's StreamYards. There's nothing I can do about it. You
Art,
guys want to
Art done
continue?
crept in here.
If you guys want to live with it, we can live with it.
Yeah,
If
we'll live
not,
with it.
It's not that
okay,
Yeah,
bad.
we
all
good.
right,
We
all
good
right,
where we are. But okay, so
okay.
this is always my argument. I don't make the high value argument. I don't make the submit or die argument. I don't make any of those arguments. My argument is always very simple. These white dudes is just too damn racist. You could do whatever you want. You could scream from your lungs. You could regurgitate anti-black talking points. You could do all of that shit that you think is gonna work. It's not gonna work because you can't until you address. And thank you, DC, for giving me that forced classification. You everything else you're doing is for naught. It's a waste. So this young lady, she's going to battle with brothers about, and I'm damn, that echo is really bad.
No,
Hey,
I mean,
see if you can
I,
mute your.
this is what I'll do. I'll actually unshare it while we're talking, and then when you want to bring it back up, we'll bring it back up. That probably will set. Okay, so let's try
Okay.
that. Okay, I'm gonna unshare it so
You,
get rid of echo.
you want
We
me
got
to?
that. No, 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 no. So
I can
so
add
no,
it if you want and see if it works that way.
no,
How about?
I can just do it this way. Okay, we just do it.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
because you
can
got to
if you
control
want.
where it stops and starts.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he can do it. He can do it on his end too.
Okay.
I'll unshare it. You guys can talk and just let me know
Okay.
when you want to start it back up.
Okay.
Let's try it that
no,
way.
so my argument is always, look, I debate the same way that he does, which is closing off all the damn exits. Well, y'all don't make enough. Well, half of American men make less than 40. Well, y'all not educated enough. Well, the number one group of people that's been dropping out of college is white dudes, percentage and raw number wise. Like, so what at the end of the day, what it's always gonna be is y'all niggas are niggas, and I have an issue because I'm trying to run for my blackness, and I can't because you're the albatross on my leg, right? You're the
weight holding us down.
You're the weight holding us down. In their mind, that's how they think, and so they're getting louder and louder with their anti-blackness and their anti-black, misandry, and it's not gonna work. And I understand what she's doing, but I liked how he debated it. He pretty much boxed her in until she was, well, you're not Ados, which is her throwing in the towel. Right, I'll pause right there.
Hey, just real quick, is it her page or whose page is it?
It was on his page.
Well,
yeah, he does interviews with sisters.
Yeah, what's his name?
What's the page name
It's
again?
called We Need to Talk.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, and it's disheartening to see. But let's be clear, we said it from the beginning. Look at her, and then you know why she sounds the way she sounds. That's all you got to do. I mean, I don't like to say that so blatantly.
She's a Stefco. She's a Stefco.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I mean, I don't like.
One at a time. But
go ahead,
Charles.
I'll do it because it's UGLY. She ain't got no alibi.
Yeah, but they're also better looking women that do the same thing. So it's not just her.
See, she's in place though because like
one time
you can hear the indoctrination, but she really believes. Like first and foremost, she's trying to guilt trip a motherfucker to believe that she's a lot better than what she is.
Right.
And that's all it is. It's the guilt trip. Pack your bags. There's nothing about her that ever said black women are feminine, black women are nice. She knows this shit. She fucking knows it.
Somebody gets in 83.
No, but she's in place though. She has to pay what's called I think Kendra called it the ugly tax. They know how you can how white feminists look like white feminists. You can be like, oh, the haircut, the dyed hair, the shade side of it. Okay. The same thing with the sisters. You can tell.
She got the lips for it though. I gotta get her credit for that.
Yeah. How you think she got through college?
She looked more African. She looked more African than he does.
All right. We'll see
you like that.
We'll see if it works from DC side.
All right. So
y'all be dissing Stefco. I'll give Stefco some work.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole, man.
Do what you do as you will. A lot of guys like Cynthia G, and I wouldn't touch Cynthia G with a 10-foot pole.
No, I wouldn't do shit with Cynthia G.
Nah, she ain't my speed.
Do you hear echo? You hear echo? I'm gonna play it right now.
You guys good with the echo?
Made that their own image.
No echo.
I at this point, as well as a lot of black women, cannot continue to sit up here and still say that the white man or the white system or anything like that is more responsible for your
Just let me know when
image
y'all want to
than you
pause.
are. Black men,
So
like
Okay,
your image is
can you
in
pause
your
right there?
hands, just like our image. Like we have.
So BGS, what she's saying is actually kind of touching on what I said when you first started the stream. Like these white men are trying to convince these women to just that they're part of they're part of America and they're going to get rid of ADOSness.
No, that's not. It's not. It's not. White men are doing it. Basically, okay. This kind of stuff has been there for a while. It's actually white. It's not. It's actually white. It's actually white feminists. Well, actually, really black feminists trying to separate themselves.
Right.
And this is actually a black feminist movement. This divestment movement is actually a black feminist movement. It's not a white feminist movement. They're trying to catch up with Becky.
Yeah, they want to be the primary choice of
Yeah.
all men, including white men, which is at the top.
Yeah.
The primary sexual choice for all the actual so-called high-value men that are globally or worldwide. You know, they think that they deserve that. So,
And she wouldn't. And this is the thing with, and you know, I've said this to Green Gorilla on his channel. Like, these women will make a liberal argument and a conservative argument simultaneously. Because what she just said was a very conservative argument. Essentially, she's arguing for post-racialism. She's saying, "Oh, there is no racism. Like that shit. That's bullshit. That's an excuse." That's essentially what she's saying. You know,
talk about black women.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So look, and that's the issue that they run. I say it over and over.
Oh, man.
Black women will continue to run into the wall of the fact that you're black. And Green Gorilla said it perfectly. You produce, and I'm sorry for the hard ER, nigger babies. Like,
But
you
no,
can't
but
get over that.
But here's the thing, though.
You know?
What's
Go ahead.
even more damning is that she would say this, right? And then right in the next sentence will say, yeah,
Contradict themselves.
you're the guys that's basically oppressing us. It's not white men, it's black men.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yes.
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 We are oppressing you?
Yeah.
Well, DC, real argument.
That is intersectional feminism.
I know.
She already out of her lane, lecturing him on black image.
I mean, Paris Malone, I had a conversation with her in real time a few weeks ago, and she literally said that. She said, because I said something to her like, Paris, you sound like a white racist from 50 years ago. And verbatim, DC, this girl said on her live with 1,500 people listening, well, they were right about y'all back then. Right? So, right? Like, and y'all deserve to give us reparations. Forget that, because I said, Paris, you act like black people got reparations and black men spent all of their shit on stupid shit, and then now we're asking for black women to spend y'all reparations on us. And she was like, talk about reparations. Y'all should give us reparations for the femicide. She literally brought the femicide shit up.
Yeah,
so,
I hit her with that whole forced classification a long time ago, because she was trying to explain blackness from her young brain. This is like about 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm like,
when she first got into
have you ever read the book Fatal Invention? Like, there's books on race where you can read it, and like the one drop rule was a real thing. Like, I think they think it's like some kind of theory that we just adopted, and we just like, Plessy versus Ferguson. There was a whole particular court case about it. Like,
a bunch of court
broke
cases
it down. They broke it down to an actual fraction. Like, you're not allowed. I don't care what you look like. You are not allowed to be white. What does that mean? Your treatment is different. So what you're talking about, you want to be able to facilitate treatment. Black women don't have that power. Your proxy power is through your negotiation through whiteness.
Yes.
And your negotiation through whiteness, the contract is to basically keep us subordinate and for you to be in charge. And when I hit her with the facts, I got blocked.
Yeah, of course you get blocked. You messing with the money, DC.
You blocked the shit out of me, huh? Cynthia G. I talked to Cynthia G directly, like when I was still under my smooth moniker. You know, remember those days back, BGS? So I hit her up. You know, they're like, oh, you know, like, look, man, look, sin.
So it's just the propaganda shit. Like, what we understand, what we do in this space, we disagree, we go to war, we pull out our lightsabers. Over there, it truly is an echo chamber, and what ends up happening is the one woman that's like, wait a minute, something's not right here. They get kicked out.
It out. The hive
they
mindset.
Get kicked out, you know? And exactly the hive mindset. And then if the brother like one of us that trying to have a real honest conversation with them and just bring some facts and some history, they don't want to hear that shit because it's an echo. It's literally you're not white men, so we don't got to hear shit you got to say because that's what we're really trying to fight for. It's
But
the
I
myth of
always
white
found it
womanhood.
funny though.
Go ahead.
I always found it funny when they actually get into a relationship with a black man. They call being in a relationship and listening to us slavery. They don't call being in a relationship with a white man slavery at all, and that's funny as hell.
Struggle love.
Yeah.
I would stay where you're at, but I would
No,
go
it's
back to
the
237
Stockholm
because it get
syndrome.
more interesting.
Yeah, speak up, Art.
Can
You're a
you
little
guys
low.
hear me?
Yeah, it's
I
better.
said I would
It's
go back to 237
Were you in the mall?
timestamp. No, no, I'm just like,
I'm
hold on,
talking
let
about
me
Art.
double check.
Art sounds like he's in the mall.
No, that's not me.
Is
I
that
don't
you?
have a
Okay.
background noise. I'm over here working. No, what you guys describing is Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call. Basically,
I can
this
see a
is
little bit of that.
She
basically this is
identifies with her
this is
oppressor.
this is just they were actually brought over here to actually be bed wenches and
Concubine.
concubines
Yeah.
for white men. This is part of their training.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
they
Feast
weren't.
of All
This is part of
Saints.
their training.
Feast of All
Concubine
Saints was a
class.
good example.
Who?
Feast of All Saints with James Earl Jones.
That's true, but also you got to remember go back to daughters of the trade because those they weren't captives either. They actually married white men.
Mm.
So they ride for the dominant culture. This is called colonialism. It's not unusual.
So you think is it a Jezebel spirit? That's why these black women are trying to preserve the concubine
Jezebel.
class?
Um,
It rears
I
its head.
think the thing I think these women are actually being more honest. I think it's there with most women, most
Mm.
black women. The
Mm.
thing is they know they can't actuate it because if they could, they would.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because they like I said, 15% of black babies are not sired by black men. Where does that come from? Okay,
Mm.
they're having sex with them, they're dating them, but guess what? They're not marrying them.
Right.
That's the key.
Right.
So what she's doing, the only thing they're doing is actually aggravating.
They're just
What
defending
they're
their
doing,
right to date white men.
what they're doing is they're thumbing their thumb in black men's eyes and said, look what
Right.
I can do because I'm
Right.
pissed off. Really, I think most divestors actually pissed off black women that actually love black men,
Hmm.
That is
but
true.
can't get the outcome. I really
I
think
mean,
that's
like
what they are.
no, but for real, BGS, what you're arguing is perfect. It we do live in the era of politics of resentment. You know, there
Mm-hmm.
the age of anger. There was an Indian cat that wrote a book about this a few
Mm-hmm.
years ago. So that is what they're practicing. It is the
Yeah.
politics of anger, and they
Yeah.
are trying to thumb their nose and put their thumb in black men's eye, and using these fictitious relationships with non-black men to do it. Now,
Yeah.
whether that like look at the Trump election. It's a perfect analogy. Like whether that's actually going to be effective, right? Was Trump election effective for from poor white people? No, right?
Yeah.
But they voted for him, so it's the same. What are these fictitious, imaginary relationships with these, mythical, magical white men going to be a real thing? No, and that's why I keep on putting it at 20 years. Let's give it 20 years, right? I'm gonna give you a whole 2 decades. 2 decades. Let's see what that interracial marriage rate look like.
Yeah.
You know?
Because the difference between like SYSBM and divestors and swirlers is that SYSBM show off no woman show off their girls. They tell you what neighborhoods they live in. They tell you where to go get the women and how to get the women that
Right.
they desire. Okay,
Right.
you hear the divestors doing the same thing.
Yep.
They don't do the same thing.
They're
Black
vague.
men and black men are bad. Black men are so pitiful that they're
Right.
not worth dating. That's all they talk about. They really what they're doing is thumbing their thumb in black men's eyes.
Yeah, Don
Well,
Vest
didn't
is
they
the
make a
word.
movie about it?
By what?
Stella got her groove back.
Yeah, they did. But thing is, but Stella was still. Where she go down and got a black man?
Right.
Yeah, but she got him out of the country. She was on her
Even the
Yeah,
feet with
bodyguard.
SYSBM
yeah,
The
type
yeah.
shit.
what's the other one? What's the bodyguard? What's the other one? Hell, even isn't
Oh,
one of
yeah,
the
oh,
007
That's
movies
that's
about that too?
subliminal right there. The
Holly
yeah.
bodyguard.
Berry
The
dating
uh, the
Pierce Brosnan.
the
Something new is the movie that really did it for him.
the
Kevin Costner.
bodyguard the
Yeah,
bodyguard was more about integration, than divesting. Okay, because
Mm.
she
yeah,
never thumbed her nose at black men. Okay.
Mm.
that's
Because
true.
that goes all the way back with all the way back to Julia and stuff like in the movies they had black women dating black men,
But didn't
but they
Kevin Costner smash Whitney Houston in the movie?
he in the movie he did. Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. Okay.
Yeah.
But what do you think about 007 with Holly Berry and then also Monsters Ball?
She went, but basically, Holly Berry wasn't the first one. That
Yeah,
was
she
what's
was
her
not.
name? In back in the I think it was 70s or 80s, late 70s,
Was it Star
early 80s.
Trek O'Hara?
Oh no, I'm talking about even 007. I'm trying to remember. Was it
That's what I'm
Gloria?
saying. Like,
No, Gloria
wasn't it?
Hendry. Gloria Hendry. Yeah, we even start. Yeah, Star Trek was back in the 60s.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah, when he
Yeah,
kissed the Hoover,
Yeah.
yeah,
Captain kissed
yeah.
her. They
So
made a big deal out of that one.
it's been here, bro. Well, I
It's
mean,
been here.
of course, it's been here. I mean, the children are the representation of that. But yeah, I mean, that's never been off the table since
Yeah, yeah,
since
but the reason they make such racist images and have such racist talk is because they're not really trying to entice white men. What they're trying to do is aggravate black men
Mhm.
by saying egregious things. In my opinion. Anybody else before we start it again? Are you guys done with it?
Just let me
Sounds
know,
like
man.
Santa Monica. No, I'm joking.
It seems like she's desperate. She misses back penis.
But the thing is, why would she come all the way over to a black male channel and talk about it instead of going to a white male channel?
Because we're the only niggas that will listen. I'm looking at
Exactly.
YouTube.
There you go. Bingo.
I mean,
looking at
I mean, I mean,
YouTube.
the white manosphere is like it's like 10 times larger than the black manosphere. How come you don't
Right.
go over there?
But
Are you
BGS is the
kidding,
same
BGS?
argument.
Nobody would
One
ever
time, one
listen
time, one
to her.
time, one
I
time.
said the same
Nobody's
thing.
gonna listen to her black ass.
That would, yeah.
Yep.
You gotta understand something. Black men are the most hard-headed niggas.
That would kill her most.
Only Trump by black women.
That would kill her most poignant talking point, which means that all white men ain't racist. By the time she get off that live stream, she
Oh
will
yeah.
have that argument. That argument will no longer exist. They would
Like
call
the
her all kinds of monkeys and baboons and all this. Get
Well,
that phone
the
out of
funny
here.
thing though is
Somebody's echoing.
if they
That
went
guy
to the
that's
white
Charles.
manosphere, if they went to the white
That was
manosphere
the
to a certain degree, they're gonna have to be a pick me to get noticed. They're gonna have to
I
behave
don't
like a
even.
pick
Well,
me.
I
it's
don't even
even
think
worse
that
than
would
that.
work. I don't even
It,
think that would work on.
and it's the same argument that BGS makes for all the brothers that say they ain't no racism, but they in the black manosphere.
We
It's
don't
the
have no
same
tolerance.
exact argument, right? So for
That's my favorite
her,
topic.
she understands that if she goes to the white manosphere and go talk to, she could even try to talk to
They
somebody
become
low,
pick
not even on some really hardcore white national shit like Rolo Tomasi. I bet you Rolo Tomasi's comment section will light her ass up.
Oh, they're like, ooh,
They'll like, and Rolo Tomasi don't even be on that crazy shit like that.
bad,
She don't
bro.
even
What's
if
she
she goes
doing
to
She
here?
could
the
be. Hold on.
One time, one time, one
Mhm.
time.
It doesn't even matter with the attractiveness. She could be
Yep,
an attractive woman,
and they'll
dark
light her ass
black
up.
woman, and they will light your ass up.
Mm-hmm.
And
Let alone a joint that looks like her. And I'm not trying to bag on. I feel like I said, I feel bad for the sister because I know
I
where the
don't.
angst.
That's the funny part.
I know where
We
the
feel
angst is
bad for her,
coming
but she don't
from
feel bad for
because
us.
she's
It's
young.
crazy.
Because she's young, she doesn't have anywhere to go, and
hmm
she feels like this is the group that she's going to. But see, the thing is, she's going to a group of people, man, that's already been previously hurt. She
Mm-hmm.
hasn't even been out there yet, so she
Mm-hmm.
hasn't
Yep.
even been dealing with the so-called black man that are so-called that may be able to treat her well if she basically feminizes herself up and let go of some of these talking points and become a real woman, because it's not too late for her. But that ain't gonna be happen. That's just basically a
Nope.
fantasy, and a fantasy is
hmm
what it is. And she's gonna be basically gonna double down on the bullshit. So she's gonna get what she get, and it's not
Well,
gonna be nice. It's not gonna be nice because what white dude gonna basically try to wipe that up.
well, DC, that's my argument, right? So the reason why I purposely brought up Rolo and not one of the other more white nationalist white manosphere dudes is because Rolo is more he's kind of on the fence with some of that shit. And so what I'm saying is like you could go nice with it and not even be on the white nationalist side of the fence and they'll flame her. So if she go to the white nationalist side, which I suspect is where she would probably try to go because she thinks she's actually in there like that. She, I mean, at the end of the day,
I don't
we
think
see what she looked like. Go ahead.
she's not a fool, man. She
Yeah.
knows what's what, man. I'm pretty sure.
I
she's
don't know,
probably-
DC. Sometimes,
Nah, man.
sometimes,
A
bro.
sister like that, she at least has that knowledge. I would imagine, because I think she's from Philadelphia too, right? And she's been around. Yeah, I think that she has an idea. of
Jessica
where
just
she
ethered
charts.
her ass
I
recently.
think she knows where she charts, man. When it comes down to it, with black men and white men alike, or all men for that matter, she knows where she's standing. And
All right.
it's, it is what it is. Y'all want to go ahead and play the
Yeah,
video?
yeah, we can
Keep
play a
going.
little bit more of it. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me go ahead and get this thing
Roll it.
cranking again.
Yeah, black women had a negative, we still do. Black women have a negative stereotype and negative things that are associated with being black women, but your image is in your hands. And to continue to blame white supremacy or prison laws or old stuff, like then when black men continuously participate in the way that they look and in the way that they are looked at, and you, even as an African man, because you're a Nigerian, you have a difference. You kind of have a different story to tell. You have a different walk of life and a different background. Because I've said this so many times, like the African immigrants, I've seen this more times than I can count in corporate, how the African immigrants come here and run circles, run rings around black men.
But that's for a reason. And I think what I've been trying to get at is that is not because we are better.
Can we pause right
No,
there for
That
a
is the
second?
wrong.
I don't think that.
One quick thing about what she just said. She doesn't even acknowledge the fact that most Africans that come here come through piggybacking in marriage. Like most of the Africans that come here are married or they're part of a full family structure.
But also the most Africans that come here that make it here, okay, or at least the top 1% or
They on
2%.
the scholarships.
That's right.
They're educated already. They
They're
probably
part of
have
the
wealthy
top
families.
10% of their group.
The top 5% at the
Yeah, I was
minimum.
trying to give a little room because there's
Okay, a
some
little room. All right, all right.
Yeah, there's some uneducated ones that come over here, but they still are the top educated class of their group. Or so
they group.
you're dealing with
still,
a very
like,
elite
even
group
with
of
the
people that come over.
uneducated ones, they still come from a strong family structure.
That's
that
what
we
I'm
don't
saying.
have.
Yeah.
So like she's
Exactly.
she's saying, okay, we don't need to be with black men and this, that, and the third, but she's not even realizing that, hey, it's the constant and the positive family structure that helps you become successful, not just the
Where the women
It will be
cooperate.
exactly the same
Wait.
as an African
Hold on, and
American
we sign.
going over to Africa and staying there and making it. And that's going to be our best and brightest too, because to go over there and make it, you got to have industry. You got to be able to have an ability to mix into different cultures and to live in different spaces. So you got to have an openness and an aptitude to do that. So it's still the same thing. Even in reverse, the African Americans over there are so-called our best and brightest.
Yeah, you can't just drag most, like with the majority of Africans out of the bush and
Exactly.
have them come captain of industries. It doesn't work that
It
way.
was a disingenuous
I wanna-
argument
hold on,
because
let me-
which
let me
It
add
was.
go ahead.
real quick.
Go ahead, we sign.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
so first and foremost, this lady's full of shit because when you're talking about African immigrants, what she's talking about
Petty,
are the
we ain't
Nigerians,
signing.
right? You're talking about the Nigerians. You're not talking about the Kenyans that are in the U.S. You're not talking about the South Africans in the U.S. You're really only talking about the Nigerians, and that is literally less than 1% of all African immigrants. If you really want to compare ADOS people to African immigrants, ADOS people outpace them in America. We outpace them here in China. We outpace them in Europe, right? You're only talking about the 0.03% that come from affluent backgrounds. Everywhere else is just they're getting college money, scholarship money, and a lot of those motherfuckers just end up being nurses. They're not major businessmen or
Yeah, pretty
anything like
much.
that.
They're either
Right? You're only
the
talking about
I don't know.
you're
I
only
don't
talking
know
about
necessarily.
1%.
One time.
You're only talking about 1% West
You are
Africans,
talking about
in
1%.
particular. You're talking about
Yeah.
Nigerians.
Yeah.
And let's not even talk about how most of these motherfuckers come over here after they fucking crippled their fucking economies.
Right, because most end up in the hood. Most end up in, when I was like North Philly, most of them are in Southwest Philly, West Philly, whatever. Most of them are in the hood, just like the rest of us.
And
when
if they
come
were
here.
so great, guess who they act like when they get here?
Well, so this is the thing. It was a disingenuous
white dudes
argument
too,
because
and they say the same thing. So why is
Oh, my bad.
Go
no,
ahead.
I'll just
Go
okay. Go ahead, but I'll after.
Go ahead, finish up, Swim Champ.
Yeah, because I fast forwarded.
I'm done. I just basically hate it, and I just want to drive home this point. The reason why Black women divestors come to this space and talk about divesting, aka shitting on a black man, is because they know that majority of men outside of black men don't even like talking to them and tolerate them. And the ones that do like black women, they're either dating Africans, East Africans in particular,
East African, yeah.
or African French, like that who grew up in France, right? Because when you come here, all the white guys you see here, the Europeans or the Europeans or the white Americans that date black women, the black women are specifically from East Africa, mostly Ethiopian, or they grew up and was raised in France and they're dating some European dude.
Yeah, they had a slim
Well, there's a
feature.
lot
They
of
do not,
Somalis.
when
There's
we
a lot
talk
of
about black
Somalis and a
women, they
lot.
do not date Canadian and black women. They don't even like talking to them. I have a white friend that says, I like black women, but I can't stand the American black woman. He didn't say it like that, but he just says they're too difficult. They're too difficult. You go to Africa or to France for black women. That's what they do. And they know this. That's why they just come here, because they know that. Like no men tolerate them. Even the Chinese guys here that even get the Hong Kong, they do the prostitution, right? Because they have this thing like black women or like crazy in bed, right? They still get the East Africans in Hong Kong.
It's funny you just said something that made me think about something else. When you talk about African immigrants, whether it's Ethiopians, Somalis, Kenyans, like you said,
Kenyans, yeah.
even Senegalese, there's a lot, or Cote d'Ivoire. What's funny is she's making reference to Africans coming over and make it, but the Africans don't divest from their cultures.
The men do.
They come
the
over.
Nigerian men do.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know if you talk to like go to like Minnesota area or something, talk to a lot of those Somalis.
No.
They're proud.
The East Africans,
Ethiopians.
yes.
I know. Well, I'm in California. Been around Nigerians a long time. Trust and believe they do divest from their culture. I know too many.
Nigerians.
I know too
like
many.
when you come here,
Nigerians,
Ghanaians,
West Africans. Yeah, they just mix in. Just mix in. I trust and believe.
But you're right about Somalians and Ethiopians, because even here, even the
Ethiopians,
Somali
a little bit. Yeah, Ethiopians kind of clan.
Ethiopian community, they don't even hang out with other Africans. They only do like the Ethiopian thing or the Somali thing. So I agree with you on that. Yeah. Because but I don't really consider them African. But I agree.
Well, they're on the continent, so. But West Africans, they mix in. Trust and believe, man. I've been around West Africans, man. Since, well, hell, most of my life, right? They do mix in. Okay, my sisters, my sisters dated several of them, right? And I know, a couple of her friends, her girlfriends, marry them. Okay,
right.
So it is what it is.
She was being disingenuous,
One time.
I just want to say this last part, and I'll pass the mic. Because when we talk about ADOS black men, black men, compared with the exception of Somali and Ethiopian, we are probably the third most race loyal, right? We don't really date out like that. We're the third most race loyal.
She was making a disingenuous argument. I just want to say, like I was saying, she's a disingenuous argument because what she really tried to do was get him to shit. And nobody really mentioned this. She was really trying to throw bones so that he could shit on ADOS men.
Yeah,
that's what she. That's what she just tried to pull. You know, and he didn't fall for it. He was like, no, I see what you're doing, though. And I've had that bone thrown at me also. And I do the same thing. You just knock that out the way and keep it going.
Right. And Mr. Z, you're not like the rest of the niggers.
Right? Exactly. Wait. Here's a statement for y'all. A question, actually. Who else does that?
Yeah, white men do. All the time.
Thank you. All
right. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah,
real quick.
She's not attractive enough for him to take that compliment.
Even if she was, he's not going to bite.
Right.
He's not going to bite. Yeah, go ahead.
He straight up said it. I'm not different.
Yeah, I'm not. He did say it. Go ahead and play it.
He said it. I mean, you got to look at it. All I see is a pathetic girl doing some pathetic shit.
Yeah,
and we're gonna get whoever shit this is. We're gonna get you some goddamn YouTube Premium.
It's on mute. You got it on. You got it on. You ain't lying.
I had it on mute. I had it on mute because of the commercial. So.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and play it.
Y'all ready?
I got a family plan if you want me to add you.
Go ahead.
I got 2 slots left.
You got 2 slots. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm down.
I don't think that's true. I think that a lot.
I understand you might not think it's true, but this is what my research is telling you. I've talked to white dudes, and they're like, "Yeah, she talked to me different, even though I make less money than this black dude. And I've talked to black dudes and like, yeah, she talked to me different, even though I make more money than this white dude.
So a white guy and a black guy both dated the same black woman, and they both told you this.
Not necessarily the same black woman, but in different experiences, yes. Their experiences tend to be different. Now, I can understand where it comes from.
How would the white
I can understand where it comes from because I consider history. But most people don't understand where it comes from. But the reality is, as a successful black man, you do not get the same disposition.
Try not to curse him out.
That's not true. Okay. First of all, as a black woman, I'm telling you, and I noticed you say we a lot, and like you kind of put yourself.
We've seen this already.
Americans.
Yeah.
And I get you've been here for a long time, so I guess that's why you do that. But it's
because I'm not different.
Well,
I'm not different. I pay homage to Marcus Garvey, to Frederick Douglass, to every. I'm not different. The only difference is I'm an African who actually understands Black history and how Black history influenced African history, not the other way around. Don't let nobody lie to you. But with that being said, this narrative that Black men get a better disposition if they're doing better, that's what I'm telling you is not true. And I'm a Black man.
I do not believe that is even. I don't even think you can even properly, come to that conclusion with both you Black men doing.
And what I'm saying to you, because I think empathy is very important. So if I was saying these are the experiences of men I read about, that'd be one thing. If I was saying to you, these are the experiences of men in my comments, that'd be different. If I was saying to you, these are the experiences of my friends, that'd be different. These are my experiences as well. So what do you have to say to that? Like, am I crazy? Are these thousands of men crazy?
Because you're I just every time I've ever heard any body, like I've seen these guys talk about how they make money and they're gonna go get a white woman now because Black women are so masculine.
But we're not talking about them. That's not the conversation. The conversation I'm having is imagine 1,000 me's, Black men who are committed to Black women. Black women are our only option. There's never if you ever see me swirl, you know that I'm beat. Like a Black woman shot me and my mom in the face. Like it's got to be on that level, right? So for those men who are committed, who are doing the right things based on male curriculums or whatever the case may be, and we're still eating shit, what can you say to us?
I'm saying that I don't see that as being a real problem because there are not enough Black men.
What's the definition of gaslighting?
Making somebody believe that their reality is not real.
What did you just do?
You're not your reality. Your reality is.
You're stuttering. That's what.
Smoke is coming over here.
I'm stuttering because I sometimes stutter. I stutter a lot, even on my own channel. Okay, I've always been a stutterer, and I've been working on it my whole life.
Okay.
Bullshit.
I was going to say that I lost my train of thought now.
No, you were
that bullshit.
You said I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. Do you want to take that back? You think I do know what I'm talking about?
Got caught that bullshit, girl. Talking to a little bit rough because he not attracted to her.
No, because this is like it's funny to me because
it is should be.
You're
it's the giggle.
What do they call it? What's the word for that? And it's
called bullshit.
Your anecdotal experience does not. It is not proof of anything. I could have the same experience. Yeah, I talked to this one guy and it was like this. I talked to that.
All they talk about is their experience, but his experience don't count.
Exactly. She's doing the same shit.
Right.
Yep. But yeah. But she's Black. She's a Black woman. She can do that. We can't.
Yeah. I might not always be right, but I'm never wrong.
Yeah. Go ahead and play it. DC. I muted him.
That your anecdotal experience does not account for the collective. It doesn't account for what happens on a broader scale. It's your anecdotal experience, especially being the fact that most Black men are not even like you. if you're the
Mhm.
high, high earner that you say,
And
most
but
women
that's the
not
point.
care.
That's the point because the problem is if somebody cut what you just said and put it juxtaposed it with a divester who's telling her story, it would seem kind of messed up. When she told her story about how her uncle raped her and her dad left her
Yeah,
and
so
so
that
many black men broke their heart, your anecdotal, I'm gonna put in your clip, your anecdotal experiences. So I'm trying to bring it. I agree with that, but I'm trying to bring it
She just told him
anecdotal.
living
And
in
it's
his
like,
truth don't
are
count.
you not even willing to empathize with the type and caliber of black man you wish to see more of?
because you can't experience is not anecdotal when there's
Oh,
research,
really?
when there's further
What?
research, and there's further
Tell,
information.
tell us more.
So
So
I
what?
can't. No one could say that your experience as getting. I don't even want to say
No,
the
he,
word,
he
the
he he
R
don't believe
word,
in
the
kicking the
M
chair,
word
does he?
as a child is
Nah, he giving her
anecdotal
room.
when we know that that is actually a problem in the Black community.
Sure.
That's actually a problem
Hmm.
that can be
They get
verified.
one pop
So
word
you
and stick
shouldn't
to it.
gaslight somebody on that. There's a
Hmm.
Pause.
huge
Pause.
M problem
They
in
get
the
one
Black
pop
Hmm.
word and
community.
stick to it.
Pause. Pause. Did she just say your fucking experience is not anecdotal?
And then she just said it was
Now
before.
she
Yeah.
said experience is not anecdotal, is what she said. That's all.
What?
That's all.
What?
That's what
So wait a
anecdotal
minute.
is
So
your
by
Yeah,
her
yeah.
personal
logic,
experience.
wait a minute, fellas.
By her
By,
illogic.
by her logic, quote and unquote,
Hmm.
we should throw out biology, chemistry, fucking any technological science that we have, because you have to be able to have the experience to reproduce the experiment, right?
Hmm.
So this is the reason why I keep saying this shit, and people look at me like I'm sexist. This is the reason why women should never lead a fly to a goddamn fruit tree. Like these are some of the dumbest bitches, and I mean the dumbest that God ever laid eyes on. Like, yo, how the fuck you gonna sit here and tell a motherfucker that your experience? Okay,
You believe it or not, she sounds exactly like most feminist professors in college.
Yeah.
The
I
exact
know
same
that.
shit.
I
Exact
know
same
that.
shit. Yeah, yeah.
Why do you think they hate talking to me?
Hmm.
Like I'll go to classes and they'll be like, this nigga.
No, but she just intellectually explained to him how, and you know how black women like to say, live in your truth. She just said his
Yeah,
truth didn't matter.
yeah. Is it in other words, she doesn't have any facts or figures to actually fall back on, right?
Right.
Right.
But she's saying, well, in other words, she's going by her the people that she talked to. But when it comes back to the people that he talked to, that doesn't matter.
Right.
She's trying to
Well,
He did
invalidate him.
not. He did
if
not
you
ADOS. Remember that one?
Yeah, that well, she backtracked to that when the first argument fell apart.
Let's
Her
just throw that in
experience
his
is more
face.
important than his.
Yeah.
just like her hair.
Oh boy.
Oh God. Oh Lord. Go ahead and play
Uh oh.
it.
Duck, here comes Will.
Ghetto
So you
life.
need
He
data
said,
to
You
Not
"Duck,
gonna
see
here
you
lie
need
that
to
comes
you,
Will."
don't
information
kick
men.
my way up,
for
drop
you to have
Mm,
your experience. Like for me to say, yeah, I dated this one Asian guy and this
mm.
happened. That's just
No.
not.
Okay. So okay. What kind of
That's not.
data?
And it's funny, they
No,
act
What
like
I'm
we
kind
don't
of?
date black
I'm
women.
not saying that it's not
That's the
real to
funny part.
you or
Mhm.
it's not really. It didn't really
Sure.
happen.
Sure. Sure. So
Not
what
broad.
kind of data would you want to see to like validate what I'm saying about successful black men's
There is no data.
experiences with black
Her to see
women?
it, I'll
The
change it.
first data you would need is more successful black men.
How many?
A lot.
Give me a
A
number.
lot, a lot more to make it would have to be so much part, it would have to be
Hmm.
a ratio of the population
Okay. Okay.
A what?
Okay,
of
so
black men.
give me a number. If I got testimonials from 1,000 black men, then I'd believe it's a problem. Give me a number.
No, no, because you have to look at how many black men are there in the
Hmm.
country. How many black men are educated? How many black men are working? How many black men are successful? How many? You can't just say,
Hmm.
even if I talked to a
Oh, she got a
thousand
cat.
black
She's a
women
correct
that dated
messenger.
Asian men, it's
I
still is
bet you
not
that pussy
that's
gets
still
more
a
work than
small
hers.
number. It's
But
compared to the amount of men that are here.
the reason your argument is flawed is because you're choosing reasons to dismiss the grievances of these men. And men could very easily, and I think people like Kevin Samuels
Give me some of
choose reasons to
this.
easily dismiss the grievances of black women. Oh, you're a single mother, you shouldn't complain. Oh, you're overweight, you shouldn't complain. Oh, you're hair-hatted, you shouldn't complain.
Mm.
So you agree with that? We should dismiss the complaints of men if their ratio of the population isn't large enough to suffice whatever ratio you think it should be, and we should do the same for women as well, right? Because you're
I
saying the majority of black men are broke, right?
Yeah,
You could say statistically also the majority
He
of
just
black women are
Damn, she
he
unqualified
just
agreed
for
did
what
to
it.
it.
they're asking
He
for.
just did
How
it.
So should
dumb
I
can you
dismiss
get?
them just like you're dismissing us?
but what are the
But
majority
but
of
but
black
but
women asking for?
The majority of black women are asking for good men. The majority of black men are asking for good women. So that's similar. But
But
what I'm saying is what I'm
men,
saying. The only thing I'm saying is this: you said there's not a large enough percentage of black successful men to validate these concerns. Perfect. Sure. Men are saying there's not a large enough majority of feminine black women to validate their concerns. And you think that's incorrect.
there's not
Why?
there's not because feminine black women, that's not a measure of any kind. Like, you
Mhm.
might think
You don't even know what she's
something is
trying to say.
feminine and somebody else might think that it's not.
But you dismissed
So
my measurement. So are we going to use measurements or not? Because when I talked about black men out earning, you said, "Oh, that doesn't mean anything," or black men being in less student
I,
loan
I,
debt, that
I didn't I
doesn't mean
didn't say that
anything.
doesn't I didn't say that doesn't mean anything. I
Yeah,
said
but it didn't validate your point.
I, I don't know what the earning has to do with it. What black men earning? I said that black men earn more than women when they're
Mhm.
working, which is a good thing.
Sure,
But you
sure.
That
just said they
that's
were
what I said. That
unsuccessful.
doesn't
Mhm.
make, what does feminine have to do with that? I didn't.
Because that's our metric. So if I'm going to accept your metric of evaluating how good men are doing, you
What's
have
your
to
metric?
for women,
Yeah,
femininity.
but what is the measure of femininity?
You can use the marriage rate. You can use
No, I mean, how do you
mhm.
measure a woman to be feminine?
For me
So
personally, it's more nuanced because I look for certain things. I look for her disposition. I look for how she speaks. I look for how quickly she says no versus yes. I look for different things. How enthusiastic she is to acknowledge and follow my leadership. Because I have done the work and I'm encouraging men to do the work to become the leaders worth following.
And
So my metric is femininity. Your metric is employment, money.
but that's the metric of masculinity.
uh oh.
Sure.
Men are successful.
I'm not
That
I'm not
that's
I'm not
their
dis-
metric.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying to you is you said there's not a large enough number of black men who are satisfying your metric to validate their concerns. Men are saying there's not a large enough number of black women validating our metric to satisfy their concerns.
But that right there is the problem. If you are not these type of men that a woman would even want in the first place, which is really the whole problem with all these men in the manosphere. A lot of them are just very
Here we go.
unmarriageable men, and they're not,
Mm,
they're not men that you have to make yourself
Can you stop it right there?
the kind of man that women want.
you sound like Kevin Samuels.
How?
You're literally saying what he says. You have to make yourself the type of woman that these type of men want.
No, no,
So what's the
no.
difference? What's the
Because
difference?
according to him,
Can you
you
stop
should
it
go.
right there real quick?
You
Because
shouldn't.
those
All right. She said they're unmarriageable as if women choose to marry. like they're in they make the choice to marry when men are
well,
the ones that choose to marry.
what
Well,
if we can
that's
write?
what it is, Peter Cuda. They're the ones that hold pursuing marriage. That's what she's saying.
Well, the thing is, it goes right along with the article that Richard Banks was actually put out.
Mm.
The vast majority of
Bullshit
black men,
argument.
according to him, yeah, well, bullshit or not, doesn't matter, right? And what I'm saying is, it parallels what she's saying.
Mm.
Doesn't matter whether it's bullshit, which that has nothing to do with. Does it parallel what he was trying to say? She's saying the exact same thing that he was saying.
Gives
Yeah,
her
and it's
confirmation
funny how
bias.
he said now
Mm.
she sounds like Kevin Samuels and she's about to go into this whole rhetoric about how men need to better themselves but it's like yeah,
But if she invalidates the point that he was saying, even when men do better themselves, they get the same treatment.
right. Yeah,
Actually,
actually, yeah, you're right.
you
She
get
proved his
you
point.
get the same black woman. Actually, guys.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Well, exactly, that's what we're saying. In fact, he's saying because he's got a big channel, and plus his own experience is that he actually has talked to these guys not only in person, experiencing himself, but also is being confirmed by the comments on his channel.
Mm-hmm.
That's in other words, the same way you would do any kind of study, right? Okay, Kevin has enough men in his
Well, I mean,
in
what
it.
we're doing now is field work. This is
What I'm
field
saying,
work.
let me finish what I'm saying, okay? Kevin has enough subs that are men who can actually do his own valid study. He really
Right.
does. It only takes maybe like 1,000 men to actually do a valid study. Kevin could do a whole bunch of valid studies that actually be accepted
But
by
hold
the
on,
number, by the sheer
BGS.
number of people that he has, huh?
But being on these panels for hours on hours, talking to dudes year after year after year, that's
It, that,
technically
that,
field
that-
work.
it is field work, but the thing is, it's not a study.
Okay, I see that. Okay, I can see that.
There's a difference between field work and we do informal studies. That's what it be considered as, right? But it's
Mm.
not a formal study. But the thing is, you could actually get your subs to actually 1,000 of your subs actually do a formal study and they actually be accepted. You could
And
do that.
you can utilize the your polls, like if you do polls, right?
You could do polls, but the thing is, you could actually go to your subs and said, I need 2,000 people, right, to actually fill out this study and send it back to me and
Mm.
validate the study
Oh,
and be
bingo,
accepted.
bingo.
Yeah,
Mm.
you could.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
most
Mm.
studies, most academic studies are 400 people. Okay, what if you get a study of 5,000 people? Okay,
Right.
or Kevin get 100,000 men to do a study. That's major. He could really do that. That he could get the academics that we have to actually help him do the study and validate the study. So it can be done.
Here's the shamefulness of it all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if everybody picked up on this because I'm pretty sure you have. No matter how great of a height you reach, it's still not good enough, only because you're black.
Because you're black. Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
You're a
And,
man. You're a man, not no matter what. Go ahead.
and see, this is the part that I just spoke about this when I said this. Like, look, a lot of you fools out there judge your masculinity based on women.
Mm-hmm.
And when that Will fucking Smith shit came out, God knows it was true because I had a dude saying, well, you know, he was standing up for his wife.
Yeah.
Get the fuck off my fucking page.
And this is red pill space, so it's even more valid when it happens.
It's even more valid because a lot of these dudes, let's face it, 50% of these dudes only come to these spaces because, one, they want to hear something bad about women. Like, yeah, they want to live vicariously because they're not brave enough to say the same shit in their real lives.
Facts.
And here's the criminal part about it. A lot of you motherfuckers would basically be the fucking side, not even the side piece, but the friend zone guy to this bitch.
Yep.
And you validate these people. This is the reason why you validate these bitches and you wonder why you get the results you do.
Yeah, yeah. And as a heads up, we're only going to go we're already 3 hours in. We're going to actually go like 30 more minutes with this. So if
Okay.
you got play a little bit, play some more, and get your comments in.
Because those men don't value that.
Okay, well, what am I supposed to do? Sit in the hood and be poor as hell?
But that's not the point. The point
Damn.
is
That is the point.
the rhetoric is the same. You're
That's
saying
that is not the same thing because that is not
You're looking
the
for a way
same.
out.
No. The things are different. I agree with you. The things are different, but the rhetoric is the
That is
same.
not,
You're
it's not
saying
the same thing.
okay. So if I was to say to you, you have to become the type of man that the type of woman you want
Because
would like.
that is what's required.
Wait. If I have to become the type of man that the type of woman I want wants, correct?
You have to become the type of man that women want. Yes.
Perfect. And if I said to you, you have to become the type of woman that the type of man you want wants, is that correct as well?
Wrong, because men and women are not the same.
No, no, but it's a, it's a.
At this point, you just stop
I
talking
did,
to
I didn't,
somebody.
I
Like,
didn't give you,
End it right here,
I didn't give you
BJ.
any
I think
rules
you made
though.
your
I
point.
just literally said a principle.
No, let it
No,
keep going.
You're saying that we're saying the same thing. We're not saying the same thing because
Okay,
we're
okay.
not.
Let's reiterate.
He
Okay,
just said, "Am I
so
supposed
we're
to live
gonna
in the
take
hood for the
out
rest of my
the
life?"
variables because the variables would be like money and femininity. But let's take all that out. I say to you, in order to get the type of woman I want, I have to become a man who's worthy of her. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And then I say to you, in order for you to get the type of man you want, you have to become the woman who's worthy of that. I haven't given you any variables. I'm just saying the principle. Why are you disagreeing with it with you, but agreeing with it for
Because
me?
and this is the problem. This is one of the issues with black men. This is one of the issues
Okay.
with black men.
Because
You
black
can't
men are
No,
tell
no,
a black woman
hold
that
on.
she's supposed to just not go to college and not go to.
I didn't say anything about college. Look, we're having a college, just me and you. I said you have to become the type of woman that the type of man you want wants.
Yes, and the type of man that Kevin Samuel, the type of woman.
I'm not talking about Kevin Samuels. It's
brought
me
him
and
up.
you.
You said I sound like him, so you brought him up.
But you
sound like
and
him because the rhetoric is
it is the same,
no, it's not the same.
and you're refusing to acknowledge that.
Because men and women are not the same, so the rhetoric is not the same. We
But
have
I didn't. I agree
Well, she
with
said
that.
a mouthful
you as a
there.
man and me as a woman, we have different goals and measures that we have to meet in order.
I agree.
We have our measures are different.
I agree.
They are not the same.
I agree.
It is not negotiable for you.
I agree.
It's
I
not
agree.
negotiable for you as a man.
It's
to be
not
broke
negotiable for
and
you.
still
I
have
agree.
expectations of
we don't
women. It's
negotiate
not
I
with
agree.
terrorists.
You can't
I
do that.
agree. I agree 100%.
can
I
modify
agree.
everything, but he
So
can't.
for a man to have any expectation
You
at
know,
all
no,
for a
you
woman
can't have no stamp.
to
Oh,
not
Right,
be
man, a
educated,
man
because
has no
that's
say.
too.
I didn't say that.
You did just say that.
I didn't.
Pause,
I didn't say
please.
anything
Yes, you
about
did.
education.
no. We ain't gonna pause. No, keep
Okay,
going.
let me
Okay.
rephrase.
Okay.
In order for a woman to get the type of man that she wants, she has to become the type of woman that he wants. Yes or no?
If that requirement,
I didn't say any requirements.
but with black men, this is the known requirement, and I already know.
Okay, let's take black men off the table. Even white, let's say men, because your mission is women should consider other men. Let's say I agree with you. So with other men, you still have to become the type of woman that he wants. Yes or no?
You have to be the type
Oh,
of
look at
woman.
Look at you laughing. Oh,
Throwing the damn
ooh,
towel.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything.
low blow,
Hey, BJ,
low
so
blow,
You're
low
talking
blow.
to me right now, and I
Go
didn't
ahead.
say.
Give me a couple
ask
more
me-
minutes.
Ask me a question. Ask me a
Listen,
question.
She's trying to
messed it
spin
up when
this
you brought
hard.
it up.
Okay, so ask me a question. Let's reset. Ask me a question.
She trying to spin this.
Ask you a question. What do you require? And you know what? I had a guy on my channel, and I asked him, "What do you require from a woman? Like, what do you need out of her, out of a relationship?"
Oh, that's a
Because
stupid
I've
ass
listened
question.
to a lot of this. I've listened to a lot of these men. I've heard them, say, "Oh,
Answer the
Hispanic women,
question, bitch.
they work 3
Jesus.
jobs and they don't complain about
bitch.
it. They work
Answer
real
the
hard
question.
for
Nah,
it."
see,
the question.
that's some
Answer the
bullshit.
question, bitch.
That's
Like,
some bullshit.
But that's what the men and that's what they say, and they compare those women
Ask the
to black
question.
women. Like, you should work harder like them.
Okay, so let me level set. So number one, for me in my household, black women are the standard. Black women are the standard of beauty. Black women are the standard of intelligence. Black women are the standard of conduct at their healthiest. With that being said, your first question, what do I require of a woman? I require a woman. Let me answer it this way. So I think a man's job is to teach children how to survive. I think a woman's job is to teach children why to survive. So I need a woman with a very intentional cultural disposition. I need a woman with a very intentional psychological
Trying to see
disposition.
what she can pick apart.
And I need a woman who is optimistic and enthusiastic about life. because ultimately her number one job is to raise my legacy. So I don't need a woman who's stupid. My woman should be educated, right? Like I said before, you have to be able to have a conversation with me, and I'm clearly educated, so she has to be educated as well. So men who are saying we don't want women because they're educated, that's not my ministry, right? With that being said, life is about trade-offs. And in my experience, women who tend to be pseudo educated, pseudo successful tend to come with some trade offs. Some of those trade offs tend to be disagreeableness, a masculine disposition, and belligerence. Now, if I'm given successful women who's belligerent, blah, 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 unsuccessful woman who's agreeable, feminine, nurturing, and all those things that men value, especially men who are doing their job, I'm taking that woman every single day. And that's all men are saying.
And
Now, let me finish.
that's completely
Let me
fair.
finish.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
say that
finish.
that's fair.
Let me finish. So, with that being said, how much money you make and how successful you make don't move the needle for you in my book. What moves the needle for you is obviously physical attractiveness. After that, it's all about your feminine disposition. Am I enthusiastic about coming home to you? Do you bring me peace? Because I have to go to war with the world every single day. That's what I care about. And I'm sure that's what the successful, intelligent black men of integrity that are on my channel and other channels care about as well. Now, the ones who don't care about those things, they're lost. If it's a man who's talking about you got to work 5 jobs, like that's some bullshit. And I'll call it, you could bring me on their channel if you want, I'll call it out. But as far as men who are on their job, they want women who are women. That's simple. That's simple. Ask me another question.
Okay, they want women who are women. All right, and I've heard this other talking point, which you basically just alluded to. Be his peace.
Mm-hmm.
You need peace when you come home.
Mm-hmm.
I could agree to that. You know, I could that totally makes sense to me. Why a man needs peace when he comes home and he has a happy, feminine, lovely, nice, kind, sweet woman to come home to.
Question.
Okay, but guess what? The reality,
Where's
the
the
reality
question?
for a lot of
Uh-oh.
black women is that they are the breadwinners of their families.
Where's the
They
question?
are the higher earners. They are the ones who are most responsible. They are the providers and the
Where's the
protectors
question?
of that household.
You
They
know
are
what I
the
would
ones
tell them?
who have to keep the lights on.
You
and
know
keep
what I would tell those women? I would tell those women to go back to the drawing board and become the type of woman that the type of man that wouldn't require you to be the breadwinner
that
would be
doesn't make
attracted to.
that's not realistic.
She
That
couldn't
is not
agree
a
to it because they
realistic
spend
Why
hours
not?
making fun of those
because
women.
because
What is it,
like I
Kuda?
keep saying, there's not
She couldn't
enough
agree to it. They spend
successful
hours
black
making
men
fun of those
in
type
the
of
first
women.
place. And if for black women, everyone thinks black women's standards are so high. They're not
Mhm.
that high.
Like a
Black
pick
women
machine.
are very willing to settle for a lower earning
She
black
said
man
black
just
women's
for the
standards
sake
aren't
of
high.
Oh, you're not. That was not what
them.
she
But
just
that
said.
doesn't make sense because, like we both agreed, black men are earning more on average.
But that is of the men
So
who are
they're
working.
so on average, working and not working all together, black men on average are still earning more. So what I'm saying to you is, yeah, you make $20,000 a year as a black woman. Get with a man who makes 25.
That
Okay.
you're not getting it. You're not getting
Okay,
it.
what am I missing?
We keep talking about how black men on average are
Mhm.
making more, but
Mhm.
you're not including in the fact that not a lot of black men are working. You have to include the fact that not a lot of black men are even working.
You know,
Their
I think the
unemployment
reason
is the
the
problem.
the
You talking
reason I'm
about
not
the
including that is because I don't know those men. I know the men who are.
But
So my question to
anecdotal
you is
experience
my
again,
no. What I'm saying though is my question to you is because you care about black women, correct?
I do.
Okay. So how can black women be more competitive to get a man like me and some of the men who are my subscribers and
They're not trying
members?
to compete.
It is it's not
Because you're right, there's not enough to go around. So how can you be competitive to get the few that are available? Because you have acknowledged they exist, right? We're not unicorns.
successful black men are unicorns.
She gonna
Okay,
say,
so
keep it to the band.
how can they catch a unicorn? Because you're
I
looking
do
at
not
one
think
according to that.
I do not think it is worth it. That's why I said black
Can we do a
women
quick
must
pause?
open their
Okay, all right,
options.
we do.
I
Okay.
do
Oh,
not
let's
think
go.
you
Let's
should
go
be
ahead and end it.
fighting for a
Okay, let's go ahead
unicorn,
and end it.
searching
Let's go
for a
ahead and end it
unicorn, going on this
because we
Mhm.
can't do this
expedition
all night.
to
All right,
find this one
go
rare,
go ahead.
valuable black man.
Go ahead and
So
end it,
Not worth
DC. Go ahead and end it. I'll take it down.
So what?
So
So what she just said though is kind of funny. It's like how men are used as black women slaves.
Mm-hmm.
She just said two things to him. She said, one, we are willing to take men who make less than us, meaning we'll take the ones who are going to bow down to us because they make less to us.
that's been
And
her
then
whole argument.
Oh,
and then,
hold on.
and
Yeah,
then
go ahead.
he asked her, well, how do you become more attractive to the men who make more than you? And she said, well, it's not enough of them, meaning there's not enough of them
when the
who are
whole
going to
thing
bow
first
down to us.
when the whole thing first started, what did she say about why they want to date out? Because not enough black men are earning enough to take care of them, right?
Yeah, we don't have enough slaves. There's not enough slaves for
In
us
other
out
in
there.
other words,
That's
the
what she
high
said.
earning slaves. She actually
Yeah,
used the money as a metric for that, right? Now
yeah.
she's saying something completely different.
So her argument, and especially when she was when he kind of boxed her in, is essentially I don't look. I want to put measurements and rules on you. I don't have no fucking rules on me.
Right.
That's what she's been saying from the beginning. That's why he flummoxed her because she was like, oh shit, I can't go back on my word, not this quickly, right?
Hmm.
So pretty much the argument is, look,
And
I
Yeah.
don't want.
it remind me of this. Let me find the
Okay.
audio. Oh my
Yeah, because we
All
got
right.
about 20 minutes and we're
Yeah,
gonna
but
bounce.
so the
Yeah.
so that's what we're dealing with, and I want brothers to see this. Like I keep on saying, BGS. No, I came into space with this shit. The internet is exposing us all. This shit is gonna strip them of all that plausible deniability because she's straight up saying, "Hey, I don't want no rules on me. You have rules on you." That's why she kept on
Uh,
saying,
uh,
"Well, it's the standards are different. It's a different argument."
in other when those black women don't have to compete because
Exactly.
you have to take us as we are. We're the only
Exactly.
one that
Wait,
can
wait,
impose standards.
there's a saying for that, BJ. You ready? I'm gonna play it.
Hmm?
I'm gonna play
So
it now.
what?
Here, listen. I'm play it. Listen.
Go ahead.
It's coming up now.
3, 2, 1.
Men are here to serve women. I truly believe this. This is my belief system, and I'm sticking to
Wow.
it. And I think
Wow.
black women deserve to be served.
Is that clear enough,
So
gentlemen?
yep. Shout out to DC. This is just trolling. This is when Cynthia G says that she's literally that's. I'm just gonna say shit to enrage y'all now because the Cynthia G don't know better. Especially she was the bust down for white dudes. She know better. She
Hmm.
know better. She's just saying that shit just to enrage. And now that I have more of a conscious thought about that, at an older age, that shit really don't do anything for me when they start trolling like that. You just gotta pause and just let them talk, right? Just get it all out. Go ahead, right? Because when Cynthia G says that, especially as a woman that grew up, I think in Seattle or like that area over there,
She
she
grew up
know
in a
better.
white fucking
She know
neighborhood.
better.
Their
Yeah,
talking
she know
points,
better.
their talking points are a carbon copy of white man's talking points. You can actually
Exactly.
Yes,
literally
yes,
listen to a
yes.
white man on the
Exactly.
plantation saying, "I truly believe niggas are made to serve white men."
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and
they
that's
are.
the thing. That's why I don't even buy into if a person's ugly or not ugly or whatever. The bottom line is she can attract men. She just can't attract men who will bow down to her.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She can probably
Has
attract
anybody
men
know
who
about
make
the
more
Jada
money than
Pinkett
her.
effect?
Yeah, with chaos,
Well,
chaos, chaos,
one
chaos.
time. Yeah. Go ahead, finish, Victor.
Go ahead. No, I was just saying she probably can attract high earning men. She just can't control them, which then she bounces.
No,
All of
no.
us have
Hey,
all of
Vector,
yes.
She can't
She
attract high
ain't
earning
no.
men. No,
Well,
no,
They'll a
but we
pipe
all
at a three
have
o'clock
no,
situation.
all
no.
of us in our history have had women come to us and then run away as soon as they find out how much money we make.
Well, the thing is, look at the wig, look at what she looks like. She cannot attract high earning men. Okay,
Period.
she ain't that. I mean,
And,
this is with the makeup,
mhm.
the wig, and the lipstick on, right?
BGS,
She ain't that chick.
BGS,
Yes, sir.
you have colleagues who are well off, and you done seen them dumpster dive on some pretty bad like. Come
Yeah,
on
but
now,
but but
come on.
this is the thing. This chick right here doesn't want. She knows she could get you at a 3 o'clock situation, maybe. That's
Yeah,
not her and Ostefco. They all the same. Their
yeah,
issue is not the 3 o'clock shit. The issue is that
yeah.
they want men to stay, and niggas ain't staying.
Yeah. In other words, no, they know they're the in case of emergency break glass kind of woman. Okay.
Exactly, exactly. And they
And
save the world because that's what they are.
and if you talk about her pulling that kind of guy, a rich guy that can do that, yeah, she might be able to do that on a Tuesday when the moon is full, right?
Yeah.
But to say that she can attract them and keep them and retain them, like she's saying, you got to show me that one, Vic. I don't believe that.
But it goes to show, BJ's, this is the reason why they had to dim down and make the boys that will become inadequate, subpar, because you're here to serve. If I make you build you to the way you are, I break the control and cycle of you. I cannot afford that. That is forbidden.
And there's nothing they hate more than a Kobe that got away.
In the pickup in PUA and pickup, right? Especially white picker, they call it negging.
Yeah, negs.
Where you try to take a beautiful woman, try to bring her down a couple of levels to actually nail her. That's what she's trying. That's what divestors are trying to do. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
it ain't working.
They're negging. In other words, here's a white man. You're not as good as him, so you have to accept me the way I am because I can get this bust down white boy. Okay.
It's a insult dressed as a compliment.
But see, the reason it doesn't, and the reason it doesn't work, especially in my generation, Gen X, because I'm 45, when you have, even if your mother accepts you, or if if you're blessed enough to have the father too, once you get it ingrained in you that I've been validated by my mother, then even another gynocratic woman can't neg you down because you're like, no, I've already been validated. Like the shit you're pulling doesn't even work.
In other words, if you don't have mommy issues.
Yeah, that's what she's trying to. Basically, it doesn't work because guess what? Most divestors are ignored by most black men. Like I said, like 90%.
Right.
They're ignored by black men.
They have to do really extreme stuff to even get us to even talk about them.
Yeah, like say your babies and shit.
Yeah.
If they're ignored by black men, then goddamn, what is white men and Asian men are on? What are they on? You're less than ignored.
No,
you're more than ignored.
You want me to get an answer, Missy? They'll be up front of a fat, bald head, white dude, and say, "Why you want me? I'm fat, I'm broke," and it said, "You're so pretty, you're so cute." They're seeking that attention.
Yeah, and basically,
I see it as it.
And white guys do not like to be fetishized. They really don't.
Yep.
Yeah.
They don't.
Well,
I'm a poor beta, and most white women would not choose me. So why are you messing with me? Because I'm white.
Because of his skin.
That doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I seen a white dude. I seen a white dude be like, "Yo, you only chose me because of my skin." I'm like, wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, they're being found out more and more. I mean, they're being exposed on Twitter. You got random white dudes saying, "Wow, radical black feminists always with dudes."
You're bored again, Mr. Z.
Saying, "Hey, I'm no better." Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now better?
Divestors. Yeah, it's better.
Can you? No. So I was like saying,
y'all get in because y'all only got 15 minutes. Y'all got to get in.
But you got the chubby white dude in his room talking about, "I'm no better than these black dudes." Like these white dudes are calling them out. The Latino, the Asian dudes, like I said, with the Issa Rae thing, when they were like, "Yo, we already know that she's advocating for us because of the gender war in the black community." People know, right? Like I said before, black women act and even other black men act like black Twitter and black YouTube got a lock on it where you got to have a secret code. No, these other people are reading and watching our shit too.
Yeah.
Exactly. So everybody know what's going on. You're not surprised. This like BJ said, that you look crazy to these people. Black women look crazy with this weird ass neo-Nazi language, right? Because even the mild racist white people don't want to say this type of shit out loud. So black women look crazy saying this shit out loud. I'll pause right there.
Plus, low key, she really looked like Rick James.
Rick James at his worst.
Like Rick
James. Worse. Rick James is cuter than that.
Rick James. What is he? What is she? Rick James going through withdrawals in prison?
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what she looks like. Rick James after he got out of prison.
Well, you came home last
Gi-
night.
give it 2 decades. Like I keep on give. When I say that, I was on Shay Sade channel and I said that to a divester, and she was like, "Well, I'm not saying that all black women are gonna." She started backtracking because when I say I'm gonna
Nah.
give you 2 decades, they already know what I'm trying to say. They know
Yeah.
I'm saying to their face, "Bitch, I know your numbers ain't gonna look good in two
Yeah,
decades."
don't do that to Rick James. All right, don't do that to him.
It's coming
Don't
out
do
as the
that to him.
rain.
Well, she
It's
almost had just as nice of a mustache.
it's to the
Oh
point.
shit.
Black women have taken feminism to the point that they're not even feminist anymore. Like they're practicing like a whole
It's a
different.
religion. It's a religion.
Facts.
Yeah, like they're practicing something totally different. You know,
It
that's the funny
it
part.
it.
Feminists don't even do this shit.
I mean,
Not openly.
no, no. Well, that's because black women are advanced in their particular situation. You know,
They're not even advanced. They're backtracking. They're digress. They're destroying themselves.
I mean, but what we're saying, look, they don't have a particular ideology that they stand true to. It's whatever
Right.
works in the moment. So
Right.
like I keep on saying, it's a left leaning argument 1 minute, then it's a right leaning argument the next minute, then it's a traditional argument 1 minute, then it's a more modern postmodernist argument the next minute, and
Right.
it's all in attempts to say I want this period, and I don't want any trade offs. The brother was trying to get her to compromise. Hey, there's trade offs, and as you can see, she was like, no, fuck a trade off, nigga, bow.
Yeah, bow.
That's what
Yeah,
essentially what she was saying.
That's really what they want. They want you to bow. That's
It was
what
almost like
it
that
is.
Eartha Kitt interview.
Yeah.
Wait, what
Why
Eartha?
should I
I missed it.
compromise?
Oh yeah, the Eartha Kitt.
Eartha Kitt said that.
Compromise for what? You heard her
Well, there
said
you
that.
go.
Yeah.
And that was a long time ago when she had
It
that
sure
interview.
was. Yep.
And we
And
need to
they believe
applaud the
we
fact that
oppress.
they're this arrogant now.
They believe we oppress them in the most craziest way, and black men have never, ever got the chance to oppress black women like
I
that.
mean, if you ain't bowing, then aren't you oppressing? If you ain't kissing their ass and placating, aren't you
In
oppressing?
their
If you're
head.
not doing the Derek Jackson, aren't you oppressing?
Yeah. Kiss
How
the
many
ring.
how many long-term relationships do you hear coming from divestors?
Mm,
That's
didn't even
the
think about that.
$1,000,000 question right there.
Yeah. Well, Kirsten Carrison. It's about the only one I think.
Bob
They're
Yeager.
they're
Just
there.
one for the
They're there.
team.
No, she was married a long time. She was actually.
Who
She
left
was
who?
actually. He left her after what 15 years I think it was.
Well, so there you go. Look. This is the thing. The divesting in the mythical, magical white man really a carrot. It's really a carrot that black men are supposed to chase and never actually get to, so they can keep you on the hamster wheel doing what they want you to do. The problem is, and this is where BGS is so 100% right. Gen Z ain't going for it, and neither are young millennials. They're not interested in nothing any of these sisters got to say when it comes to this. And so their rhetoric is going to get even more extreme. We're going to see it. It's not going to. Once I realized that COVID did not get them to calm down, right? It flipped a switch in my head that let me know we're dealing with a different type of delusion, a different type of animal now. And I'm not calling black women animals. I'm saying the mentality is a different type of animal now, because COVID should have got everybody to reality. And when I realized that they weren't in reality still, I'm like, oh yeah, they gone. They lost. They gone. You can't do shit with that.
You're dominated.
Right?
Well, I mean,
Exactly. Exactly.
it's a microcosm of men. I mean, SYSBM is what basically men divesting,
Right.
and we men, not just black men, but men in general have been going through what our version of the Great Resignation. Right? We're
Right.
what the status quo is like. We ain't going for the shit no more. And
Right.
women are afraid. They're like, well, what the fuck? Like, where does that leave us?
Yeah, but things is accelerating. That's the problem that they're having.
Well, can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I hear what the brother's saying. This is one of my pushbacks oftentimes to BGS and to brothers like you. I don't think these sisters are even aware of how the Great Resignation affects them. I think you're dealing with a group of people that are so myopic in their pursuits.
No,
They're not looking outside of this shit.
She's not myopic. She's lying. Okay.
No, not her, but I'm saying that whole mentality, not her particularly. Go ahead.
Yeah, they know. They know.
Yeah,
That's
they
like
know.
I don't know, BGS. That's
read,
what one time I
Well, then why do they care if you date somebody else? If they,
I think it's all ego. I don't think they're
No,
looking
no,
outside of
they know.
the straw.
They know. They are. What
They
did they
know.
say? There's not enough black men.
They
Period.
know.
They
They
know.
know. If you read the book Men on Strike,
Oh yeah, yeah,
you,
Helen Smith. Yeah, yeah.
Helen Smith.
Hmm.
It's the same. The white women are kind of going through it. They're figuring it out, and black
Shit, not
women
even
still
kind
say
of. You're right
black
though.
women are going
Hmm.
through that. That's like,
Yeah.
hey, the black men are leaving. Y'all need to come on back, slaves. We runaway slaves right now.
I
They
mean,
are.
that is how they're treating the situation. I agree with that. But
Yeah.
I mean, for me,
And white men and women are the slave catchers.
well, here's the thing, and this is where I get into the conversation with swirlers and divestors. Often is like, are you looking outside? So when she was on Shay Sade, she said, "Well, you don't see Asian guys doing this, and you don't see white guys." And I'm like, "Are you Asian guys? Do you know how much shit Asian guys are on right now? How
Yeah,
pissed they are that Asian women are like jumping on the first white dick they could get on? You're so clueless." And that's my argument. Is like they're so clueless to what's going on outside the black community that they just keep, y'all are the worst of the worst. And I'm like, y'all don't
You
really
got
know what's going on outside. Go
this
ahead,
is
go ahead.
it. You
They're
gotta
just grasping
understand.
for air.
A lot of women in their mind, they feel say, "Well, I have not explored because I haven't tried." No one said what you can get out here. The problem is, can you keep it? Because right now, most men, when they look at most of sisters, they look at them as a quick fuck and a concubine. And when they hear these conversations from us, from black men, black women, they say, "I'm ready to get some black tail, man. Look at these bitches desperate. I ain't
But
get
they
them."
look at us that way too, though. If you look at these, a lot of those videos that we call the wall, and the women are saying, "Oh, we're going out, we're looking cute," and the guys don't want to look at us. I can find somebody to fuck me, but I can't find somebody to date me. So
Alexa, cue up the 18th millionth video of a sister crying in her kitchen after she left the club, please.
yeah.
I'm saying, like, BGS, you played the video. I thought the sister was cute. The one
He
had
was.
the little
She was really
the micro braids, and she was
Yeah.
in the kitchen. She wasn't crying, but she was like, "Look at me," like type shit. Like I went in the
Yeah.
club and nobody, and I
Yeah.
would have hollered at her. She was straight, but
Yeah.
that goes to show you, like, even she was, that to me, she was a solid 5.5, 6, right? And I'm like, bruh, like, if you're not
Regressing
getting
to
dudes
Blue's
trying to
interview,
holler
though.
at you at the club, then that just let me know, like, when these brothers are talking about that wall of indifference, that wall of silence, that shit's real. That shit's real as hell. Because a sister like that in South Florida, I mean, unless she went to the wrong club, niggas would have tried to holler, right? But that lets you know, like, the young men they're over it. And to me, black women get to play the game of they don't understand why.
But
Like, they'll talk all this shit and then pretend like they don't know why we ain't talking to them.
You
It's
know
crazy.
what's funny though? But see, average women and less attractive women still get their pick of the litter because brothers used to go after them because they seemed more tangible than the more attractive ones.
Facts.
And now when you got brothers
Facts.
even denying them, shit. Shit.
Facts. I said that to BGS. BGS was like, "What? So let me get this right. Y'all are played down in Nicole Murphy, but then y'all be like, oh, Steph goes a 6 or a 7."
Yeah,
And I'm like,
yeah.
yeah, because she's more attainable. Niggas look at her like she the homegirl around the way. Like that.
So you give her a 2-point boost home on
Yeah,
team boost. Okay.
and low key. Let's be
I hit
honest.
Steph Curry. Y'all-
Thank you. Like I wouldn't hit Steph.
Say
Curry, but
what?
I
Y'all
don't
would
think she's
hit.
really
Y'all
ugly.
would. Yeah.
I would.
I wouldn't.
No,
I
she would consider to be plain, but
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Dim the lights
I
a
have
little
hit
bit.
women. I have hit women like Steph Curry, so I
Let me
can't
tell you
lie.
this. Steph Curry is man.
But the thing is, I still wouldn't call her a 6, even if I did hit her.
I mean,
Yeah,
she's
Steph
a
Curry sees
4,
through the cracks
maybe
every
a
once in a while.
3.5.
3.5.
You know what I give to Steph
You guys
Curry, and
try to
BGS
lie.
Here we
agreed with
go.
me.
What's that?
She's witty.
One time.
She's witty and smart. That's the thing I
Yeah,
give her.
but she's a smart 4. So what?
Exactly. So that's the thing. Like, if you fuck Stefco and you ain't trying to wife her, you're around her because of that wit. But then she starts sounding like this, that broken shit, and you can't be around her. All she gotta do is brighten up her day. Funny, brighten up her day, and she'll be all right. She'll get wifed up.
She'll get wifed up by a guy that's on her level, right? His
And she
looks,
don't
his
want that.
status, all that kind of stuff, right? And but she
Steph
wants.
got some good pussy, man. I think y'all
I don't think
might
so.
be sleeping on that.
I don't think she does.
Probably
Because
a
if she
good
did, she would have had a baby
Yeah,
by now.
she
I said it.
She
I
would
said
have.
it.
Yeah.
Steph Curry pussy so bad that her fucking pubic hairs need a gun.
Yeah.
This is the thing with the
If pussy was that good, she couldn't sit on it for 2 years. It would be impossible.
pun intended. But
she would have no droughts.
Right.
You telling me she couldn't give pussy away?
I'm saying
No, the thing is, if she tried to give it away, she would talk her way out of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The problem with with Ostefco, we all know. Go ahead. I'll go. Go ahead, Charles. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
One of them girls, like, if I do this to you, you're my boyfriend, right?
You're trying to say she should have used her lips for something else?
Yes.
I mean, like,
or she use them more often. Let's put it that way.
Shut up and suck some dick.
We understand what her issue is. She's trying to punch above her weight class. We all know Ostefcos that are married or have 2-3 kids, then got divorced, got remarried. And her issue is she's just trying to punch above her. For her, it's either this or nothing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, you don't have to look for those demands. And that's why you're mad at the world. It's that simple. You're right. So, like, I mean, men get over it.
So are they really femcells? Because that's kind of the same argument with the incels. Oh, I don't have a jawline, or I'm not tall enough.
It is voluntary celibate. I mean, I get where you're going. It is voluntary, but it's no less effective, right? It's no less. It's in their mind. It's
I mean, because I think they've changed the definitions of incels over the past 5 years. Because it didn't used to mean that. Because the original term was true forced loneliness, right?
Right, TFL.
Exactly, I remember that.
TFL. Remember true forced loneliness? Those were supposed to be the incels, right?
Yeah.
No matter what I do, I can't get a woman that to be with me.
Yep. And those brothers were genuine.
They were genuine. So now they kind of changed. It's kind of morphed into if I can't get the woman I want. That kind of stuff.
And the female, their female counterparts are essentially the same way. The only difference is that they have a little bit of deference from society because they're women, and because we're living through this female enlightenment period that informs society that the problem is men are jealous because of their success, and men are just intimidated by their what I love about the Ostefcos is they're straight up saying, like, no, the issue is I want this and I can't have it.
And can't have it, and basically she had a lot of guys that are indifferent on the other side, saying if I can't have this, then I don't want it.
And that's where you get a bunch of, and it's gonna happen with younger Xers and millennials and Gen Z, a bunch of people dying in their apartments in the next 30, 40, 50 years by their goddamn self.
Yeah, because I tell you, as a boomer man, when I was young, we didn't give a fuck about no genuine desire.
See.
Cooperation, give me some pussy, and do what you're supposed to do. Okay.
Yeah. On that note, fellas, man, I'm about to go ahead and call it a night for me.
All right. Give us your closing thought. Give us your closing thought, then, DC, before you hit the hyperspace button.
No, it's all good, man. I think that the unfortunate thing is that she's gonna duplicate herself and kind of go into the so-called
there's a bunch of girls out there like that.
The young clone system of creating these divestors, man, these black women haters. So I mean, black men haters from the black woman's point of view. It's just a narrative, man. It's going to keep repeating itself, man, and it ain't going to be good for us. So. That's all, man.
If we want to keep the community together, the thing is that what's really scaring me is not them. It's the black guys on the other side that are indifferent to them. So don't give a shit.
Right.
That's the real problem. The divestors are not a real problem. Yeah.
All right, fellas, man. Back to the
all right, DC.
Go, man.
All right, DC. All right, Chewy. Take care of it.
Chewy, get
it. Speaking to what you're saying, DJ. So
one time. Go ahead.
What that ends up having? Go ahead. I'll go after you, Charles. Go ahead.
I'm like this. I don't care what the incels say because I've taken bitches away from taller niggas. I don't give a fuck. I'm like this.
Of course you did with them Hulk ass arms.
And that fire hose dick too, but still.
Here we go. Whoa. Here we go. Go ahead.
That's what she said. Not for
All right, go ahead.
Lockjaw, but anyway, see.
Hey.
Hey, that's how you keep a bitch from talking. But
I'm not even going into that. We could take this much further, but we're not even going to go into that. Go ahead.
Hi-yo!
Where actually
Much further.
where actually we're actually I know we're actually closing up. We're actually closing up shop right here. So
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
close it up with this. I don't give a
Mm-hmm.
damn what a Stefco or whatever that Rick James impersonator was saying.
Super freak. Super. Anyway, I'm sorry, y'all.
She
She
Somebody
probably
say
should
had
fire
be.
and desire.
she
She should
probably
be.
had to be a super freak.
More like cold blooded.
Street songs.
Let me
Yeah.
stop. Let me stop.
Yeah.
But
Go ahead.
it's the fact of the matter that it shows the delusion of all these bros. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, they put themselves in such a spot where they're undesirable, and that's just for any man, any man. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like,
Facts.
why would I want to be around such a miserable creature?
Facts.
They have yet to even put that in simple terms. See, black man, I'm not saying go out there and and go get yourself a white woman, a Hispanic woman, but realize this: even if you mated all of them together, 2 million would still be lonely and bitchy. At least go to Africa, man. At least At least go to Africa. But guess what, black man? That doesn't mean you stop doing what you need to fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
You
Facts.
become the better man that you are, and fuck them. Stop letting your masculinity depend upon them,
Yeah.
because it'll
Yeah.
never be reached.
Don't be Will.
No, don't be Will.
I think we're gonna start calling it about that. We said don't be Will.
Don't
You know what? I got a
don't
new
be that guy.
Yep,
I got
don't
a
be
new
Will.
I got a new campaign speech.
Yeah.
Be like Falk.
Bewilder.
May the Falk
Bewildered. Okay. Anyway,
may
who's
the Falk
next?
be now. May the Falk be with
May
you.
the fault be with you.
May the Falk be with
I'll head out with this. This was a great night to see BGS up there with Dr. Ron O'Neill and
Oh,
and
I enjoyed it.
Dr. Hasan and
Hmm.
Gigi. That was a great conversation. And I enjoy this space. I enjoy the brotherhood. I like when we don't talk about women. I like when we do talk about women. Politics, all the shit, geopolitics, economics, all the shit, right?
Hmm.
And it is a little sad because, like, I keep on saying the reason why Ostefko's fascinating is because she is the girl we grew up with. She is your girl cousin. She is your younger and older sister. She is your aunt, right? Just everything with that, the resentment and all of that.
You might as well say
And
she was
she's
the friend.
right, and it's pissing her exactly, Art, and it's pissing her off. And we're watching because I think eventually we're gonna watch her slowly transition into that where she's really saying like that borderline Sinji shit, right? I don't think she's gonna get
Hmm.
all the way there. Something about her tell me she won't say it like that, right? Because I think she's still holding out a bit of hope. But I think when that hope's gone, she gone.
I think she
And
actually likes men though.
I think she does. No, I think she does. I think she
Who's
does.
that? Who's
Let's
that?
go.
Oh, she loves men.
Yeah.
That's her
Yeah,
problem.
I don't
yeah,
think
yeah,
Sinji
But
likes men.
but
yeah.
Sinji does like men. But the thing I know with Stefco is basically her tastes are out over her skis. She wants a better looking guy than she can get.
Exactly.
She really likes a good looking guy,
Yeah.
tall, good looking, and the kind of hopefully successful. But she's
The
willing to take a
problem,
dude that's not,
the
and she ain't got
problem
enough money
is,
to attract that kind of
I
guy.
was about. Oh, Stefco don't got the money to pull a Jesse Williams ex-wife.
No, no,
That's
Right.
her issue. If she
yeah,
had the money and the status to pull a but this is another thing.
hmm,
Ostefco's other issue is that she don't want to pay.
yeah,
She want that genuine love, and that part is understandable.
hmm,
But you gotta give.
You're gonna have to
yeah,
If
pay.
yeah.
either you gotta
She,
pay or you want the genuine love, and you can get the genuine love from a nigga
and,
that's on your level.
and Stefco don't want to be a side chick to a good looking
And
dude.
and
So
and,
she
and,
do
and,
price and
and so
service.
you price your pussy out the game. Shout out to Corey
Yeah, she
Holcomb.
did, and she knows it. She knows it.
Yeah.
But see,
Well,
she has an ace up her sleeve though.
What's
She
that?
can
a dusty white dude.
if she becomes successful enough on YouTube, she can actually pay with her celebrity.
Yeah, well, we'll see. She might
Yeah,
if she wants
yeah,
to pay. Does she want to pay?
yeah,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
paying with your celebrity ain't really paying. She can just be who she is.
No, she gonna have to pay.
Shout out to
No, but
Lonnie
what I
Love.
mean is, what I mean by that is she can do like the fresh and fit guys. Be like, hey, you gonna be on my
No,
show?
that's
That's gonna
guys are
be
Nah,
different.
that's
No,
not
they
her
pay.
style.
They
That's
they
not her
pay.
style.
They
Yeah,
no, they
that's not her
pay.
style.
They pay. No,
Yeah.
don't get it twisted. They pay.
Hmm. That's not her style. When that video that she made where she talked about the slap and she talked about her relationship with her dad, nah,
Hmm.
Ostefco wants some real love shit from a 6'3" tall, six pack
Grown man.
fucking, yeah.
Yeah,
She want
yeah.
a Derek
So
Jackson
what
ass
I'm
nigga,
so what
And
I'm
she
asking
and
you is
yeah,
does.
if
Yeah.
that guy
And see,
if that
Derek
guy
Jackson is
existed.
hot. Derek
yeah,
Jackson's hot.
What
exactly.
I'm asking
Yeah.
you is if that guy existed and wanted to be a YouTube celebrity, he couldn't use the Ostefco for hers and get some followers.
She wants genuine desire though. That's
Yeah,
the thing with her.
yeah, yeah.
And she and
Half
she
these
gonna
divestors don't
she
even believe the shit they talking.
just like believe it or not, that's like Shan Booty had to pay. She want a certain kind of guy. She's willing to pay.
Yeah.
And that's Ostefco's problem. This sister right here, this hashtag Black woman sister, that's
Hmm.
that's not so much her problem. She wants somebody to bow. Ostefco don't look like she looking for somebody to bow. She wants genuine desire.
Yeah.
Either way, what we saw tonight between the New York Post article, between Ostefco talking about that slap, between this
Yeah.
hashtag Black women thing, is the
Yeah.
other side of the gender divide
It
and their mental illness.
but the funny thing is, when he went after the divester, right? And
Hmm.
he said, he said, okay, leave black men out of it, okay? Or white men or other men are allowed to have the same standards, allowed to,
Flummoxed.
yeah, yeah. Are they allowed to say you need to be the kind of woman that they want? And all of a sudden she
Flummoxed.
she
Flummoxed.
she choked up.
Yep.
Only
Yeah.
black men need to be the garbage man of the dating world. That's what she
and that
wants.
and that, and that's perfectly okay for her to have that idea. She's
Hmm.
gonna have to deal with the fact that it ain't gonna happen. And sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
well,
If
yeah,
you want the rain, you got to deal with the mud, as they say
and,
in
and
the
deal
any,
with it.
anybody else with closing thoughts?
Yeah.
I'll do some closing thoughts, man. Great show. Shoot, I might
Yeah,
fire one up also.
yeah. Go,
But
yeah. Kuda, ain't seen you in a minute, man. You know
yeah,
what, DJ? For whatever reason, they think we hate you.
what you mean?
A lot of guys in the Macosphere think that we hate DJ Kuda. I said we ain't never hated DJ Kuda.
Oh no, no,
We ain't never had a
I
problem
never
with
got hate
DJ
from
Kuda.
the side.
Yeah, I don't know if they saying we had a problem with DJ Kuda. I said we ain't never had a problem with DJ Kuda, not to
Nah,
my knowledge.
nah.
Anyway,
I big up this side a lot. Actually, I catch a lot of flack bigging up this side because
okay.
I tell people about you a lot.
Oh yeah,
Like
they hate me.
yeah, but I keep trying to tell them like and I don't think it'll ever go back. I've bigged you up a lot, and I said, there's a lot of other knowledge that we could be talking,
Yeah,
discussing with you. There's other things
Mhm.
in literature and things that we could be having like out of the world conversations with you.
right.
But the space kind of, I wouldn't say it dumbed you down, but the space kind of had you talking about more of other stuff, which you do have a lot of knowledge about. But what I was saying that space in a lot of cases misuses you. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? They
yeah, they do.
misuse you and some of the things that and
Mm,
they got you talking about some other stuff, which is not bad. I mean, it's not like you're gonna
yeah,
say the wrong thing. I'm just saying that they kind of could have been having more advanced conversations and
Mhm.
yeah,
getting more advanced stuff out of the way.
yeah.
When it comes down
Yeah,
to
but
your horsepower. But I mean, and
BGS has
then
been the manosphere administrator.
but this is what I'm saying. But this
Wait
is
a
what I'm
minute.
saying.
What the fuck does that mean?
No, but
Well,
I'm
I mean,
saying, but I'm
when I
saying, even if
I was actually having this conversation with Mike,
Okay,
from Max City Limits, and
okay.
he and I were talking about the manosphere and why some people are saying I'm in the manosphere and I'm not in the manosphere. And of course, you always had the moniker master teacher, and
Hmm.
some people were saying this, and my thoughts was always
mm,
there's everybody's in the manosphere, but when I initially came on,
Yeah,
back in Manosphere 101 with Sergeant Willie Pinos,
yeah,
right,
the
Mhm.
manosphere was supposed to be a place where men can have different resources. So
right,
I was telling Mike, I'm like, listen, you might have master teachers like Green Gorilla and Hasan Johnson, and then you have thought leaders like Angry Man and O'Shea. Then you've got specialists like
hmm,
Alan Roger Curry or
hmm,
the lead attorney, where
yeah,
these guys offer specific services for the manosphere. So
right.
that
Mhm.
But I think nowadays a lot of people say, "Well, if you're part of the manosphere, you have to be a thought leader." But everybody
No,
isn't a thought leader.
no.
Agreed.
Some people are thought leaders. Some people are like I think Kevin Samuels is the master teacher, but I don't think he's a thought leader. I think he takes all of the thought leaders and then packages it just like
Yeah, he
a
does. He does.
professor. A
Yeah.
professor can take the textbook and
Hmm.
teach it to people.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
the textbook writer might not necessarily be a good teacher.
Right.
Right. So that's why I think a lot of some of the animosity comes in, like when we start talking about, I made the manosphere, when you talk, the O'Sheas and the Angry Man
Mm.
who aren't getting the following because they aren't master teachers, but they are thought leaders.
Right.
And I think BGS has been, if you want to make the manosphere a university, and then there's lead teachers and then there's thought leaders, I think
Dean.
BGS has been the master principal. He's just like the master
Dean.
administrator.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll
I think
take that.
because there's a lot of times where people have come and gone. I've come and gone from the manosphere.
Right.
But BGS has held space for people who have come against him.
Mm-hmm.
For BGS has brought new people into the manosphere. There are people who have fallen out with the manosphere that BGS has held space for them, and they kind of made their way back in the manosphere, like Obsidian. Like people have been like outcasted and then brought back because BGS has held space for them. That's why I always think like BGS, you were more of a master administrator.
Okay. I'll take that. Because
Yeah,
because Vector came in because I think you really came in because you are not only B1 but also Pan African.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I'm also a Pan Africanist, so
yeah.
Third that.
People don't know that, but I really don't hold that
yeah.
flag. Yeah, you know that because of what I talk about. So
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wouldn't paint you as just like a scholar. Like I was saying that you're more advanced, and I think the space misused definitely you and your information. The space misuses a lot of people, but definitely you in particular. So
well, the thing is, hopefully, that even if they come in, they want to talk about women. Some of this stuff will actually rub off on them.
Well,
Okay.
it's too
The
late now
politics
because
and
we
shit,
got a bunch of blue pill dudes coming in right now.
You're gonna have blue pill dudes coming in because guess
That's
what
not
they
a
are?
bad thing.
At
They're
a
new
larger rate.
recruits. They're
Yeah.
new recruits.
See,
Okay.
they coming in through Kevin though. They're coming in through Kevin, and it's like the dudes here don't have the show. They don't have the equipment. Or none of that shit to really kind of hold up. So they're like,
Well,
oh, who are these
nobody
guys?
truly did it. But to answer your question, nobody truly had the equipment when they first came to basic training, did they?
Yeah.
No, but back in the day, but back in the day when we used to do pre-records and stuff like that. At least you could at least go over it and edit and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
when you produce something, it still had some type of quality. See,
Right.
reason why you have to have equipment now when you're streaming, your mistakes and your coughs and all that other stuff, that's real time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and you can't really edit certain things out unless you go back and take it down and then edit it and stuff like that.
But the thing is, even at that, the thing is that what's going to change people is the message over and over and over again, no matter what equipment you
repetition.
have.
Yeah.
Repetition, basically, and them discovering the same thing we were all blue pill when we first came in here.
No, I'm saying they thinking that it's going to be a certain type of quality and stuff like that because a lot of them are under.
You mean the production? Yes.
Yeah, a lot of them are under the impression that Kevin set the standard, and we're like Kevin Samuels.
That's true, but look at Edward. Edward does driver's ed. That's his most popular stream.
Right.
When he's in his car with his phone.
Right.
So,
Yep.
so the thing is, the thing is, your talent, like anything else, man, in production, right? It's your talent first. You can have the best production. You can have the best back equipment. You can have the best background. If the talent in front of it doesn't match up, guess what? It goes nowhere.
Right.
Talking about talent, look at Art. We have Art in here. Art have his stream on Tuesdays.
Yep.
And he draws somebody. We often try to guess who he drawing before he get done.
Yeah.
Smooth. Art is like the calmest, chillest person in the space. He really is.
So hopefully, as money come, as people level up and get more money, they actually will get better equipment. I think if you look at the track for people that like take Bernard Riley for instance, right?
Yes.
He has improved every 6 months. He improves because as money comes in, he actually invests back into his into his studio, into his equipment, into his wardrobe, everything. Right. So Bernard Riley is indicative of what what can happen as you level up. So
Yes.
basically, you look at Dr. T, same thing.
Yep.
So it happens. It happens uneven. But the thing is the manosphere is made up not by the content creators, but by the people actually coming in. So
Yeah,
there's supposed to be blue pill people coming in. That's what it's supposed to be. So
And you
that's what
don't
we're
know
waiting
what
on.
you do for people, because
Yeah.
some of my subscribers, when they put in the comments,
Yeah.
like, okay, so 2 seconds. When, well,
Okay.
maybe not 2 seconds, but when Nameless
Yeah,
and Great Gold
bullshit.
Professor
Bullshit.
suggested that I started a channel, I'm getting
Uh-huh.
an echo. Yeah, but fucking Charles.
That's
But
Charles.
Fuck you
yeah,
too.
but yeah, Charles, Gold Professor, and Nameless suggested I start a channel. I'm
Shout
like,
out to Gold P.
nigga, y'all, like, and when I did, the people that support, oftentimes you're like, but why are you following me? Or like, why are you subscribed to me? Because you don't know what you're bringing, what perspective you're bringing,
Yeah.
that somebody might find difficult to hear from Art or from BGS, but they'll hear it from you. Or
Yeah.
somebody that have a difficult time maybe hearing my voice, but then BGS, they'll be like, it'll catch
Yeah.
on. I'll give you
Yeah.
an example. The one time, I think you were trying to say something, BGS.
And we're trying to wrap up here. So
Okay, I'll shut up right after this. I'll drop
shorten it
off.
up. Yeah.
Okay, when you were trying to explain something to somebody, I can't remember, and
Yeah.
Charles gave the Naruto reference, and boom, they got it.
Yeah. I remember
You remember that?
Yeah. I
So
remember that. Yeah.
that's the example. Exactly.
And I didn't catch the reference, but everybody else did. I was like, what the fuck
Exactly.
was that?
I don't bring shit to the center, so fuck all you.
Except these hands. Anybody else want to close out? Art or
Yeah. So basically, I was doing, I'm up here working and stuff and just listening, but I just out of appreciation, I just had to sit there and think. I'm like, we take this stuff for granted, because a lot of this conversation that was going on. I know you just threw this stream together after
Yeah.
Dr. T.
Yeah.
But I'm like, the stuff that all these brothers were contributing. I'm like, wow, this is the stuff. I don't see why people are hating on this kind of conversation. I really don't.
Because it ain't them. That's all.
What do you mean? It's not hating on the conversation.
There are people that actually come in and hate on the conversation, and they'll actually come in and
you'd be
talk
amazed.
shit and that kind of stuff. You'd be
Well,
amazed.
so that's why I broke it down the way I did. Like, everybody wants to be a thought leader, but they just can't appreciate that BGS just opened up the study hall after the professors let us out, and we just having the conversation. We're having an open discussion.
Great example.
Yeah. Yeah, because you guys asked for it, so I said, okay, I'll open one up. Because I know you guys
I didn't think you were going to do it, because I didn't see it for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, because Nick, I had to eat, nigga.
I told you, BGS, you don't got no life, nigga. You YouTube. Once I jump on YouTube, you got to be here.
I had to eat,
Millennial
but
shit.
I did open one up though.
It's actually funny as hell because we sit around and actually study and build through conversation and things like that. And on the women's side, like, not even the madams or those other old women will actually sit around and hold something like this where the sisters could actually talk and get stuff off their chest and stuff like that. It is really an echo chamber.
Yeah. Unfortunately, women only understand consequences. Okay, that's the only thing they understand.
Yeah.
unfortunately.
But the women aren't trying to build anything like we are.
They only with women. Women don't build. Women take it. Women nest in. They nest in what you build. That's the way it is. I mean, you're on the continent, man. Are you still?
No,
on
I'm back in
continent?
Atlanta now.
You're back,
I'm back
okay.
in Atlanta now. Yeah.
On the continent, women don't build. Women actually nest in what men build. Okay.
Right.
That's what they do. Go any place in the world, men build, women nest. Okay. That's the way it is. The thing is, it's a little easier to see when you're away from all this, this stuff that we have in the first world. But the thing is, it still boils down to the same thing. They don't build shit. They just nest in what you build. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
If you basically if say if you're in Kenya, in Nairobi, and all the men move to another city, okay, and start doing shit, right? The women that come over and follow them.
Yep.
They wouldn't want to maintain where they're at. They won't. They'll follow you. Even with the YouTube, right? Men got on and started talking shit or whatever they're doing. Women actually came over and started following.
Right. Paris Milan.
Yeah. Paris Milan. A bunch of
And
others.
then now they turn around and say that men shouldn't even have the rights to even be on YouTube talking, and they should get their channels canceled and stuff like that. It's like, we birthed your channel.
if we if if
Started
if
you.
if we
Anybody
jumped
take
up
that fucking bitch seriously, man?
if we jumped up and moved to Twitch, guess what would happen
They're
a year
coming too.
later? They
Like,
come
don't fuck
they
with you.
follow us to can't get rid of them.
They
What you doing? Yeah.
video game playing mode.
Yep. 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 All right. Who hasn't
Rest
spoken?
in
Who
peace,
hasn't?
Patrice O'Neill.
I like to say,
Yeah.
Right.
Go
I
ahead.
like to say
So
this before I go. DJ, who the fuck you for your avatar? I
Ah,
hope,
he ain't do nothing wrong.
yeah, I hope Gus kill his ass. But anyway, I hope Gus
I don't even
mutilate
get the
his ass.
reference, so I'm not even going to try to
Griffith ain't
understand
do
it.
nothing wrong.
I hope Gus mutilate his ass, man.
You
He
see,
just
y'all talking some millennial language that I do not understand. So
he wants to it's a berserk
Actually, you know
thing.
what, BGS, you would actually like that anime.
You
oh
would
really?
actually
Yeah,
Okay.
you would
black
really
pill.
like that anime.
You talk about black pill, black pill.
Yeah, that's some black pill shit right
Think of
there.
the most fucked up shit you could do to a person and then turn it up to the level 12.
Yeah, the name of the anime BGS is Berserk.
Okay. And the most black pill shit I saw so far was Invincible. That was really black pill.
Oh
Oh, I
yeah,
gotta check
Invincible
that
is
out.
that's
It's
Yeah,
funny.
crazy.
that's
You know,
crazy.
it's funny and shit because Blur, they had a guy look just like him too, his Omni man.
Mm.
I mean, is that even though you know it's fucked up,
Mm-hmm.
all the white people were like, "Oh my God, he's beating the hell out of Mark," and all the black people were like, "Yep, that's my childhood."
Yeah, that's my childhood. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I brought you into this world. I can take you out.
Take you
All
out.
right, folks.
All right, guys, great
Everybody.
All
show.
right.
All right, guys.
Another classic.
Peace.
Peace.
Appreciate
All
it,
right.
BGS.
All right. All right, folks, listening. Go ahead and like the video. Subscribe to all the people that you saw. Mr. Z, did you drop something lately?
I have a video dropping at 7 o'clock Eastern.
Okay.
I think you'll like it, BGS. I actually would like for you to watch it. I think you'll like it. It's talking about the Powell memo. So
Okay.
I flamed Ostefco, so I want to talk about some economics and shit. Kind of give
Okay.
people extenuating circumstances and shit. So yeah, it's dropping at 7 Eastern. So I guess that's like what time? That's what
4 in the
4 o'clock.
morning. Yeah.
Yeah, 4. So you ain't gonna be up, but yeah, you could check it out when you wake up.
All right.
All right, thank you. I'm out.
I think Chaos. You got something?
Yeah. I
Did
don't
you
think
just
so.
drop something? You dropped something on the article, didn't you?
The article.
Yeah.
I don't think I have no article. I did a stream earlier on that article about the
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So basically, go ahead.
Mhm. No, go ahead.
So in other words, I'm telling people go over there and check out what Chaos had to say about the stuff that we've been talking about. So
Yeah, they could check it out.
they could check it. If it's still up, I don't think you took it down, did you?
No, it's up there, but people gotta
It's
know what channel is. Let me find it.
Oh well, your name is pretty not common, so they'll find you.
Oh well, no, it's not really. Let me go to my chat right now and put it in the chat room right now.
All right, real quick, because I got to get out of here.
Yeah, I'll do that now. All right, found it. Okay, so let me go back. Come on my computer. So, all right, so I'm gonna drop it in the chat room now.
All right.
And, all right, I'll get it. There you go. For those who
All right.
want to, not long.
Okay. All right, folks. I'm out. Peace.